They say you can't outrun destiny. I tried. For 3 years, I buried myself in the city. Concrete walls, blaring sirens, the kind of noise that drowns out the howling in your blood. I thought distance would save me. That forgetting would keep me human. But destiny doesn't forget. And when you're marked by the moon before you're even born, when your bloodline carries secrets that could shatter an entire species, running only delays the inevitable. My name is Iskira Thorne, and the night I returned to Silverpine Ridge, I didn't just come home. I walked straight into a war I didn't know I was born to fight. The wolves were waiting. The prophecy was real. And the Alpha, who claimed me as his mate, he was the one man I was sworn to destroy. If you believe some bonds are worth breaking the world for, stay with me. This is my story. And it starts with blood. Chapter 1. The Return. The bus lurched to a stop at the edge of Silverpine Ridge just as the sun dipped below the tree line. I pressed my forehead against the cold window, watching shadows stretch like claws across the mountain road. 3 years. 3 years since I'd fled this place with nothing but a backpack and a promise to never return. And here I was. Last stop, miss. The driver's voice cracked through the silence. He was an older man, weathered, with eyes that lingered too long on the silver pendant at my throat. You sure you want off here? Town's another 10 miles up. I'm sure. I grabbed my duffel bag and stepped into the autumn air. It hit me immediately. The scent of pine and earth and something wild I'd spent years trying to forget. The bus door hissed shut behind me. The engine rumbled, then faded into the distance, leaving me alone on a dirt road that hadn't changed since I was 17. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. You shouldn't have come back. My stomach twisted. I typed fast. Me. Who is this? 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Then, unknown number. Someone who knows what you are. Leave before nightfall. Or they'll find you. I stared at the screen, pulse hammering. Too late for that, I whispered. Because I could already feel it, the pull. The same pull that had haunted my dreams for 3 years. The reason I'd left. The reason I'd come back. The mate bond. I started walking. The path to my grandmother's cabin was overgrown, tangled with blackberry vines and memories I'd tried to bury. Every step felt heavier, like the forest itself was testing me. Are you strong enough to face what you left behind? Grandmother Ivania had raised me after my parents died. She taught me to read the stars, to brew remedies from mountain herbs, and to survive alone. But she never told me the truth. Not until the night before I ran. You're not just human, Iskira. You're a Sylvet, a bloodline the wolves have hunted for centuries. They'll come for you when you turn 21. And when they do, you'll have to choose. I laughed, called her paranoid. I packed my bags and left for the city that same night. But on my 21st birthday, 3 months ago, I woke up screaming. My skin burned like fire. My dreams were full of amber eyes and a voice that whispered, "Come home, Iskira. I've been waiting." I'd ignored it until 2 weeks ago, when grandmother Ivania died. The lawyer said it was peaceful, natural causes. But the letter she left me said otherwise. I reached the cabin just as twilight bled into the dark. The door was unlocked. Inside, everything was exactly as I remembered. Dried herbs hanging from the rafters, a stone fireplace, shelves lined with jars of strange powders and preserved roots. But there was something new. A wooden box sat on the kitchen table. My name was carved into the lid. I set down my bag and approached slowly, heart pounding. The box was old, worn, locked with a silver clasp shaped like a crescent moon. I touched it. The clasp clicked open. Inside was a letter, a vial of dark liquid, and a dagger with a bone handle. I unfolded the letter. Grandmother Ivania's handwriting was shaky, rushed. My dearest Iskira, if you're reading this, then the curse has begun. I tried to protect you. I tried to hide you. But some fates cannot be outrun. You are the last of the Sylvet bloodline, the only living descendant of the moon who bound the first alpha wolves to human form 1,000 years ago. Every generation, one Sylvet is born. And every generation, the wolves come to claim them. Not to kill, to break the curse. You are the key, Iskira. Your blood can sever the bond between wolf and human, freeing them, or destroying them entirely. That's why they've been watching you. Why do they stop at nothing to control you? There is an alpha in Silverpine Ridge. His name is Tarian Ashlocke. He is powerful, dangerous, and bound by a prophecy that says only a Sylvite can save his pack from extinction. He will claim you as his mate. Do not let him mark you. If he does, the bond will be unbreakable, and you will lose yourself. Use the dagger if you must. The vial contains wolfsbane extract, enough to weaken even an alpha. But remember, the wolves are not your only enemy. There are hunters who know what you are. They will come for you too. Trust no one. Run if you can. Fight if you must. And forgive me for the life I could not give you. Grandmother Ivania. I read it twice. 3 times. My hands were shaking. A howl split the night, long, low, and far too close. Then another. And another. I grabbed the dagger and shoved the vial into my jacket pocket. My breath came fast, shallow. The howls were circling, closing in. I moved to the window and peered through the curtain. Yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness. Dozens of them. They'd found me. A knock at the door made me jump. Iskira Thorne. The voice was deep, commanding, laced with something that made my skin prickle. Open the door. I tightened my grip on the dagger. Who are you? You know who I am. My pulse roared in my ears. Tarian, I whispered. A pause. Then, yes. I looked at the letter again. Do not let him mark you. Another knock. Harder this time. I'm not here to hurt you, Iskira. But if you don't open this door, my pack will break it down. And I'd rather we meet like civilized people. Civilized? I laughed bitterly. You're surrounding my grandmother's cabin with wolves. I'm protecting you. From what? From the hunters who are 3 miles south and closing fast. From the rival pack that wants you dead. From yourself, if necessary. I closed my eyes. Every instinct screamed at me to run. But I had nowhere to go. I unlocked the door and came face to face with the alpha who would change my life forever. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and a presence that seemed to fill the entire doorway. His hair was dark, almost black, falling just past his collar. His eyes were amber, flecked with gold, and they locked onto mine with an intensity that stole my breath. He was beautiful and terrifying. Iskira. My name on his lips sounded like a prayer, like a claim. Don't, I said, raising the dagger. Don't come any closer. He glanced at the blade, then back at my face. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. That won't kill me. Maybe not. But it'll hurt. His smile widened. I like you already. Behind him, wolves prowled the clearing, massive, silent, eyes glowing in the dark. I counted at least 10. Call them off, I said. They're here to protect you. I don't need protection. Yes, Tarian said, his voice dropping. You do. He stepped inside before I could stop him. I backed up, dagger raised, but he didn't advance. He just closed the door and leaned against it, studying me with those unnerving amber eyes. You look like her, he said softly. Your grandmother. Same fire. You knew her? Everyone knows Ivania. She was formidable. He paused. She kept you hidden well. I've been searching for you for 3 years. Why? Because you're mine. The words hung in the air like a challenge. I'm not anyone's, I said coldly. Tarian's expression darkened. You don't understand what you are, Iskira. What you carry in your blood. If the hunters find you first, then I'll deal with them. You can't. Not alone. He pushed off the door and took a slow step forward. I know what Ivania told you. I know you think I'm the enemy. But I swear to you, in my pack's honor, I am the only thing standing between you and a death worse than you can imagine. I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to. But the letter was clear. The prophecy was real. And this man, this alpha, wanted something from me. What do you want, Tarian? His amber eyes burned. To keep you alive. to break the curse, to claim what's mine. I'm not. And he interrupted, his voice soft but unyielding, to make you understand that the bond between us isn't something I chose. It's something the moon decided centuries before we were born. My breath hitched. You feel it, don't you? He murmured. That pull. That ache. It's why you came back. No, I whispered.
But it was a lie.
Because I did feel it. I'd felt it since the moment I stepped off that bus. Tarian smiled, sad, knowing. You can fight it, Iskira. You can run. You can hate me. But it won't change the truth. What truth? He closed the distance between us in 2 strides. I pressed the dagger to his chest, but he didn't stop. He leaned down, his lips inches from my ear, and whispered, that you were made for me, and I was made for you. Then the window shattered. Glass exploded inward. I screamed. Tarian moved faster than I could see, his body shielding mine as something massive crashed through the opening. A wolf. But not one of his. This one was gray, scarred, with eyes like ice. It snarled, teeth bared, and lunged. Tarian shifted. One moment, man. The next, a massive black wolf with amber eyes that blazed with fury. He met the gray wolf midair. They collided with bone-shaking force, claws and fangs tearing into each other. Blood sprayed across the cabin floor. More wolves poured through the window. Tarian's pack met them head-on. The cabin became a war zone, snarling, snapping, the sickening sound of flesh ripping. I pressed myself against the wall, dagger raised, heart pounding. One of the gray wolves broke through the line. Its eyes locked on me.
It charged.
I threw the dagger. It sank into the wolf's shoulder. The creature yelped, stumbled, but kept coming. I grabbed the vial from my pocket, uncorked it, and flung the contents into the wolf's face. The effect was immediate. The wolf shrieked, convulsing, collapsing at my feet. Silence fell. Every wolf in the room turned to stare at me. Tarian shifted back to human form, blood dripping from a gash on his ribs. His amber eyes were wide with shock. What did you just use? He asked hoarsely. I held up the empty vial. Wolfsbane extract. His face went pale. That's enough to kill an alpha. Good. He stepped over the bodies of the fallen wolves and stopped inches from me. Do you have any idea what you just did? Saved my own life? You just proved you're exactly what the prophecy says you are. His voice was low, urgent. Every wolf within 100 miles will have felt that. They'll come for you now. All of them. My stomach dropped. What? Wolfsbane doesn't just poison us, Iskira. It calls to us. It's like a beacon. He grabbed my shoulders, his grip firm but not painful. You just announced to every pack, every hunter, every creature in these mountains that the Sylvet has returned. I didn't know. It doesn't matter. He released me and turned to his pack. We move.
Now.
Get her out of here. Where are we going? I demanded. Tarian looked back at me, his amber eyes blazing with something fierce and protective and utterly unreadable. Somewhere I can keep you alive long enough to decide whether you're going to save us all or destroy us. Then he shifted again, and the black wolf lowered itself before me. A command. A plea. Trust me. I looked at the shattered cabin. The dead wolves. The letter is still lying on the table. I had no choice. I climbed onto his back, and we ran into the night. Chapter 2. The Den. The forest blurred past in streaks of shadow and silver moonlight. I clung to Tarian's fur, my fingers buried deep in the thick black coat as he ran. His pack moved around us like ghosts, silent, synchronized, deadly. I'd never been on a wolf's back before. I'd never believed they were real until tonight. The wind tore at my face, my hair whipping behind me. Every breath burned cold in my lungs, but I didn't dare loosen my grip. Below me, Tarian's muscles moved with terrifying power, each stride eating up the ground in impossible leaps. This isn't happening. This can't be real. But the warmth of his body beneath me was real. The howls echoing through the trees were real. The blood still drying on my hands was real. We ran for what felt like hours. Finally, the trees began to thin. We burst into a clearing and I saw it, a compound built into the mountainside itself. Stone buildings with timber roofs, connected by covered walkways. Firelight flickered in the windows. Smoke rose from chimneys. It looked like something out of a fairy tale. Or a nightmare. Tarian slowed, then stopped. I slid off his back, my legs shaking so badly, I nearly collapsed. He shifted back to human form, still shirtless, still bleeding from the gash on his ribs, utterly unbothered by his nakedness. I looked away, heat flooding my face. "Welcome to Blackthorn Den," he said, his voice rough. "Home of the Ashlocke pack." Around us, his wolves shifted back one by one. Men and women, young and old, all watching me with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. A woman stepped forward, tall, lean, with silver blonde hair braided down her back. Her eyes were pale gray, calculating. "So this is Silvet," she said, her tone cool. "She's smaller than I expected." "Careful, Noriel," Tarian warned. The woman, Noriel, smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I'm just saying, Alpha. For someone who's supposed to save us all, she looks remarkably human." "She is human," another voice said. This one belonged to a man with copper hair and a scar running through his left eyebrow. "That's the point." "The point, Axton," Noriel countered, "is that she's also carrying enough power in her bloodline to either free us or kill us all." "Forgive me for being skeptical." "Enough." Tarian's voice cracked like a whip. The entire clearing fell silent. "Iskira is under my protection. She is to be treated as a member of this pack. Anyone who harms her answers to me. Understood?" A chorus of low murmurs. "Yes, Alpha." But Noriel's pale eyes lingered on me, sharp and assessing. Tarian turned to me. "You'll stay in the main lodge." "My quarters. It's the safest place." "Your quarters?" I shook my head.
No.
"I'll take my own room. There are no spare rooms. Then I'll sleep outside."
His jaw tightened.
"You're not sleeping outside." "I'm not sleeping in your bed, either." For a moment, we stared at each other. Two wills colliding. Then Tarian exhaled slowly, visibly reining in his frustration.
"Fine.
"You can have the lodge. I'll sleep elsewhere." "That's not." "It's not up for debate." He stepped closer, lowering his voice, so only I could hear. "You've just used Wolfsbane in front of every pack in the region, Iskira. Do you understand what that means? They know you're here. They know what you are. And some of them will come to take you, either to use you, or to kill you before you become a threat." "Then maybe I should leave." "And where?" His amber eyes burned. "Back to the city? They'll find you. Into the wilderness? You'll die within a week. Like it or not, this is the safest place for you right now." I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him I didn't need his protection. But the truth was, I had nowhere else to go. Grandmother Ivania was dead. I had no family left. And the wolves, the hunters, they were coming. "Okay," I said quietly. "I'll stay. For now." Something flickered in Tarian's expression. Relief, maybe. Or satisfaction. "Good." He gestured to Axton. "Show her to the lodge. Get her whatever she needs." Axton nodded and stepped forward, offering me a cautious smile. "This way, Miss Thorne." I followed him toward the largest building in the compound, acutely aware of the eyes tracking my every move. The main lodge was massive, high vaulted ceilings, exposed beams, a stone fireplace large enough to roast a whole deer. Furs covered the floors. Weapons lined the walls. It smelled like smoke and pine, and something distinctly wolfish. Axton led me up a set of wooden stairs to a loft overlooking the main hall. A large bed dominated the space, covered in thick blankets and furs. A desk sat by the window. A wardrobe stood in the corner. "It's not much," Axton said, "but it's secure. No one gets past the Alpha's door without his permission." "Where will he sleep?" "In the barracks with the rest of us, I imagine." Axton studied me. "You don't trust him." It wasn't a question. "I don't know him," I said carefully. "That's fair." Axton leaned against the doorframe. But for what it's worth, Tarian is the best alpha this pack has had in generations. He's kept us alive through wars, betrayals, and a curse that should have killed us all by now. The curse, I repeated. What is it, exactly? Axton's expression darkened. You really don't know? My grandmother told me bits and pieces, but she died before she could explain everything. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed. 8,000 years ago, a moon witch, your ancestor, bound the first wolf shifters to human form. It was meant to be a gift, a way for us to live among humans without fear. But the magic came with a price. What price? Every generation, our connection to the wolf weakens. We lose our strength, our longevity, our ability to shift. Within another century, we'll be fully human, or we'll die trying to hold onto what we are. His copper eyes met mine. The only way to break the curse is for a Sylvit to willingly perform the unbinding ritual. Willingly, I echoed. What happens if I refuse? Then we die. All of us. Every pack on this continent. The weight of his words pressed down on me like a physical thing. And if I agree? Then you live. We live. The balance is restored. He paused. But the ritual requires a sacrifice. My stomach twisted. What kind of sacrifice? Your humanity. The room tilted. What? To unbind the curse, you have to take it into yourself. You become the anchor. Half human, half magic. You'll live as long as we do. Age as slowly as we do. But you'll never be fully human again. I sank onto the edge of the bed, my mind reeling. That's why Tarian is so determined to protect you, Axton continued. You're the only one who can save us. But he also knows what it will cost you. And the mate bond? Asked hoarsely. Where does that fit in? Axton's expression softened. The ritual requires a tether, a wolf strong enough to anchor you through the transformation. The mate bond is the strongest tether that exists. If Tarian marks you, he becomes your anchor, and you become his salvation. Or his destruction. Yes. I looked out the window at the compound below. Wolves moved through the clearing, some in human form, some shifted, all of them watching the lodge. Watching me. What if I can't do it? I whispered. What if I'm not strong enough? Then we're all dead anyway. Axton pushed off the doorframe. But for what it's worth, I think you're stronger than you know. He left, closing the door softly behind him. I sat in silence, staring at my hands. They were still trembling. Your humanity. That's what this would cost me. Everything I was. Everything I'd ever be. For a pack of wolves I didn't know. For a curse I didn't create. For an alpha who claimed I was his mate. I stood and moved to the window, pressing my palms against the cold glass. Below, Tarian stood in the center of the clearing, surrounded by his pack. He was dressed now, black pants, a dark shirt, but his presence was unmistakable. Even from here, I could feel the pull of him, that invisible cord connecting us. As if sensing my gaze, he looked up. Our eyes met across the distance, and the bond flared to life. Hot, insistent, undeniable. I jerked back from the window, my heart racing. Do not let him mark you. Grandmother Evania's warning echoed in my mind. But what if she was wrong? What if the bond was the only way to survive this? A knock at the door made me jump. It's Noriel. A cool voice called. I'm coming in. The door opened before I could respond. The silver-blonde woman stepped inside, carrying a tray with food and water. She set it on the desk, then turned to face me. You look terrified, she observed. I'm fine. You're a terrible liar. Noriel crossed her arms. Let me guess. Axton told you about the curse, about the sacrifice. And now you're wondering if you should run. I said nothing. She smiled thinly. You won't, though, because despite everything, you feel it. The bond. The pull. And you're curious. I'm not. Don't bother denying it. Noriel moved closer, her pale gray eyes boring into mine. I can smell it on you. The bond is already forming. Tarian feels it too. It's driving him insane, actually. He hasn't slept in 3 days. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand something, Iskira Thorne. Her voice dropped, cold and sharp. Tarian is a good alpha, a strong alpha, but he's also a man who has waited 30 years for his mate. And now that he's found you, he will do anything, sacrifice anyone, to keep you. Is that a threat? It's a warning. Noriel's expression didn't change. If you're not ready to accept the bond, if you're not ready to give up your humanity and become one of us, then you need to leave.
Now.
Before he marks you. Because once that happens, there's no going back. And if you break the bond after it's complete, what? It will kill him. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. So choose carefully, Noriel said, turning toward the door. Because the life you're holding in your hands isn't just your own. She left, and I was alone again with the weight of an impossible choice. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw amber eyes and felt the pull of the bond tugging at my chest. I saw Grandmother Evania's letter. I heard Axton's words. Your humanity. I heard Noriel's warning. It will kill him. By the time dawn broke, I'd made a decision. I needed answers. Real answers. Not warnings or prophecies or half-truths. I needed to understand what I was, what the ritual would do, and whether I could live with the consequences. I dressed quickly, pulling on clean clothes someone had left in the wardrobe. Then I slipped out of the lodge and into the early morning mist. The compound was quiet. Most of the pack was still asleep. I moved quickly, following the scent of old paper and herbs, the unmistakable smell of a library or archive. I found it in a building at the edge of the clearing. The door was unlocked. Inside, shelves lined every wall, packed with books, scrolls, and leather-bound journals. Dust motes danced in the pale light filtering through the windows. I started searching. Hours passed. I found histories of the packs, records of alphas, treaties, and wars. But nothing about the Sylvet bloodline. Nothing about the curse. Until I found a journal hidden behind a false panel in the bottom shelf. The cover was worn, the pages yellowed with age. But the handwriting inside was clear, precise. The Journal of Evania Sylvet. My grandmother's journal. My hands shook as I opened it. The first entry was dated 30 years ago. The prophecy has been confirmed. A Sylvet will be born in this generation. My daughter is pregnant. The child will carry the bloodline. The wolves are already searching. The hunters are mobilizing. I must prepare. If the child is a girl, she will be the one.
The key.
The sacrifice. I will protect her as long as I can. But I know how this ends. Sylvet always dies. The words blurred. Sylvet always dies. I flipped through the journal, scanning entries. Years passed in those pages. My mother's death. My birth. Grandmother Evania's desperate attempts to hide me. And then near the end, a final entry. Iskira is 20 now. The bond is forming. I can feel it in the air. Tarian Ashlocke has begun searching for her in earnest. I have failed. The curse will come for her. The ritual will demand her life. And I cannot stop it. But perhaps there is another way. If she refuses the bond, if she does not become the anchor, the curse will break differently. It will kill the wolves. All of them. But she will live. Is that mercy? Or cowardice? I don't know anymore. I only know that I love her. And I cannot bear to lose her the way I lost her mother. So I will tell her to run. And pray she never comes back. The journal slipped from my hands. Grandmother Evania hadn't been protecting me. She'd been protecting herself from losing me, even if it meant condemning an entire species to death. You found it. I spun around. Tarian stood in the doorway, his amber eyes shadowed with exhaustion. He looked like he hadn't slept, like he'd been carrying the weight of the world for far too long. How long have you known? I asked, my voice shaking. Did your grandmother lie to you? He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Since the day she died. I found her journal first. I was going to burn it. Why didn't you? Because you deserved the truth. He moved closer, stopping just out of reach. Even if it hurts. Tears burned my eyes. She wanted me to let you all die. She wanted you to live, Tarian corrected gently. That's what love does. It makes you selfish. And what do you want? I looked up at him, my vision blurring. Do you want me to die for your pack? No. The word was fierce. I want you to live. I want you to choose freely. And I want to find a way to break this curse without sacrificing you. Axton said there's no other way. Axton doesn't know everything. Tarian reached out slowly, giving me time to pull away. When I didn't, he cupped my face in his hands. His touch was warm, careful. I've been searching for another way for 10 years, Iskira. And I will keep searching, even if it takes another 100. You don't have 100 years. Then I'll make do with what I have. His thumb brushed away a tear on my cheek. But I will not let you die for me. I won't. Even if it means your pack dies instead? His jaw tightened. Even then. The bond pulsed between us, stronger now, insistent. I could feel his heartbeat as if it were my own. Could feel his exhaustion, his fear, his desperate, aching need to protect me. Why? I whispered. Why would you choose me over them? Tarian's amber eyes burned. Because you're mine. And I don't care if the world burns. I will not lose you. Then he kissed me. It wasn't gentle. It was desperate, consuming, full of 3 years of searching and 30 years of waiting, and a lifetime of loneliness finally breaking apart. I should have pushed him away. Should have remembered the warnings. But I didn't. Because for the first time since I'd returned to Silverpine Ridge, I didn't feel afraid. I felt found. When we finally broke apart, both of us breathing hard, Tarian rested his forehead against mine. I'm sorry, he murmured. I shouldn't have. Don't apologize. But your grandmother's letter. My grandmother was wrong. I pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. And I'm not going to let fear make my decisions anymore. Hope flared in his expression. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm staying. I'm saying I want to find another way. And I'm saying... I took a shaky breath. I'm saying yes. To the bond. To you. To all of it. Tarian's eyes widened. Iskira. But I interrupted. You have to promise me something. Anything. We find another way. We don't stop looking. And if we can't... I swallowed hard. If we can't, then we face it together. No sacrifices. No martyrs. Together. For a long moment, he just stared at me. Then he smiled, a real smile. Bright and devastating. Together, he agreed. And he kissed me again. Outside. A howl split the morning air. Then another. And another. Tarian pulled away instantly, his body going rigid. That's the alarm. What does it mean? His face had gone pale. It means we're under attack. He grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door. We burst outside into chaos. Wolves were shifting, running, forming defensive lines. Noriel was shouting orders. Axton was already in wolf form, teeth bared. And at the edge of the clearing, emerging from the forest like ghosts, were dozens of figures in black tactical gear. Hunters. Leading them was a tall man with silver hair and cold blue eyes. He raised a hand, and the hunters stopped. Tarian Ashlocke, the man called, his voice carrying across the compound. I am Commander Xavian Cross of the Hunter Coalition. You are harboring a Sylvet. Surrender her, and we will leave your pack unharmed. Tarian stepped in front of me, his body a shield. She's under my protection. Then you choose death. Commander Cross smiled. So be it. He dropped his hand, and the hunters opened fire. Chapter 3. Blood and Silver. The world exploded into violence. Silver bullets tore through the air, streaks of death that found fur and flesh with sickening precision. Wolves fell, their howls cut short. Blood sprayed across the dirt. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the copper tang of death. Tarian shifted instantly, his black wolf form massive and terrifying. He lunged at the nearest hunter, taking the man down with bone-crushing force. Around us, the pack responded with coordinated fury. Noriel's silver wolf moved like liquid mercury, dodging bullets and closing the distance. Axton led a flanking group, circling behind the hunter's line. But there were too many. For every hunter that fell, 2 more took their place. "Get inside," a voice shouted. A young woman with dark braids grabbed my arm. "You can't be out here. I'm not leaving them. You're the reason they're dying." Her eyes were wild with fear and fury. "If the hunters take you, this was all for nothing. Now move." She dragged me toward the main lodge. Behind us, the battle raged. I looked back just in time to see Tarian take a bullet to his shoulder. He staggered but didn't fall, his amber eyes finding mine across the chaos. "Go," his gaze commanded.
Live.
The woman shoved me through the lodge door and slammed it shut behind us. "Barricade it," she ordered, already moving furniture.
Now.
I helped her pile chairs and a heavy table against the door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip anything. "What's your name?" I asked. "Varia." She moved to the window, peering through the curtains. "I'm one of the pack healers. And right now, I'm the only thing standing between you and a bullet. I should be out there. I should. You should stay alive." Varia's tone was sharp. "That's the only thing that matters. If you die, the pack dies. If you live, there's still hope." Another volley of gunfire. More howls, some victorious, some agonized. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block it out. But I couldn't. Every cry of pain felt like it was tearing through my own chest. The bond. I could feel Tarian's rage, his determination, his pain as another bullet grazed his ribs. Could feel the pack bonds spreading out like a web, some threads strong, others flickering, fading, going dark as wolves died. "How do we stop this?" I whispered. Varia looked at me, her expression grim. "We don't. We survive." The battle lasted 30 minutes. It felt like hours. When the gunfire finally stopped, the silence was worse. I moved to the window, my stomach churning with dread. Bodies littered the clearing, some in human form, some are still wolves. Blood soaked the earth, but the pack was standing. Wounded, bleeding, furious, but standing. The hunters were retreating, dragging their dead with them. Commander Cross stood at the tree line, his cold blue eyes fixed on the lodge. "On me." "This isn't over, Silvet," he called. "We will return. And next time, we'll bring an army you cannot defeat." Then they were gone, melting back into the forest. Tarian shifted back to human form, blood streaming from multiple wounds. He swayed on his feet, but his voice was strong when he shouted orders. "Healers tend to the wounded. Scouts track the hunters, but do not engage. Axton, I want a full count of our dead." Noriel limped over to him, her silver hair matted with blood. 6 dead, Alpha. 12 wounded. "We got lucky." "Lucky," Tarian repeated bitterly. He looked toward the lodge, and even from here, I saw the exhaustion and rage in his amber eyes. "Get me Iskira."
Now.
Varia unbarricaded the door. "He's going to be angry," she warned. "I know." I stepped outside into the carnage. The pack turned to look at me, some with gratitude, some with resentment, all with exhaustion. I forced myself to meet their gaze, to see what my presence had cost them. Tarian reached me in 3 strides. He grabbed my shoulders, his grip tight enough to bruise. His eyes blazed with a wild mix of relief and fury. "Are you hurt?" he demanded. "No, Did they touch you? Did any of them get inside?" "No, Tarian, I'm fine." He pulled me against his chest, holding me so tightly I could barely breathe. Through the bond, I felt his terror crashing over me like a wave. He'd thought I was gone, thought he'd lost me before he'd even had a chance to keep me. "I'm okay," I whispered against his bloodied skin. "I'm okay." He shuddered, then released me, stepping back. His alpha mask slid back into place, controlled, commanding. But I could still feel the tremor in his emotions. "Noriel," he said, his voice rough. "Secure the perimeter. Double the guard rotations. I want eyes on every approach to this compound." "Yes, Alpha." Axton, gather the council. We will meet in 1 hour. Axton nodded, already moving. Tarian turned back to me. You're coming with me. Where? Somewhere we can talk without an audience. He took my hand and led me away from the clearing, away from the staring eyes and the bodies being carried to the pyre. We walked in silence until we reached a small stone building at the far edge of the compound. Inside was sparse, a bed, a desk, weapons on the walls. His scent was everywhere. Your real quarters, I said. Yes. He closed the door and leaned against it, suddenly looking far older than his years. I gave you the lodge because it's safer, more visible, but this. He gestured around. This is where I actually live. I looked around, taking in the details. Books stacked on the desk, histories, battle strategies, medical texts. A map on the wall with territories marked in different colors. A single photograph on the nightstand. I moved closer to look at it. A younger Tarian stood with an older man and woman, both with the same amber eyes. His parents, I realized. The resemblance was striking. They died in a hunter raid, Tarian said quietly. 15 years ago. My father was alpha before me. He died protecting the pack. My mother, she took her own life 3 days later. The mate bond, you see. She couldn't survive without him. My throat tightened. I'm sorry. I was 20 when I became alpha. Too young, too angry, too determined to prove I could lead. I made mistakes. Lost wolves I should have saved. He pushed off the door and moved to the window, staring out at the compound. And now I've brought you here. Put a target on your back. Cost 6 of my wolves their lives. That's not your fault, isn't it? He turned to face me. I knew what would happen when I brought you here. I knew the hunters would come. But I did it anyway because I was selfish. Because I wanted you safe. Because I wanted you close. You gave me a choice, I said firmly. I chose to stay. You chose based on incomplete information. Then tell me everything. I moved closer, meeting his amber eyes. No more secrets. No more half-truths. If we're doing this, if we're facing this together, I need to know what we're up against. Tarian studied me for a long moment. Then he nodded. Sit, he said, gesturing to the bed. This is going to take a while. I sat. He remained standing, pacing as he spoke. The curse your ancestor created wasn't meant to be permanent, he began. The Moon Witch, Elsinore Sylvet, bound the first wolves to human form as a mercy. We were being hunted to extinction. She thought if we could pass as human, we could survive. But something went wrong, I said. The magic was too powerful. It didn't just give us human form. It began to erase our wolf nature entirely. Each generation, the bond between wolf and human weakens. We lose our strength, our healing, our connection to the moon. He stopped pacing, his expression haunted. My great-grandfather could shift at will and heal from nearly any wound. My father struggled to maintain his wolf form for more than a few hours. I can barely heal from silver anymore. And the next generation? May not be able to shift at all. The weight of it settled over me. How many packs are affected? All of them. Every wolf shifter on this continent traces their lineage back to those first-bound wolves. We're all dying, Iskira. Slowly. Inevitably. He looked at me. Unless a Sylvet performs the unbinding ritual, which requires my humanity, I said quietly. Yes.
His voice was strained.
The ritual reverses the original binding. But the magic needs an anchor, a living Sylvet willing to absorb the curse into themselves. You would become immortal, essentially, tied to the wolf packs for as long as they exist. But you would also lose the ability to age normally, to have children, to live a human life. And if I refuse? The curse continues. Within 3 generations, we'll be extinct. I closed my eyes, trying to process. You said you were looking for another way. Have you found anything? Tarian's jaw tightened. Nothing concrete. But there are rumors. Old texts that mention a second ritual. One that might break the curse without requiring a sacrifice. What kind of ritual? I don't know. The texts are fragmentary, scattered across different archives. Some are in languages no one's spoken for centuries. But the hints suggest that the Moon Witch left a failsafe, a way to undo her magic if it ever went wrong. Hope sparked in my chest. Where are these texts? That's the problem. Tarian ran a hand through his dark hair. Most of them are in Hunter archives. Protected, guarded, impossible to access without starting a war. So, we're back to the original ritual. Not necessarily. He moved closer, kneeling in front of me, so we were eye level. There's one text I know the location of. It's in the Cold Moon Archive, a neutral territory maintained by a pack that doesn't take sides in pack politics. If we can get there, if we can access their records, we might find what we need. When do we leave? We. His amber eyes widened. Iskira, no. It's too dangerous. The Cold Moon territory is a 3-day journey through hostile lands. Hunters patrol the roads. Rival packs control the mountain passes. Then it's a good thing I'm coming with you, I said firmly. Because you said it yourself, I'm Sylvet. If we find this fail-safe ritual, I'm the only one who can perform it. I can bring the text back. And waste time translating it? Figuring out what it means? What if there are questions only I can answer? I stood, forcing him to look up at me. Besides, the mate bond means we're stronger together, right? That's what Axton said. Tarian's expression was conflicted. The bond also means I'll be distracted, constantly worried about protecting you instead of focusing on the mission. Then teach me to protect myself. In 3 days. You'd be surprised what I can learn when my life depends on it. I offered my hand. Please, Tarian. Let me help. Let me be part of the solution instead of just the problem everyone's dying for. He stared at my hand. Then, slowly, he took it. One condition, he said, standing. You train with Noriel. She's the best fighter in the pack. If she says you're not ready, we wait.
Deal.
His thumb traced circles on my palm, a gesture so tender it made my breath catch. You're either very brave or very foolish, Iskira Thorne. Maybe both. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Then it faded. There's something else you need to know. The seriousness in his tone made my stomach tighten. What? The hunters today, they were just a scouting party. Commander Cross wanted to test our defenses, see how far we'd go to protect you. Now that he knows we won't surrender you willingly, he'll report back to the Hunter Coalition. And they'll send more. Many more. Tarian's grip on my hand tightened. We have maybe a week before they mobilize a full assault. If we're going to Cold Moon territory, we need to leave tomorrow, before the hunters blockade the mountains. Tomorrow? My pulse quickened. That's not much time to prepare.
No.
It's not. He lifted my hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to my knuckles. The gesture was old-fashioned, achingly gentle. Which is why you need to start training now. Now? It's barely afternoon. The pack is still recovering from the battle. The pack will recover faster than you will if you take a silver bullet. His amber eyes were serious. I meant what I said, Iskira. I won't lose you, but that means you need to be able to defend yourself. So we train.
Today. Now.
He was right. I knew he was right. But the thought of stepping back into that clearing, of facing Noriel and the others who just watched their packmates die for me. They blame me, I said quietly, for the attack, for the deaths. Some do, Tarian admitted. But most understand that you didn't choose this. You didn't ask to be born Sylvet any more than we asked to be cursed. And once they see you willing to fight, willing to train, willing to risk yourself for the pack. He squeezed my hand. They'll come around. You sound very certain. I am. His smile was small but real. Because I've seen who you are, Iskira. You're not running. You're not hiding. You're facing this head-on. And that kind of courage? It's contagious. I wanted to believe him.
God, I wanted to.
Okay, I said. Let's train. Noriel was waiting in the training yard, a flat area ringed by wooden posts and targets. She cleaned the blood from her hair and changed into fighting leathers, but her pale gray eyes were still cold when they landed on me. So the Sylvet wants to learn how to fight, she said. How noble. Noriel. Tarian's voice held a warning. It's fine, I said, stepping forward. She's right to be angry. 6 wolves died because of me today. I'd be angry too. Something flickered in Noriel's expression. Surprise, maybe. Or grudging respect. At least you're honest, she said. Most would make excuses. I don't have any excuses. I just want to make sure no one else dies because I'm defenseless. Noriel studied me for a long moment. Then she moved to a weapons rack and pulled out 2 wooden training swords. We'll start with the basics, she said, tossing one to me. I caught it clumsily. Stance, grip, footwork. Don't expect to be good. Don't even expect to be competent. Just try not to embarrass yourself. Tarian settled on a bench to watch, his arms crossed. A few other wolves had gathered, curious, skeptical, waiting to see the human girl make a fool of herself. Noriel moved into a fighting stance, her sword held loosely, but with clear expertise. Show me what you've got, Sylvet. I adjusted my grip on the wooden blade, trying to remember the self-defense classes I'd taken in college. Plant your feet. Keep your center of gravity low. Watch your opponent's eyes. Noriel attacked. She moved like water, fast, fluid, impossible to predict. Her sword cracked against mine, jarring my arms. I stumbled back, barely blocking the next strike. Pathetic, Noriel said. Again. She came at me harder this time. I blocked, parried, and tried to create distance. But she was relentless. Within seconds, she disarmed me, the wooden blade spinning away into the dirt. You fight like a human, she said, disgusted. All thought, no instinct. I am human. I shot back, retrieving my sword. Not if you want to survive in our world. She moved back into position. Again. We went again. And again. And again. Each time she knocked me down. Each time I got back up. By the 10th round, my arms were screaming. My legs were shaking. Sweat dripped into my eyes. But I was learning. I was starting to see the patterns in her movements. The way she favored her left side. The tell in her shoulders before she struck. In the 11th round, I almost landed a hit. Noriel's eyes widened in surprise as my blade grazed her ribs. Then she smiled, a real smile, sharp and approving.
Better, she said.
Now, let's see if you can do it again. We trained until the sun began to set. By the end, I could barely lift my arms. But I'd landed 3 hits. Not enough to win, but enough to survive. Noriel lowered her sword, breathing hard. You're tougher than you look, Sylvet. Iskira, I corrected, gasping for air. My name is Iskira. She tilted her head, considering. Iskira, then. She extended her hand. Welcome to the pack. I stared at her hand, then took it. The wolves watching broke into applause, not mocking, but genuine. Approving. Tarian stood, his amber eyes bright with pride. Well done. I collapsed onto the bench beside him, every muscle in my body protesting. I think I'm going to die. You'll heal. He handed me a water skin. Tomorrow, we work on endurance. The journey to Cold Moon territory won't be easy. Great, I muttered. Something to look forward to. He laughed, a real laugh, warm and unguarded. The sound made something in my chest ache. Come on, he said, standing and offering his hand. Let's get you fed and rested. Tomorrow's going to be even harder. I let him pull me to my feet, leaning on him more than I wanted to admit. As we walked back toward the lodge, the pack bonds hummed around us, stronger now, more accepting.
I was still an outsider.
Still human. Still the reason wolves had died. But I was also trying. And for now, that was enough. That night, I dreamed of silver bullets and amber eyes. I dreamed of a ritual written in blood and moonlight. And I dreamed of a voice calling my name, ancient, powerful, female. Come to me, daughter of the Moon Witch. Come to the Cold Moon Archive. The answers you seek are written in bone and shadow. But be warned, the truth will demand a price you may not be willing to pay. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. The room was dark.
Silent.
But on the desk by the window, something gleamed in the moonlight. A silver feather. I hadn't put it there. And when I picked it up, it burned cold against my palm. Like ice, like magic, like a promise and a threat all at once. Tomorrow, the wind seemed to whisper. Tomorrow, the Real journey begins. Chapter 4. The Gathering Storm. I didn't tell Tarian about the feather. I should have. I knew I should have. But something stopped me, some instinct that whispered this was meant for me alone. A message, a warning, a test. Instead, I tucked it into my jacket pocket and tried to focus on the day ahead. Dawn came too early. I dragged myself out of bed, every muscle protesting yesterday's training. My arms felt like lead. My legs threatened to give out with each step. But I forced myself to move, to dress, to face what was coming. Today, we left for Cold Moon territory. When I emerged from the lodge, the compound was already alive with activity. Wolves moved with purpose, packing supplies, checking weapons, saying quiet goodbyes to those who would stay behind. Tarian stood at the center of it all, issuing orders with calm authority. He'd changed into traveling clothes, dark leather pants, a fitted shirt, a long coat that made him look every inch the alpha he was. His dark hair was tied back, revealing the sharp lines of his face. When he saw me, his amber eyes softened. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Like I got trampled by a pack of wolves." A smile tugged at his mouth. "That's accurate. Noriel doesn't believe in gentle training." I noticed. I rolled my shoulders, wincing. "So, what's the plan?" "We travel light and fast. 6 of us total, you, me, Axton, Noriel, and 2 scouts, Merrick and Airless. Everyone else stays to defend the compound in case the hunters return." Only 6. That seemed dangerously small. More would draw attention. And in hostile territory, smaller numbers mean we can move faster, hide easier. He gestured to a pack at his feet. "I've prepared supplies for you. Food, water, basic medical kit, and this." He handed me a knife in a leather sheath. It was beautiful, the blade silver bright, the handle wrapped in dark leather. Runes I didn't recognize were etched along the blade's length. "Silver?" I asked, surprised. "Silver-edged, steel core. It'll work on both wolves and humans if you need it to." His expression was serious. "I hope you never have to use it. But if you do, aim for the throat or the heart. Don't hesitate. Hesitation gets you killed." I strapped the knife to my belt, feeling its weight settle against my hip. "Understood." "Good." He pulled out a map, spreading it across a nearby crate. "Our route takes us northeast, through the Thornwood Forest. It's technically neutral territory, but several packs hunt there. We'll need to move carefully, mask our scent when we can." I studied the map. A winding path marked in red led through dense forest, crossed 2 rivers, and ended at a symbol that looked like a crescent moon. "How long will it take?" 3 days if the weather holds and we don't run into trouble. For if we do. He traced the route with his finger. "We'll stop at 2 safe houses, one run by a wolf named Cassius who owes me a favor, another maintained by the Cold Moon Pack as a way station for travelers. And if the hunters are tracking us, then we run. Fast." His amber eyes met mine. "Stay close to me at all times. If something happens, if we're separated, head northeast and find the river. Follow it upstream. Cold Moon territory is at the source." The instructions were clear, practical. But beneath them, I heard the unspoken message. If I fall, keep going. "Tarian, promise me." His hand found mine, squeezing tight. "Promise me that if it comes down to a choice between your safety and mine, you'll choose yourself. I'm not leaving you, Iskira."
I'm not
"Leaving
you."
I stepped closer, lowering my voice so only he could hear. "You said we do this together. That means we both make it, or neither of us does." Frustration and something that looked like fear flickered across his face. "You don't understand what you're asking." "I understand perfectly." I touched his chest, feeling his heartbeat through the leather. Through the bond, I felt his wolf stirring. Protective, possessive, desperate. "You're stuck with me, Alpha. Get used to it." For a moment, he just stared at me. Then he pulled me close, wrapping his arms around me in a fierce embrace. "You're going to be the death of me," he murmured against my hair. "Or the life of you," I countered. "We'll find out which." He pulled back just enough to look at me, and the intensity in his gaze stole my breath. "When this is over," he said quietly, "when we've found the answers we need and broken this curse, I'm going to properly court you. No prophecies, no life or death stakes. Just you and me. Court me." I couldn't help but smile. That's very old-fashioned. I'm 147 years old, Iskira. Everything about me is old-fashioned. His thumb brushed my cheek. "But I mean it. You deserve to be wooed, pursued, treasured, not just claimed because fate said so." My throat tightened. "I'd like that." "Then stay alive long enough to let me do it." Before I could respond, Axton's voice cut through the moment. "Alpha, we're ready to move." Tarian released me reluctantly, his hand lingering on mine for just a second longer. Then the alpha mask slid back into place, controlled, commanding, focused. "Let's move out," he ordered. We left Blackthorn Den as the sun climbed above the tree line. The pack gathered to see us off, some offering blessings, others grim nods of respect. Varia pressed a small pouch into my hands. "Healing herbs," she said. "The green ones are for infection. The white ones dull pain. Don't use them unless you have to. They'll make you drowsy." "Thank you." She studied me for a moment, then added quietly, "Bring him back alive. We've already lost too many alphas." The weight of her words settled over me. "I will." I hoped it wasn't a lie. The Thornwood Forest was unlike anything I'd seen before. The trees were ancient, massive trunks that reached toward the sky like pillars holding up the heavens. Moss covered everything, muffling our footsteps. The air smelled of decay and growth, of life and death intertwined. Tarian led our group with practiced ease, his movements silent despite his size. Axton and Noriel flanked us, their eyes constantly scanning for threats. The two scouts, Merrick, a lean wolf with black hair, and Airless, a woman with ice-blue eyes, ranged ahead and behind, watching our backs. We moved in silence, speaking only when necessary. The first few hours passed without incident, but as the sun reached its peak, Merrick suddenly froze. He raised his hand, a signal. Everyone stopped. Tarian moved forward, joining Merrick at the front. They spoke in low voices, too quiet for me to hear. When Tarian returned, his expression was grim. "We have company," he said quietly. "Another pack is hunting nearby. At least 8 wolves, maybe more." "Can we avoid them?" Noriel asked. "Not without backtracking for 2 hours. And that would put us on the main road where the hunters patrol." Tarian looked at each of us. "We move through their territory. Stay quiet, stay close, and if they challenge us, let me do the talking." "And if they attack?" Axton's hand went to the knife at his belt. "Then we fight fast and run faster." Tarian's amber eyes found mine. "Iskira stays in the center of the group at all times. Protect her first. Understood?" A chorus of agreement. We moved forward, tension crackling in the air. The forest changed as we entered the other pack's territory. Markers appeared, claw marks on trees, scent posts, bones arranged in warning patterns. This pack didn't welcome visitors. Airless suddenly stiffened. "We're being followed." "How many?" Tarian asked, his voice deadly calm.
3. No, 4.
Moving parallel to us on both sides. "They're hurting us," Noriel muttered. "Driving us toward something." Tarian's jaw tightened. "Keep moving. Eyes open. If this turns into a fight." A wolf stepped onto the path ahead of us. It was massive, russet-colored with yellow eyes that gleamed with intelligence and malice. More wolves emerged from the trees surrounding us. 8 in total, just as Merrick had estimated. They didn't attack. They just watched, waiting. Then a 9th wolf appeared. This one was different. Larger, older, with gray-streaked fur and scars crisscrossing its body. An alpha. It shifted in a smooth motion, becoming a man with iron-gray hair and hard, weathered features. Tarian Ashlocke, the man said, his voice gravelly. You're a long way from Blackthorn Den.
Darius.
Tarian's tone was neutral, respectful, but not submissive. We're just passing through. We don't want trouble. And yet trouble seems to follow you wherever you go. Darius's yellow eyes swept over our group, landing on me. His nostrils flared. A human. In Thornwood. How unusual. She's under my protection. Is she now? Darius moved closer, and Tarian immediately stepped between us. The older alpha smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Protective, aren't you? What makes this human so special? That's my business. Not when you bring her through my territory. Darius's voice hardened. I've heard rumors, Ashlocke. Whispers about a Sylvet returning to Silverpine Ridge. About the Hunter Coalition mobilizing. About alphas making foolish choices for the sake of a mate bond. My breath caught. He knew. The girl is none of your concern, Tarian said, his voice dropping into a growl. She is when she brings hunters to our doorstep. Darius gestured, and his wolves moved closer, tightening the circle. The Thornwood pack has survived for 300 years by staying out of other packs' wars. We don't take sides. We don't involve ourselves in ancient curses or prophecies. And we certainly don't harbor weapons that could get us all killed. She's not a weapon. She's a Sylvet. Darius's eyes were cold, which means she's either our salvation or our destruction. And I don't gamble with my pack's survival. Then let us pass, Tarian said. We're not staying. We're not asking for shelter. Just safe passage through your territory. And when the hunters come looking for her, when they burn my forest searching, what then? Then we'll be long gone. You can truthfully say you never sheltered us. Darius studied him for a long moment. You're asking me to trust you, Ashlocke. To trust that your selfish need to protect your mate won't bring death to my doorstep. I'm asking you to remember that we're all fighting the same curse, Tarian said quietly. That Sylvet is our only hope of surviving past the next generation. If you kill her, if you turn her over to the hunters, you're condemning every wolf on this continent to extinction. Maybe extinction is better than what comes after. But Darius's voice had lost some of its edge. He looked at me again. Step forward, girl. Let me see you. Tarian's hand shot out, stopping me.
No.
It wasn't a request. And I don't care. Tarian's eyes bled to gold. You want to see her, you go through me first. The tension ratcheted up to breaking point. Darius's wolves growled, their hackles raised. Axton and Noriel moved into defensive positions. Merrick and Airless shifted, ready to fight. This was about to become a bloodbath. Stop. My voice cut through the standoff. Just stop. I stepped forward before Tarian could grab me again. Iskira, no. It's okay. I kept my eyes on Darius, forcing myself to stay calm. You want to know if I'm worth dying for? Ask me. Not him. Darius raised an eyebrow. Bold. Foolish, but bold. He moved closer, and I could smell wet earth and old blood on him. Are you worth it, Sylvet? Are you worth the lives that will be lost protecting you? I don't know, I said honestly. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be born with this blood. But I'm trying to find a way to break the curse without anyone dying. That has to count for something. Trying isn't succeeding.
No.
But it's better than giving up. I met his yellow eyes. If you kill me, if you hand me over to the hunters, you're choosing extinction. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. Is that really what you want for your pack? Darius was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. You have a spine, girl. I'll give you that. He turned to Tarian. I'll let you pass. But on one condition. Name it. When you find your miracle cure, when you discover how to break the curse, you share it. You don't hoard it for the Blackthorn pack alone. Every pack benefits or none do. Agreed. Tarian didn't hesitate. Agreed. Darius nodded slowly. Then go.
Quickly.
Before I change my mind. He shifted back to wolf form and melted into the forest. His pack followed, disappearing as silently as they'd appeared. We stood in stunned silence for a moment. That Axton said finally, was too easy. I know, Tarian agreed, his eyes scanning the trees. He let us go too quickly. He's planning something. Or he's genuinely hoping we'll succeed, I offered. Noriel snorted. Darius doesn't hope. He calculates. And right now, he's calculating that letting us pass costs him less than killing us would. Whatever his reasons, Tarian said, we need to move.
Fast.
Before he changes his mind or the hunters catch up. We pushed forward at double speed, putting as much distance between ourselves and the Thornwood pack as possible. By the time the sun began to set, we'd covered impressive ground. But exhaustion was setting in. My legs ached. My shoulders burned from carrying the pack. Every step felt like wading through mud. There, Merrick pointed ahead. The first safe house. It was a small stone cottage tucked into a hillside, nearly invisible unless you knew where to look. Smoke rose from the chimney, a good sign. Someone was home. Tarian knocked in a specific pattern, 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. The door opened to reveal a man who looked to be in his 60s, with silver-streaked hair and kind brown eyes. But I could see the wolf in him, the way he moved, the sharpness in his gaze. Tarian Ashlocke, the man said, his voice warm. It's been too long. Cassius. Tarian clasped his hand. Thank you for honoring our agreement. Of course. A debt is a debt. Cassius's eyes swept over our group, lingering on me. And this must be the reason half the mountain is in an uproar. Sylvet herself. Her name is Iskira, Tarian said firmly. Iskira. Cassius inclined his head respectfully. Welcome to my home. You're safe here. Come in, all of you. I've prepared food and beds. We filed inside gratefully. The cottage was warm, cozy, filled with the smell of stew and fresh bread. My stomach growled audibly. Cassius laughed. Hungry work, running from hunters and angry alphas.
Sit, eat.
Then we'll talk. The stew was the best thing I'd ever tasted. I ate 3 bowls, too hungry to be embarrassed. Around me, the others did the same, the tension slowly draining from their shoulders. After the meal, Cassius pulled Tarian aside. They spoke in low voices by the fire. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw Tarian's expression grow darker with each passing moment. When he returned to the table, his face was grim. What is it? Axton asked. The hunters have mobilized faster than we expected. Cassius says there are search parties combing the mountains. They've set up checkpoints on all the main roads.
Tarian looked at me.
They're not just looking for you anymore. They're looking for any wolf traveling with a human companion. They know we're together.
How?
Noriel demanded. Commander Cross has informants. Spies in multiple packs. Tarian's jaw tightened. Someone is feeding him information. The implication hung in the air like poison. There was a traitor among the wolves. Could it be Darius? Airless suggested. He let us go too easily. Darius is many things, but he's not a traitor to his own kind, Cassius said, joining us. No, this is someone else. Someone who believes turning in the Sylvet will buy them mercy from the hunters. Or someone who wants the curse to continue, I said quietly. Someone who benefits from the status quo. Everyone turned to look at me. Think about it, I continued. If the curse is broken, pack hierarchies might shift. Alphas who rely on the old magic might lose power. Not everyone wants things to change. Tarian's expression was thoughtful. She's right. There are alphas who've built their authority on the curse. They've convinced their packs that suffering is noble, that decline is natural. If we break the curse, their lies are exposed. So we're not just fighting hunters, Axton said. We're fighting our own kind too. We were always fighting both, Noriel said grimly. We just didn't want to admit it. Cassius moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. You need to leave at first light. The hunters will be here by noon tomorrow. I can feel it. And I'd rather not have to explain why I'm harboring the most wanted wolf and human on the continent. Understood, Tarian said. We'll be gone by dawn. One more thing. Cassius turned back to us. The second safe house, the Cold Moon way station. Don't trust it. Tarian's eyes narrowed. Why not? Because word reached me yesterday that it's been compromised. Either by hunters or by traitors. Maybe both. If you stop there, you'll be walking into a trap. Then we skip it, Axton said. And push straight through to Cold Moon territory, Tarian finished. That's an extra day of travel with no shelter. Better than dying in a trap, Noriel pointed out.
Tarian looked at me.
Can you handle another full day without rest? I thought about the ache in my legs, the exhaustion weighing down my bones. Then I thought about the silver feather in my pocket, the voice in my dreams, the answers waiting at the Cold Moon archive. Yes, I said. I can handle it. His amber eyes held mine, searching. Then he nodded. Then that's what we'll do. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in a small bedroom Cassius had provided, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. Everything was moving so fast. Too fast. 3 days ago, I'd been a normal woman returning to her grandmother's cabin. Now I was a fugitive, running from hunters and traders, carrying the weight of an entire species on my shoulders. A soft knock at the door made me sit up. It's me. Tarian's voice low and careful. Come in. He slipped inside, closing the door behind him. In the dim moonlight filtering through the window, he looked younger somehow. Less alpha, more man. Couldn't sleep either? He asked. Too much to think about. He moved to the window, looking out at the forest. I keep thinking about what you said. About someone benefiting from the continuing curse. You think I'm right? I think you're brilliant. He turned to face me. And I think we've been so focused on external threats that we miss the internal ones. Do you have any idea who the traitor might be? His expression darkened. Suspicions. But no proof. And accusing an alpha without evidence would start a civil war. That's what they're counting on, isn't it? That we won't act because we're afraid of the consequences. Yes. He moved closer, sitting on the edge of the bed. That's why we need to find those texts. Why do we need to break this curse? Once the threat of extinction is gone, once we're no longer desperate, the traitor's power disappears. I studied his face in the moonlight, the strong jaw, the amber eyes that saw too much, the shoulders that carried too much weight. When did you become alpha? I asked quietly. 20. My father died, and the pack needed a leader. I was the only heir. That's young. Too young. His voice was heavy with old regrets. I made mistakes. Lost wolves I should have saved. Trusted people I shouldn't have. It took me years to learn that being alpha isn't about being the strongest or the smartest. It's about making the choices no one else wants to make. Like letting me come on this journey, even though it terrifies you. He looked at me, surprise flickering across his face. You can feel that? Through the bond.
Yes.
Your fear is loud. A rueful smile. I'm not hiding it very well, am I? You're doing fine. I reached out, taking his hand. His fingers were warm, calloused from years of fighting. But you don't have to hide it from me. I'm scared too. Of what? Everything. I laughed, but it came out shaky. Of failing. Of the ritual. Of losing myself. Of losing you before I even really have you. His grip tightened. You won't lose me. You can't promise that. No, he admitted. But I can promise to fight like hell to make sure we both survive this. We sat in comfortable silence for a moment, hands clasped, the bond humming between us. Tarian, I said finally. The feather. A howl split the night. Then another. And another. Tarian was on his feet instantly. That's Cassius's warning call. We're under attack. He yanked open the door and shouted. Everyone up.
Now.
The cottage exploded into activity. Axton and Noriel emerged from their rooms, weapons already drawn. Merrick and Airless were shifting, their wolf forms ready for battle. Cassius burst through the front door, blood streaming from a gash on his shoulder. Hunters, he gasped. At least 20. They surrounded the house while we slept. Someone told them we were here. The traitor, Noriel snarled. Doesn't matter now. Tarian pulled me close. We run. There's a back exit through the cellar. Cassius, can you hold them? For 5 minutes. Maybe 10. The older wolf's eyes were fierce.
Go.
Protect the Sylvad. That's all that matters now.
Thank you, Tarian said.
For everything. Cassius nodded once. Then he shifted and charged back out into the night. We ran. Down narrow stairs into a damp cellar. Through a hidden tunnel that opened into the forest. Behind us, gunfire erupted. Wolves howled. Men screamed. We didn't look back. We couldn't, because the hunt had truly begun. And this time, there would be no mercy. Chapter 5. The River of Shadows. We ran through the night like ghosts fleeing from hell itself. Behind us, the sounds of battle faded into the distance. Gunfire, howls, the sickening crack of bones breaking. I tried not to think about Cassius. I tried not to imagine him falling beneath silver bullets while we escaped. But the guilt gnawed at me with every step. Keep moving, Tarian urged, his hand tight around mine. Don't stop. Don't look back. The forest was a blur of shadow and moonlight. Branches whipped at my face. Roots tried to trip me. My lungs burned, but I pushed through the pain, driven by pure adrenaline and the bond pulling me forward. Axton led the way in wolf form, his copper fur barely visible in the darkness. Noriel and the scouts flanked us, watching for pursuit. But so far, we've heard nothing behind us. That worried me more than if they'd been chasing. Why aren't they following? I gasped out between breaths. They're smart, Tarian said grimly. They know we have to head northeast eventually. They're probably setting up ambush points along the route. So, we're running into a trap either way. Not if we change our route. He pulled me to a stop, the others gathering around us. Axton, how far is the Blackwater River? Axton shifted back, breathing hard. 3 miles east. But Alpha, that river is cursed territory. No pack goes near it. Exactly. Which means the hunters won't expect us there. There's a reason no pack goes there, Noriel said, her pale eyes worried. The stories. They're just stories. But Tarian's voice lacked conviction. We don't have a choice. If we stay on the main route, we're dead. The river is our only option. What stories? I asked, looking between them. An uncomfortable silence fell. Finally, Airless spoke, her ice-blue eyes distant. They say the Blackwater River is where the first moon witch performed her binding ritual. The water ran black for 3 days afterward, poisoned by the magic. And some say... She hesitated. Some say the spirits of the wolves she bound still haunt the riverbanks. That they drag anyone who gets too close into the water. Spirits, I repeated. You're worried about ghosts? Not ghosts, Merrick said quietly. Echoes. Magic gone wrong. Things that should have died, but didn't. I looked at Tarian. Through the bond, I felt his conflict, the fear warring with necessity. If we go to the river, I said slowly, and these echoes, or whatever they are, attack us, can we fight them? I don't know, Tarian admitted. No one who's encountered them has survived to tell the tale.
Great.
So our choices are certain death by hunters or possible death by magical river monsters. Essentially, I thought about the silver feather in my pocket, about the voice in my dreams calling me to the Cold Moon Archive, about the fact that I was descended from the woman who'd created this curse in the first place. Take me to the river, I said. Iskira. I'm Sylvat. If the magic there is connected to my ancestor, maybe I can, I don't know why, control it. I knew how insane it sounded, but we were out of options. We have to try. Tarian studied my face for a long moment. Then he nodded. East, then. To the Blackwater River. He looked at his wolves. Anyone who wants to turn back, I won't hold it against you. This is beyond what I can ask of my pack. No one moved. Axton smiled grimly. We've come this far, Alpha. Might as well see it through. Noriel cracked her knuckles. Besides, I've always wanted to see if the stories were true. Then let's go, Tarian said. Before I change my mind. The forest changed as we headed east. The trees grew darker, twisted, their branches reaching toward each other like gnarled fingers. The underbrush thickened until we were forcing our way through thorns and hanging vines. The air grew heavy, oppressive, carrying a scent like old copper and decay. No birds sang here. No insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed afraid to move through these trees. "I don't like this," Merrick muttered. "It feels wrong." "It is wrong," Airless agreed. "The magic here is old. Angry." I could feel it too, a prickling on my skin, a pressure building in my skull. The silver feather in my pocket grew cold, so cold it burned through the fabric. "We're close," Tarian said, his voice tense. The trees suddenly gave way to a clearing. And there it was, the Blackwater River. It was wider than I'd expected, at least 50 feet across, moving with an unnaturally slow current. The water wasn't quite black, more like dark gray, opaque, reflecting nothing. Not the moon, not the stars, not even the trees lining its banks. And it was completely silent. No rushing water, no gurgling over rocks. Just eerie, absolute silence. "Gods," Axton whispered. The stories didn't do it justice. Noriel had gone pale. "We have to cross that?" "Not cross," Tarian said.
Follow.
"The river runs northeast, straight into Cold Moon territory. If we stay on the banks, we can use it as a guide." "And if the echoes come?" Merrick asked. "Then we find out if the Sylvet blood means anything." All eyes turned to me. No pressure. I moved closer to the water's edge, drawn by something I couldn't name. The cold from the feather in my pocket intensified until I had to pull it out, gasping. The silver feather gleamed in my palm, brighter than before. And as I held it, the water began to ripple. "Iskira," Tarian warned, moving to my side. "Step back." But I couldn't move, because something was rising from the water. A figure made of mist and memory, vaguely human-shaped, but wrong. Its eyes were hollow voids. Its mouth opened in a silent scream. Then another rose.
And another.
Dozens of them, emerging from the river like drowned souls seeking air. "Run," Airless breathed.
No.
The word came from my mouth, but it didn't sound like my voice. It was layered, ancient, carrying echoes of someone else. "They're not here to hurt us. They're here because they remember." The figures drifted closer, and I could see details now, wolves frozen mid-shift, caught between human and animal form. Their faces were twisted in agony, in rage, in sorrow. "The first wolves," I whispered. "The ones my ancestor bound. These are their echoes." "Can you control them?" Tarian asked, his body tense and ready to shift. "I don't know." The largest echo surged forward, reaching for me with translucent hands. Tarian moved to intercept, but the echo passed right through him, leaving frost in its wake. It stopped inches from my face, and I forced myself to hold still, to meet those hollow eyes. Images flooded my mind. A woman with silver hair and eyes like stars, standing on these riverbanks, blood on her hands and power radiating from her skin. The Moon Witch. Elsinore Sylvet. My ancestor. Wolves gathering, desperate, dying, hunted to near extinction by humans who feared what they didn't understand. "Please," the wolves begged. "Save us. Make us human. Let us hide in plain sight." And Elsinore had tried. She'd woven a spell of binding, of transformation, of mercy. She'd given them human form, human voices, human faces. But the magic had been too strong. It hadn't just given them a disguise. It had begun to erase what they truly were. And she'd known. She'd known and done it anyway because the alternative was watching them die. "I'm sorry," Elsinore had whispered as the magic took hold. "I'm so sorry. I've saved you, but I've cursed you. And I don't know how to undo it." The vision faded. I stumbled back, gasping, tears streaming down my face. She didn't mean to curse them. She was trying to save them. "What did you see?" Tarian demanded. "Everything. The binding ritual. Why did she do it?" She knew it would go wrong, but she did it anyway because the wolves were dying. I looked at the echoes surrounding us. These are the ones who volunteered first. The ones who trusted her. And when the curse began to take hold, when they realized what was happening, it was too late. The echoes drifted closer, their hollow eyes fixed on me. They want something, Noriel said, her voice tight with fear.
They want to be free, I said.
They've been trapped here for 1,000 years, unable to fully die, unable to fully live. They're waiting for. The largest echo reached out again, and this time I didn't pull away. Its translucent hand touched my forehead. A cold exploded through my skull. And I heard it, a voice like whined through dead leaves, like water over stone, like the last breath of something ancient. Daughter of Elsinore, blood of our binding. We have waited so long for you to return. I'm here, I whispered. Tell me how to free you. The same way she bound us. Through sacrifice. Through blood. Through will. The unbinding ritual. No. The voice was sharp, urgent. The unbinding will free the living, but we are beyond that now. We need something different. Something only you can give. What? Your acknowledgement. Your forgiveness on behalf of our Maker. Tell us we did not die for nothing. Tell us our sacrifice meant something. Give us permission to rest. My throat closed. I don't have the right. You're Sylvet. You have every right. The echo's grip on my forehead tightened, desperate. Please. We are so tired. I looked at Tarian. Through the bond, I felt his fear, his confusion, but also his trust. He nodded slightly. I turned back to the echoes, to these fragments of souls who'd been suffering for a millennium. You didn't die for nothing, I said, my voice steady despite the tears. You saved your kind. You gave them time, gave them a chance to survive. And yes, the magic went wrong. Yes, the curse has caused suffering.
But your sacrifice meant something.
It means something now. Because I'm here. Because I'm going to finish what Elsinore started. I'm going to break the curse and set everyone free, the living and the dead. The echoes grew brighter, their forms more solid for just a moment. Do you swear it? On your blood, on your magic, on your very soul? I swear it. Then take this. The largest echo reached into its own chest, a movement that should have been impossible, and pulled out something that gleamed like moonlight made solid.
A key.
It was made of bone and silver, covered in runes that hurt to look at. The moon witch hid a failsafe. A way to break the curse without sacrifice. But she locked the knowledge away, afraid of what would happen if it fell into the wrong hands. This key opens that lock. The echo pressed the key into my palm. It was ice cold and burning hot at the same time. Find the Cold Moon Archive. Seek the Vault of Forgotten Things. Use the key. And finish what she could not. Wait, I said desperately. How do I use it? Where exactly is this vault? But the echoes were already fading, their forms dissolving into mist. Trust your blood, daughter of Elsinore. It will guide you when the time comes. And thank you. Thank you for setting us free. They vanished. The river was just a river again, dark, silent, but somehow less oppressive. I stood on the bank, the bone key clutching in my hand, my whole body shaking. Tarian caught me as my legs gave out. What just happened? I got us a key, I said, my voice distant. And a new problem. We need to find something called the Vault of Forgotten Things. Never heard of it, Axton said. Neither have I, Noriel added. The Cold Moon Pack will know, Airless said suddenly. They're the keepers of the archive. If this vault exists, they'll know where it is. Then we keep moving, Tarian said, helping me to my feet. Can you walk? I think so. I tucked the bone key carefully into my pocket next to the silver feather. But Tarian, there's something else. The echo said the failsafe doesn't require a sacrifice. That means we might actually survive this, he finished, and the hope in his voice was almost painful to hear. Maybe. If we can find the vault. If the information is really there. If we can break the curse before the hunters kill us all. Those are big ifs.
Yeah.
I managed a weak smile. But they're better than no ifs at all. He kissed my forehead gently.
Come on.
We have a lot of ground to cover before dawn. We followed the river northeast as the night wore on. True to Tarian's words, we encountered no hunters. The cursed reputation of the Blackwater River kept both wolves and humans far away. We were alone with the dark water and the ancient trees and the weight of what we'd learned. I couldn't stop thinking about the echoes. About the desperate wolves who'd trusted Elsinore Sylvet to save them, only to become trapped in an endless half-life. About the weight of 1,000 years of suffering. And about the promise I'd made. I'm going to break the curse and set everyone free, the living and the dead. No pressure at all. As dawn approached, the forest began to change again. The twisted trees gave way to straighter trunks. The oppressive feeling lifted. And in the distance, I could see mountains rising against the lightning sky. Cold moon territory, Tarian said, relief evident in his voice. We made it. Not yet, Merrick warned. He was in wolf form, his ears pricked forward. I smell something. Multiple wolves. At least a dozen. Hostile. Axton asked. Can't tell yet. But they're approaching fast. We moved into a defensive formation, Tarian and Noriel in front, the scouts flanking, me protected in the center. My hand went to the knife, at my belt. Through the trees, I caught glimpses of movement. Silver fur, white fur, gray, a mix of wolves converging on our position with coordinated precision. They emerged from the forest in a semicircle, blocking our path. These wolves were different from any I'd seen before. Larger, more heavily muscled, moving with an almost military precision. And their eyes, every single one had eyes the color of ice and silver. The largest stepped forward and shifted. She was tall, with long white blonde hair and pale skin marked with intricate tattoos that glowed faintly in the dawn light. Her ice-silver eyes assessed us with cold intelligence. Tarian Ashlocke, she said, her voice melodic but carrying an edge of command. You're trespassing on Cold Moon Packlands. Alpha Selka, Tarian said, bowing slightly, a sign of respect between equals. We seek sanctuary and access to the archive. I'm calling in the debt your pack owes mine. Selka's expression didn't change. That debt was paid 3 years ago when we sheltered your wounded after the Wester massacre. Then I'm asking for new terms. Please. We're being hunted. We need your protection. We. Selka's eyes swept over our group, landing on me. Her nostrils flared. A Sylvet. You brought a Sylvet to my territory without permission or warning. I had no choice. There's always a choice, Ashlocke. Selka moved closer, and her wolves tensed, ready to attack at her signal. You chose to bind yourself to her. You chose to put your pack at risk. You chose to flee here, bringing hunters and danger to my doorstep. Please, I said, stepping forward despite Tarian's warning hand. If you're going to be angry at someone, be angry at me. I'm the one they're hunting. I'm the reason we're here. But I'm also the only one who can break the curse that's killing all of us. Selka's ice-silver eyes fixed on me. You think you can break a curse that stood for 1,000 years? How arrogant. Not arrogant. Desperate. I pulled out the bone key, holding it up so she could see. The echoes at the Blackwater River gave me this. They said there's a fail-safe hidden in your archive. A way to break the curse without sacrifice. Let us search for it. Help us. And if we succeed, your pack survives. If we fail... I swallowed hard. If we fail, you can hand us over to the hunters and save yourselves. Silence fell. Selka stared at the key, and for the first time, her expression shifted. Surprise, recognition, maybe even fear. Where did you get that? She asked quietly. I told you. The echoes. The echoes haven't spoken to anyone in 300 years. They're fragments, barely conscious. They shouldn't have been able to give you anything. Well, they did. I kept my hand steady, the key gleaming in the morning light. Which means they believe I can do this. The question is, do you? Selka was quiet for a long moment, her wolves watching her, waiting for her command. Finally, she spoke. You may enter Cold Moon territory. You may access the archive. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to something cold and dangerous. But if you bring the hunters here, if you endanger my pack, I will kill you myself. Sylvit or not. Understood? Understood. Good. Selka turned to her wolves. Escort them to the compound. Full security protocols. No one leaves without my permission. As her wolves surrounded us, not quite hostile, but definitely not friendly, Selka looked at Tarian. You've risked everything for her, Ashlocke. I hope she's worth it. She is, Tarian said without hesitation. Selka's expression was unreadable. We'll see. The Cold Moon compound was built into the mountainside itself, a fortress of stone and ice that looked like it had grown from the earth rather than been constructed. Waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs, their water-feeding streams that wove through the buildings. Everything was white and silver and blue, beautiful and cold and ancient. We were led to a large hall carved directly into the mountain. Crystals embedded in the walls provided light, making the space glow with a soft, ethereal radiance. Wait here, one of the Cold Moon wolves instructed. Alpha Selka will send for you when she's ready. Then they left us, and we were alone. I sank onto a stone bench, exhaustion finally catching up with me. We'd been running for almost 24 hours straight. My legs felt like jelly. My mind was foggy. You should rest, Tarian said, sitting beside me. We all should. We're safe for now. Are we? Noriel asked skeptically. Selka didn't exactly roll out the welcome mat.
She let us in.
That's more than I hoped for.
Tarian looked at me.
You did well. Showing her the key was smart. I just told her the truth. I pulled out the bone key, studying it in the crystal light. The runes seemed to shift and change, never quite the same pattern twice. I can't read these. Neither can I, Tarian admitted. But the archive should have scholars who can. If Selka lets us access it, Axton pointed out.
She will.
I don't know why I was so certain, but I was. She has to. This affects her pack as much as it affects ours. A door opened at the far end of the hall. A young woman with silver blonde hair entered, carrying a tray laden with food and water. Alpha Selka requests your presence in 1 hour, she said, setting down the tray.
Eat, rest.
Do not attempt to leave this hall, or you'll be detained. Understood, Tarian said. Thank you. The woman nodded and left. We ate in silence, too tired for conversation. The food was simple but good: bread, cheese, dried meat, fresh fruit. I devoured everything on my plate and half of Tarian's before my stomach finally felt satisfied. Better? He asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Much. I leaned against him, my eyes already drifting closed. I just need to rest for a few minutes. Sleep, he murmured, wrapping an arm around me. I'll wake you when it's time. I wanted to protest, wanted to stay alert, but exhaustion pulled me under like a tide. I dreamed of silver keys and ancient vaults, of a white-haired woman with star-bright eyes standing at a crossroads, watching me with an expression of terrible sadness and desperate hope. Hurry, she whispered. The hunters are closer than you think, and the traitor is already here. I jolted awake. Tarian was shaking me gently. It's time. I sat up, my heart still racing from the dream. The traitor. Elsinore said the traitor is here. Elsinore. Tarian frowned. You mean the Moon Witch? Iskira. She's been dead for... I know. But I saw her. In my dream. She warned me. I grabbed his arm. Tarian, what if the traitor isn't back at Blackthorn Den? What if they're here in the Cold Moon pack? His expression darkened. Then we're in even more danger than I thought. The door opened. The silver blonde woman stood there, her ice blue eyes cold and watchful. Alpha Selka, we'll see you now. Follow me. We had no choice but to obey. But as we walked through the crystalline corridors toward whatever awaited us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking straight into a trap. And somewhere in the shadows, the traitor was watching, waiting, ready to strike. Chapter 6. The Archive of Lies. Alpha Selka's chamber was unlike anything I'd expected. Instead of a throne room or war hall, we were led to what looked like a study. Walls lined with ancient books, maps spread across tables, artifacts displayed in glass cases. A fire crackled in a stone hearth, and the scent of old paper and mountain herbs filled the air. Selka stood by the window, her white blonde hair catching the afternoon light. She didn't turn when we entered. "Close the door," she commanded. The silver-blonde woman who'd escorted us obeyed, then took up position beside it. A guard, I realized. We weren't just guests. We were prisoners being granted an audience. "The bone key you carry," Selka said, still not turning. "Do you know what it really is?" "The echoes said it opens a vault," I replied carefully. "A failsafe the moon witch created." "The echoes told you the truth, but not the whole truth." Selka finally faced us, her ice-silver eyes unnervingly calm. "That key was created from Elsinore Sylvet's own bone. Her rib, to be precise. Carved while she still lived and bound with blood magic, so powerful it should have killed her." My hand went instinctively to my pocket where the key rested. Why would she do that? Because she knew her binding ritual was flawed. She knew it would eventually destroy what she was trying to save. Selka moved to one of the display cases, gesturing to an ancient scroll protected behind glass. "This is a letter she wrote to my ancestor 700 years ago. In it, she explained that she'd hidden the knowledge to undo her mistake. But she also warned that the failsafe came with its own price." "What price?" Tarian asked, his voice tense. She didn't say. Only whoever used the key would have to decide if the cost was worth paying. Selka's gaze fixed on me. "You swore to the echoes that you would break the curse. But are you prepared to pay whatever price the failsafe demands?" I thought about my grandmother's journal, about the entry that said the Sylvet always dies, about the ritual that would cost me my humanity. "I don't have a choice," I said quietly. "If I don't try, everyone dies anyway. There's always a choice." Selka's tone was neither kind nor cruel, simply matter-of-fact. "You could run.
Hide.
Live out your natural human lifespan far from all of this. It would be a coward's choice, but it would be yours." "I'm not a coward." "No," Selka agreed, something like approval flickering in her eyes. "You're not. That's why I'm going to help you." Relief flooded through me. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's matching emotion. "Thank you," he said. "Truly. Don't thank me yet." Selka moved to her desk, pulling out a leather-bound journal. "The Vault of Forgotten Things is real. It exists beneath this very mountain, in the deepest part of the archive. But accessing it requires more than just a key." "What else does it require?" I asked. 3 trials. Tests designed by Elsinore herself to ensure that only a true Sylvet, one worthy of wielding such power, could reach the vault. Selka opened the journal, revealing pages covered in cramped handwriting. "The first trial tests your blood. The second tests your mind. The third tests your will. And if I fail?" Selka's expression was grim. "Then the magic defending the vault kills you. Instantly. Painfully. Permanently." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. "How many have tried?" Tarian asked. "In 700 years? 4. Selka's ice-silver eyes were solemn. "All of them died in the first trial. None had pure Sylvet blood. They were distant descendants, diluted bloodlines. The magic rejected them." "But Iskira's blood is pure," Tarian said. "Her grandmother was a direct descendant. Then she has a chance." Selka closed the journal. "But understand, the trials were designed to be nearly impossible. Elsinore didn't want just any Sylvet accessing the failsafe. She wanted someone desperate enough, strong enough, and selfless enough to use it correctly." "When can I attempt them?" I asked. "Tonight. During the full moon. The magic is strongest then." Selka looked at Tarian. "You cannot go with her. The trials must be faced alone." "No." Tarian's voice was sharp. "Absolutely not. She's not going down there alone. The magic will kill anyone who tries to accompany her," Selka interrupted. "Those are the rules. If you truly want to protect your mate, Ashlocke, you'll let her do this alone." I felt Tarian's anguish through the bond, his wolf howling at the thought of me facing danger without him. But I also felt his understanding, his acceptance. "It's okay," I said, taking his hand. "I have to do this." "I know." His jaw was tight. "I just hate it." "So do I." I squeezed his fingers. "But we're out of options." Selka nodded approvingly. Then it settled. "You have until moonrise to rest and prepare. I'll have my scholars teach you what they know about the trials. It isn't much, but every advantage helps." "What about the hunters?" Axton asked. "They're still searching for us." "Let them search." Selka's smile was cold. Cold Moon territory has defenses they've never encountered. If they try to breach our borders, they'll regret it. Your immediate concern is surviving the trials, not surviving the hunters. She moved toward the door, then paused. "One more thing. The traitor you're looking for, the one feeding information to the hunters." My heart stuttered. "You know about them?" "I know there's someone in the wolf community who wants Silva dead. Someone who's been working with Commander Cross for months." Selka's expression was unreadable. "I don't know who they are, but I know they're close to you, Ashlocke. Someone in your inner circle." "That's impossible," Tarian said flatly. "My wolves are loyal." "Are they? All of them?" Selka's ice-silver eyes were piercing. "Think carefully. Who knew you were traveling to Cold Moon territory? Who knew your route? Who could have told the hunters where to find you at Cassius's safe house?" The implications hit like a physical blow. Only our travel group knew the plan, which meant the traitor was one of us.
Axton.
Noriel. Merrick. Airless. I looked at each of them in turn. Axton's copper hair and easy smile. Noriel's cold efficiency. Marek's quiet watchfulness. Airless's distant ice-blue gaze. One of them was a traitor. "You're paranoid," Noriel said to Selka, her voice sharp. "We've been with Tarian for years. We would die for him." "Would you?" Selka tilted her head. "Or would you sacrifice him to save yourselves? The Hunter Coalition is offering amnesty to any wolf who delivers the Sylvet. That's a powerful incentive." "We don't want amnesty," Axton said, his usual humor gone. "We want to survive. And we know Iskira is our only chance." "Then prove it." Selka gestured to her guard. "Amaris will take you to your quarters. You'll remain separated until after the trials. No communication between any of you. If there is a traitor, I want them isolated and nervous." "This is insane," Merrick protested. "We're packmates. You can't just." "I can, and I will." Selka's voice carried absolute authority. "You're in my territory now. My rules. Object again, and I'll have you all thrown in cells." Tarian looked like he wanted to argue, but he nodded slowly. "We'll comply." "Smart choice." Selka opened the door. "Amaris, escort them. Separately. And station guards at each door." The silver-blonde woman, Amaris, moved forward with 3 other wolves. They began separating our group, leading each person in a different direction. Noriel shot me a look I couldn't quite read before she disappeared down a corridor. Axton gave Tarian a reassuring nod, but his copper eyes were troubled. Merrick and Airless went without protest, though both looked back over their shoulders. And then it was just Tarian and me, standing in Selka's study with the weight of betrayal hanging over us. "I don't believe it," Tarian said quietly. "I don't believe any of them would betray us." "But you're not certain," I said. He met my eyes, and the pain in them was unbearable.
"No."
"I'm not certain, and that's worse than knowing." My quarters were comfortable, but clearly designed for security. 1 door, 1 window with bars, a bed, a desk, a private bathing room, and a guard stationed outside. A prison dressed as hospitality. I sat on the bed, trying to process everything. The trials, the traitor, the possibility that someone I'd started to trust wanted me dead. A knock at the door made me jump. "Enter," I called. A woman stepped inside, older, perhaps in her 60s, with gray-streaked dark hair and kind brown eyes. She carried a stack of books and scrolls. "I'm Thessa," she said, setting the materials on the desk. Cold Moon Pack's head scholar. Alpha Selka asked me to help you prepare for the trials. Thank you. I moved to the desk, looking at the ancient texts. What can you tell me about them? Thessa settled into the chair, her expression serious. The first trial tests your blood. You'll have to prove your Sylvan heritage by surviving a magical challenge designed to kill anyone without the proper bloodline. I don't know the specifics. The trial adapts to each person. Comforting. The second trial tests your mind. You'll face a puzzle or a riddle that can only be solved by understanding the original binding ritual. You'll need to think like Elsinore Sylvet to see the magic the way she saw it. And the third, Thessa hesitated. The third trial tests your will. Your determination to complete the task no matter the personal cost. It's different for everyone. But from what we know, it shows you your worst fear, your deepest pain, and asks if you're willing to face it anyway. I thought about my recurring nightmares, about watching everyone I cared about die, about being alone again. What happens if I give up during the third trial? Then the magic considers you unworthy, and you die. Thessa's brown eyes were compassionate. I know that's not what you want to hear, but you need to understand what you're facing. I do. I picked up one of the scrolls, trying to focus on the cramped writing. Will you help me study? I have until moonrise. Of course. Thessa pulled her chair closer. Let's start with what we know about Elsinore's magic. Hours passed in study and preparation. Thessa was patient, knowledgeable, walking me through the fragmentary records of Elsinore's binding ritual. The complexity of the magic was staggering, layers upon layers of spells, each one interconnected, each one necessary to hold the whole structure together. It's like a house of cards, I said, staring at a diagram showing the magical architecture. One wrong move, and the whole thing collapses.
Exactly.
Which is why the unbinding must be done perfectly. Thessa traced one of the spell lines with her finger. Elsinore understood that. She created the failsafe as a controlled collapse, a way to dismantle the curse piece by piece without causing catastrophic magical backlash. But she locked it away because she was afraid someone might misuse it. Or use it too soon. The curse had to run its course for a certain amount of time before the failsafe could work. Otherwise, the magical rebound would kill every wolf on the continent instantly.
Thessa looked at me.
That's why the timing of your arrival is significant. The curse is weak enough now that the failsafe should work without killing anyone. Should. Magic is never certain, Iskira. Even with the best preparation, there are risks. A knock interrupted us. The guard opened the door slightly. Scholar Thessa, Alpha Selka requires your presence. Thessa stood, gathering her materials. Study these texts, she told me, leaving several books on the desk. Especially the sections on blood magic and binding theory. They may help you in the trials. After she left, I tried to focus on the books. But my mind kept drifting to the traitor. Who would betray us?
And why?
Axton had been with Tarian for decades. He'd proven his loyalty 1,000 times over. But he also had a younger sister in another pack. What if the hunters threatened her? Noriel was cold and pragmatic. She'd questioned my worth from the start. What if she decided that sacrificing me was the smart strategic move? Merrick was quiet, watchful. I barely knew him. What secrets did he carry? And airless. There was something about her ice blue eyes that made me uneasy. She'd been the one to suggest following the river. Had she been trying to help, or leading us into a trap? I pressed my hands against my temples, trying to think clearly. The problem was that any of them could be the traitor, or none of them could be. Selka might be wrong, or lying to sow discord. I was spiraling, I realized, seeing threats everywhere, trusting no one. This was what the traitor wanted, to isolate me, to make me paranoid and afraid. I forced myself to take a deep breath, to center myself. Focus on what you can control, I thought. The trials, the failsafe. Breaking the curse. Everything else is noise. I returned to the books, determined to learn everything I could before moonrise. When the guard came to collect me, the sky was painted in shades of purple and gold. Sunset. The full moon would rise within the hour. I was led through winding corridors deep into the heart of the mountain. The air grew colder with each step. The walls changed from carved stone to natural rock, glittering with embedded crystals that pulsed with faint magical light. We reached a massive iron door covered in runes. Alpha Selka waited there, along with Tarian. He looked haggard, his amber eyes wild with barely contained fear. The moment he saw me, he pulled me into his arms. "I tried to talk her out of this," he said against my hair. "Told her I'd attempt the trials instead, that there had to be another way." "There isn't." I pulled back to look at him. "You know there isn't." "I know. But that doesn't mean I have to like it." His hands cupped my face. "Come back to me. Please. I've waited too long to find you. I can't lose you now." "You won't." I hoped I was telling the truth. "I'm tougher than I look." "I know you are." He kissed me, desperate, consuming, full of fear and love and goodbye. When he pulled away, his eyes were bright with unshed tears. "If something happens to me, if the traitor makes a move while you're in the trials, don't come looking. Just run. Get to the vault, break the curse, and run." "Tarian, promise me." I couldn't promise that. Wouldn't. But I nodded anyway, because it was what he needed to hear. Selka cleared her throat. "It's time." She approached the iron door, placing her palm against one of the runes. It flared bright silver, and the door began to open with a grinding sound like bones breaking. Beyond was darkness. Absolute, impenetrable darkness. "The trials begin the moment you step through," Selka said. "You cannot turn back. You cannot call for help. You face them alone, with only your blood, your mind, and your will to guide you." "I understand." Selka held out her hand. "The bone key. You'll need it to access the vault once you complete the trials." I handed it over, watching as she placed it on a small altar just inside the doorway. "It will be waiting for you," she said, "if you survive." "When," Tarian corrected fiercely, "when she survives." Selka's expression softened slightly. "When she survives," she agreed. I looked at Tarian one last time, memorizing his face, the strong jaw, the amber eyes, the dark hair falling across his forehead. Through the bond, I felt his love, his terror, his absolute faith in me. "I love you," I thought, knowing he could feel it through the bond even if I couldn't say it aloud. "I love you too," his emotions answered. "Come back to me." Then I turned and walked into the darkness. The door slammed shut behind me, and the first trial began. The darkness was total. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Then light flared, cold, blue, coming from everywhere and nowhere. I stood in a circular chamber carved from black stone. Symbols covered the walls, glowing with the same eerie blue light. And in the center of the room, floating in midair, was a single drop of blood. It pulsed like a heartbeat. "Approach," a voice commanded. It sounded like Elsinore from my dreams, but older, wearier. "Prove your blood is true." I moved closer to the floating blood drop. As I neared it, the symbols on the walls began to shift, rearranging themselves into words. Blood calls to blood. Life calls to life. Prove you are Sylvet or face death. Before I could process what that meant, the blood drop shot forward, piercing my chest directly over my heart. Pain exploded through me, white hot, all-consuming. I screamed, falling to my knees. My blood began to pour from the wound, but instead of pooling on the floor, it rose into the air, forming patterns, shapes, runes that matched those on the walls. "Show me your lineage," the voice commanded. "Show me the truth written in your veins." The blood runes shifted, forming images. I saw Elsinore Sylvet, her silver hair gleaming as she performed the binding ritual. I saw her daughter, born with the same magic. I saw generations of Sylvet women, each one carrying the power, each one hunted or hidden or sacrificed. I saw my grandmother Ivania as a young woman, fierce and determined, protecting her daughter, my mother. I saw my mother, dead at 25, her blood spilled on a forest floor. I saw myself as a baby, screaming, my blood already singing with power I didn't understand. The images moved faster now, showing not just the past but possibilities. Futures that could be. Me, completing the unbinding ritual, collapsing as the magic drained my life. Me, failing the trials, dying alone in this chamber. Me, succeeding but losing Tarian, watching him die because I was too slow, too weak, too human. Which future will you choose? The voice asked. Which sacrifice will you make? None of them. I gasped out through the pain. I choose a different path. I choose to break the curse without sacrifice. That's why Elsinore created the failsafe. The blood runes froze. And if the failsafe requires a sacrifice anyway? If there is no path without loss? I thought about Tarian's face, about the pack bonds I'd felt, connecting me to wolves I barely knew, about the echoes in the river who'd suffered for 1,000 years. Then I choose the loss that saves the most lives, I said. Even if that loss is me. The blood runes pulsed once, twice. Then they shattered, dissolving into mist. The wound in my chest closed, leaving only a faint scar in the shape of a crescent moon. Your blood is true, the voice said, and now it sounded almost approving. You're Sylvet. You may proceed to the second trial. A door appeared in the wall, one that hadn't been there before. I stood on shaking legs, my whole body trembling from the magical assault. 1 trial down, 2 to go. I walked through the door, into whatever awaited me next, and prayed I was strong enough to survive it. Chapter 7. The Mind's Labyrinth. The second chamber was vast, so vast I couldn't see the walls or ceiling. It stretched into infinity in all directions, filled with floating fragments of stone that hung in the air like broken pieces of a shattered world. Each fragment glowed with runes. I stood on the only solid ground, a circular platform no more than 10 feet across. Beyond it was nothing but empty space and those floating stones. The second trial begins. Elsinore's voice echoed around me. Solve the puzzle. Understand the binding. See what I saw when I wove the curse. The floating fragments began to move, slowly at first, then faster, spinning and weaving through the air in complex patterns. The runes on each stone flashed in sequence, some in silver, some in gold, some in that eerie blue light. I realized what I was looking at, the binding ritual itself. Each fragment represented a piece of the spell. Each rune was a component, and they were all connected, moving in relation to each other like a massive 3-dimensional puzzle. Find the flaw, the voice commanded. Find the moment where my magic began to fail. Show me where the curse took root. I watched the fragments spin, trying to make sense of the pattern. There had to be thousands of pieces, maybe tens of thousands. How was I supposed to find one flaw in all of this? Thinking like Elsinore, I reminded myself. See the magic the way she saw it. I closed my eyes, letting my other senses take over. Through the bond, I could feel Tarian's presence, distant but constant, a warm point of connection. And beneath that, I could feel something else. The magic itself. It had a rhythm, a pulse, like a heartbeat. I let myself sink into it, feeling the ebb and flow. The binding ritual was designed to give wolves human form, to mask their nature, to let them hide. But magic always has a price. Elsinore had known that. She tried to balance the equation, give wolves humanity, but let them keep their core nature. A synthesis. A transformation that worked both ways. But something had gone wrong. I opened my eyes, watching the fragments with new understanding. They're near the center of the pattern. One fragment that spun slightly slower than the others. One rune that flickered when it should have been constant. The anchor point. Every spell needs an anchor, something to ground it, to give it stability. Elsinore had used the wolves themselves as anchors, binding each generation to the next in an unbreakable chain. But she'd made one miscalculation. She'd assumed the wolves would stay connected to their wild nature. That even in human form, they would hunt, run, and live as predators. Instead, they'd adapted. They'd built societies. They'd created packs that functioned like human communities. They'd moved further and further from their wolf selves with each generation. And the anchor had begun to slip. Without the wild nature to ground the spell, the magic had started consuming itself, feeding on the very thing it was supposed to protect. There, I said aloud, pointing to the flickering fragment. That's where the flaw began. The anchor point. Elsinore tied the spell to the wolves' wild nature, but she didn't account for how much they would change over time. The fragments stopped spinning. The flickering stone floated toward me, stopping just within reach. Correct, the voice said. The flaw was in my assumption. I believed the wolves would remain wolves, even in human skin. I didn't understand that identity is fluid. That change is inevitable. The fragment dissolved, and in its place appeared a small glass vial filled with silver liquid. This is the essence of the flaw.
Keep it.
You will need it for the unbinding. I took the vial carefully, tucking it into my pocket next to the silver feather.
2 artifacts now.
2 pieces of the puzzle. You have passed the second trial, the voice continued. Your mind is worthy. But one trial remains. And it is the hardest of all. The floating fragments began to dissolve, one by one, until I stood alone on the platform in empty darkness. The trial of will asks one question. What are you willing to sacrifice? Not in theory, not in a hypothetical, but truly, actually. When faced with the real choice, will you have the courage to follow through? I already said I would. Words are easy. Truth is hard. Let's see if you mean what you say. The darkness shattered. I stood in a forest I recognized, the woods near my grandmother's cabin. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting everything in silver and shadow. But something was wrong. The forest was too quiet. No insects. No birds. No wind. And there, ahead of me, figures moved in the clearing. I ran forward, my heart pounding. The clearing came into view, and my blood turned to ice. Tarian was there, on his knees, silver chains binding his wrists and ankles. Blood streamed from a wound on his shoulder. His amber eyes were dulled with pain and exhaustion. Commander Cross stood behind him, a silver gun pressed to the back of Tarian's head. Iskira, the commander said, his voice echoing strangely. How kind of you to join us. This isn't real, I said, but my voice shook. This is the trial, an illusion. Does it matter? Cross smiled coldly. Real or not, the choice is the same. His life or the failsafe. Behind Cross, I saw the others, Axton, Noriel, Merrick, Airless. All bound in silver. All bleeding. All staring at me with expressions of pain and betrayal. You can save them, Cross continued. All you have to do is give up the bone key. Give up the unbinding. Walk away from the curse and let nature take its course. If I do that, every wolf dies anyway. Just slower. But Tarian lives. Cross pressed the gun harder against Tarian's skull. At least for a while. Long enough for you to have something resembling a life together. Isn't that what you want? To be with your mate? I looked at Tarian. His amber eyes met mine. And through the bond, even in this illusion, I felt his emotions.
Love, fear,
and determination. Don't, he said hoarsely. Don't give up the failsafe for me. I'm not worth more than the entire species. You are to me, I whispered. Then you're selfish. Cross's voice was mocking. You'd let thousands die so one wolf can live. How noble. My hands clenched into fists. This isn't a fair choice. Life rarely is. Cross cocked the gun. Decide now, Sylvet. The failsafe or your mate. You can't have both. I looked at Axton, who'd shown me kindness. At Noriel, who'd trained me despite her doubts. At Merrick and Airless, who'd risked their lives protecting me. They were all watching me, waiting. And I realized what the trial was really testing. Not whether I would sacrifice myself. That was easy, noble, expected. It was testing whether I would sacrifice him, whether I could make the hard choice, whether I could let Tarian die if it meant saving everyone else. I'm sorry, I said, tears streaming down my face. Tarian's eyes widened. Iskira, no. I'm sorry, I repeated, louder this time. But I can't sacrifice thousands of lives for one person. Not even you. Not even if it destroys me to lose you. I turned away from the clearing. Away from Tarian. Away from the bond screaming at me to go back. To save him. To choose him over everything else. If breaking the curse means you die, I said, my voice breaking, then I'll spend the rest of my life grieving you. But I'll do it knowing I made the right choice. Behind me, Cross's voice turned vicious. Then watch him die. The gunshot was deafening. I felt it through the bond. A spike of pain, of shock, of love and forgiveness. Then nothing. The bond went silent. Empty.
Dead.
I fell to my knees, screaming, my hands pressed against my chest where the mate bond had been. It felt like something vital had been ripped out of me, leaving a hole that would never heal. No, I sobbed. No, no, no.
The forest dissolved.
I was back in the black stone chamber. Alone.
Whole.
And through the bond, I felt Tarian's heartbeat, distant but strong.
Alive.
Illusion, I gasped. It was an illusion. Yes, Elsinore's voice said, and now it was gentle, almost sad. But your choice was real. Your willingness to sacrifice what you love most, that was real. And that is what makes you worthy. A door appeared, different from the others. This one was made of silver and bone, covered in runes that glowed like starlight. You have passed all 3 trials, daughter. The vault awaits. Take the bone key and unlock what I hid so long ago. Finish what I could not. I stood on shaking legs, my whole body trembling from the emotional assault. The trial felt so real. Watching Tarian die, feeling the bond break. It had been agony. But I'd made the choice. And I would make it again if I had to. I walked through the door. The vault of forgotten things was smaller than I'd expected. A circular room with walls of pure silver. Shelves carved into the walls held artifacts, scrolls, objects of power that hummed with ancient magic. And in the center of the room, on a pedestal of black stone, sat a book. It was bound in leather that looked like it had been white once but had darkened with age. Silver clasps held it closed, and a keyhole was set into the cover. The bone key sat on the altar where Selka had left it, glowing softly. I picked it up, feeling its weight, its cold-burning power. This was it. The moment everything had been leading to. I approached the book and inserted the key into the lock. It turned with a click that echoed through the vault. The clasp sprang open. I lifted the cover, revealing pages covered in cramped handwriting. Elsinore's hand, I realized. Her personal grimoire. The first page read, "To whoever finds this, I am sorry. Sorry for the curse I created. Sorry for the suffering it has caused. Sorry that you must be the one to undo my mistake. But know this, there is a way to break the curse without sacrifice. It requires 3 things, the essence of the flaw, the blood of a true Sylvet, and the willing consent of an alpha who carries the original binding in his bloodline. The ritual must be performed during a lunar eclipse, when the moon's power is at its strongest. You must reverse the binding, not erase it, but transform it. Give the wolves back what they have lost without taking away what they have gained. It will not be easy. The magic will fight you. But if you succeed, the curse will be broken. The wolves will be free. And you will become something new. Neither fully human nor fully wolf. A bridge between worlds. The first of a new kind. This is the price of the failsafe. Not death, but transformation. You will never be what you were, but you will be what is needed. Choose wisely, daughter. And may the moon guide your path." I read the passage 3 times, my mind racing. A lunar eclipse. The essence of the flaw, the silver vial I'd received in the second trial. My blood. And an alpha's consent.
Tarian.
It would work. The ritual would actually work. But the price, becoming something new, a bridge between human and wolf. What did that mean? Would I shift like they did? Would I age like they did? Would I still be me? I turned the pages, looking for more information. The ritual itself was complex, requiring precise timing and specific components. But it was there. Complete. Ready to be performed. assuming we could find a lunar eclipse. I flipped to the end of the book, looking for a calendar, any indication of when the next eclipse would occur. And there, in Elsinore's handwriting, was a note dated 700 years ago. The next lunar eclipse visible from these mountains will occur in the year 2024, on the winter solstice. If you are reading this, if you have survived the trials, I pray you have not come too late. My heart stopped. Today's date was December 18th, 2024. The winter solstice was in 3 days. We had 3 days to prepare the ritual, to gather the components, and to convince Tarian to participate. 3 days to save an entire species. No pressure at all. I closed the book carefully, cradling it against my chest. Then I turned and ran back through the chambers, through the trial's empty rooms, toward the iron door where Tarian waited. The door opened before I reached it. Tarian stood there, his amber eyes wild with relief and residual fear. The moment he saw me, he pulled me into his arms, so hard I could barely breathe. "You're alive," he gasped. I felt, through the bond, I felt something break, and I thought. "I'm okay," I said against his chest. It was part of the trial. An illusion. "I'm okay." He pulled back just enough to look at me, his hands framing my face, his eyes searching for any sign of injury. "What happened? What did you see?" "Later. I'll tell you everything later." I held up the grimoire. "Right now, we have work to do. The failsafe is real. The ritual is here. But we only have 3 days. 3 days until what? Until the lunar eclipse. Until our only chance to break the curse." I looked past him to where Selka stood, watching us with her ice-silver eyes. "We need to prepare. We need components and a clear space and you need to rest," Selka interrupted. "You've just survived trials that have killed 4 others. You're exhausted, traumatized, and in no condition to perform complex magic. I don't have time to rest." "You have 3 days," Selka said firmly, "which means you have time to eat, sleep, and recover your strength. The ritual will require everything you have, Iskira. If you attempt it while depleted, you'll fail. And we won't get another chance." She was right. I knew she was right. But the thought of waiting, of wasting precious time when we were so close. "Please," Tarian said softly, "listen to her. I can't lose you because you push too hard." I looked at him and saw the fear still lingering in his amber eyes. The echo of the bond breaking, even though it had been an illusion. "Okay," I said finally.
"Okay, I'll rest.
"But first I need to tell you what I learned. All of you." Selka nodded. "Then come. We'll gather in the council chamber. You can explain what you found, and we'll begin preparations." The council chamber was a large hall with a round table carved from a single piece of white stone. Tarian sat beside me, his hand never leaving mine. Selka took the head of the table, and one by one, the others were brought in. Axton entered first, his copper eyes sharp and alert. Noriel followed, her expression carefully neutral. Then Merrick and Airless, both watching everyone with wariness born of Selka's accusations. "We're still separated?" Axton asked, noting the guards stationed between each person. "Until I'm satisfied there's no traitor among you," Selka said coldly. "Now sit. Iskira has news." I opened the grimoire, laying it flat on the table so everyone could see. Then I explained everything, the trials, the fail-safe ritual, the requirements, the timeline. 3 days, Noriel said when I finished. Her pale gray eyes were calculating. That's barely enough time to gather the components, let alone prepare the ritual space. "The components aren't the problem," I said, pulling out the silver vial. "I have the essence of the flaw. I have my blood. And Tarian is the alpha with the original bloodline. His ancestor was one of the first wolves Elsinore bound." "Then what is the problem?" Axton asked. "The transformation," Tarian said quietly, his jaw tight. "Iskira becomes something new. Neither human nor wolf. What if that means she loses herself? What if the magic changes her so fundamentally that she's not the same person anymore? Then we find another way," I said firmly. "But Tarian, we don't have another way. This is it. Our only option. And yes, I'm scared. Yes, I don't know what I'll become. But I know what happens if we do nothing. Everyone dies. Including you. He closed his eyes, his hand tightening on mine. I can't ask you to do this. You're not asking. I'm choosing. But if something goes wrong, then we deal with it together. I turned to face him fully. That's what you said, remember? We face this together. No sacrifices. No martyrs. Together. His amber eyes opened, and in them I saw fear and love and desperate hope all tangled together. Together, he finally agreed. Selka cleared her throat. Then we prepare. Iskira, you'll rest and study the ritual. Tarian, you'll work with my scholars to ensure you understand your role. The rest of you, she looked at Axton, Noriel, Merrick, and Airless. You'll help prepare the ritual space and gather any additional components we might need. And the traitor? Noriel asked pointedly. You're just going to let us wander around unsupervised? You'll be watched, Selka said. Every moment. And if I catch anyone trying to sabotage this, I will execute them personally. Clear? A chorus of grim nods. Good. Then let's begin. We have 3 days to save the world. Let's not waste them. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, too exhausted to sleep. The grimoire was on the desk, its pages filled with hope and terror in equal measure. The ritual would work. I believed that. But what would I become? A bridge between worlds, Elsinore had written. Neither human nor wolf. Would I still feel like myself? Would I still love Tarian the same way? Would the transformation change something essential in me? I didn't have answers. All I had was faith that it would be worth it. A soft knock at the door made me sit up. Come in. Tarian slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. He looked as exhausted as I felt, dark circles under his amber eyes. Couldn't sleep either? I asked. Every time I close my eyes, I feel the bond break. He moved to sit on the edge of the bed. Even though I know it was an illusion, even though you're right here, I keep feeling it. I'm sorry, I said quietly. The trial, it showed me killing you, choosing the failsafe over your life. And for a moment, the bond went completely silent. I thought. My voice broke. I thought I'd actually lost you. He pulled me into his arms, and we held each other in the darkness, two people trying to convince themselves that they were both still alive, still together, still whole. 3 days, he murmured. In 3 days, we either save everyone or lose everything. We'll save everyone, I said with more confidence than I felt. We have to. And if the transformation changes you, if you become someone I don't recognize, I pulled back to look at him. Then you'll get to know the new me. And hopefully, you'll love her as much as you love this version. His smile was sad. I'll love any version of you. That's not what scares me. Then what does? That you'll look at what you've become and regret it. That you'll hate me for asking you to make this sacrifice.
You didn't ask.
I chose. I know, but that doesn't mean I don't feel guilty. He touched my face, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. You deserve a normal life, Iskira. A safe life. Not this. Maybe. But this is the life I have. And I'm choosing to make it mean something. I covered his hand with mine. Besides, normal is overrated. I'd rather be extraordinary with you than normal with anyone else. He kissed me then, soft and sweet and full of promises we might not be able to keep. When we broke apart, he rested his forehead against mine. 3 days, he said again. 3 days, I agreed. And we held each other in the darkness, counting down the hours until everything changed. Chapter 8. The Traitor's Hand. Day 1 began before dawn. I woke to find Tarian already gone, a note left on the pillow beside me. Working with the scholars. Don't push yourself too hard. I love you. T. I dressed quickly and made my way to the library Selka had designated as my workspace. The grimoire lay open on a large table, surrounded by candles, crystals, and various magical components the Cold Moon scholars had assembled. Thessa was already there, along with two other scholars, an elderly man named Lorcan and a young woman with bright green eyes named Silpha. "Good morning," Thessa said, though her expression was grave. "We've been reviewing the ritual. It's complex." "How complex?" I moved to the table, studying the pages. "You'll need to maintain 3 separate spell matrices simultaneously," Lorcan explained, his voice rough with age. "One to unbind the curse, one to transform it, and one to anchor yourself through the transition. If any of the 3 falters, the whole thing collapses. And if it collapses? Best case scenario? You die instantly," Silpha said bluntly. "Worst case? The magical backlash kills every wolf within a 100-mile radius." Comforting. I pulled out a chair and sat down. "Walk me through it, step by step." For hours, we worked through the ritual's intricacies. The timing had to be perfect. The eclipse would last exactly 11 minutes. Too early, and the moon's power would be insufficient. Too late, and the eclipse would pass, making the ritual impossible until the next one in 18 years. "What about the components?" I asked. "The essence of the flaw, my blood, Tarian's consent, is that everything?" "Almost." Thessa pointed to a passage near the end of the ritual. "You'll also need 3 witnesses who represent the past, present, and future of the wolf packs. They anchor the transformation in time, ensuring the changes propagate correctly through the curse's structure." "Who qualifies as witnesses?" "An elder who remembers the curse's beginning, an alpha who leads in the present, and a child who represents the future." Lorcan's expression was troubled. "The problem is finding an elderly person old enough. Most wolves from that era are dead or so close to death that they can't fulfill the role." "What about the echoes at the river?" I suggested. "They're from the original binding. Would they count?" The 3 scholars exchanged glances. "Theoretically, yes," Thessa said slowly. "But they're not corporeal. How would you bring them to the ritual site?" I pulled out the silver feather from my pocket. It had grown warmer since I'd entered the vault, pulsing with soft light. This appeared in my room the night before we left Blackthorn Den. "I think it's connected to Elsinore somehow, to the magic she left behind." I set it on the table. "What if it's meant to summon the echoes when we need them?" Silpha leaned forward, studying the feather with wide eyes. "May I?" I nodded. She reached out carefully, her fingers hovering just above the feather. "It's resonating with moon magic. Old moon magic from before the binding. This isn't just a summoning tool. It's a key to the veil between worlds." "Meaning?" "Meaning it can bring the dead back, temporarily, if their spirits are willing." Silpha looked at me. "But using it will drain you. Moon magic always demands a price." "What kind of price?" "Years of your life, most likely. How many depends on how long the echoes need to manifest." I thought about the echoes, those fragments of souls who'd suffered for 1,000 years. If using the feather could finally set them free, a few years of my life seemed a small price. "I'll do it," I said. "Iskira, wait," Thessa began. "We don't have another option. We need an elder witness, and the echoes are the only ones old enough." I looked at each of them. "Unless you have another suggestion?" Silence. Then it settled. "We use the feather." Lorcan sighed heavily. "You're as stubborn as Elsinore was. She'd be proud. Or horrified." I managed a weak smile. Hard to tell. A knock at the door interrupted us. One of Selka's guards entered, her expression tense. "Iskira Thorne, Alpha Selka, requests your immediate presence. There's been an incident." My stomach dropped. "What kind of incident?" "Just come, please." Selka's council chamber was in chaos. Axton was bleeding from a gash on his arm, Noriel pressing a cloth against the wound. Merrick stood in the corner, his face pale and shocked. And Airless. Airless was gone. "What happened?" I demanded. The traitor revealed herself, Selka said, her ice-silver eyes blazing with cold fury. Airless attacked Axton during the component gathering. When he fought back, she fled into the forest. My scouts are tracking her now. Airless. I looked at Axton. Are you sure? Positive. Axton's voice was tight with pain and anger. We were gathering moonstone crystals from the western caverns. She waited until we were alone, then came at me with a silver blade. Said the hunters had promised her immunity if she killed you and destroyed the grimoire. She admitted it? Bragged about it, actually. Axton winced as Noriel tightened the bandage. Said she'd been feeding information to Commander Cross for months. That she was the one who told them about Cassius's safe house. About our route through Thornwood territory. The betrayal stung, even though I'd barely known Airless. She'd seemed so quiet, so confident. I'd never suspected. Where's Tarian? I asked. Leading the hunt, Selka said. He left the moment we realized what happened. He's not taking it well. Through the bond, I felt his emotions, rage, betrayal, self-recrimination. He blamed himself for not seeing it sooner. I need to find him, I said. You need to stay here, Selka countered. Airless knows where you are. She knows about the ritual. If she escapes and reports back to the hunters, they'll attack during the eclipse when you're most vulnerable. Then we stop her before she escapes. We're trying. But she knows these mountains almost as well as my own wolves. And she has a head start. I looked at Axton. How badly are you hurt? I'll live. Silver burns like hell, but I've had worse. He stood, swaying slightly. If you're thinking about going after her, count me in. Me too, Noriel said, her pale gray eyes hard. That bitch nearly killed my packmate. She answers that. And me, Merrick added quietly. I've fought beside Airless for 5 years. I want to know why she'd betray us. Selka studied us, then nodded. Take 4 of my scouts with you. They know the terrain. But be careful, Airless is desperate. Desperate wolves are dangerous. We will be. I turned to Axton. Can you track her scent? Even wounded? Yes. He moved toward the door. Let's go before the trail goes cold. We ran through the forest. Axton in wolf form despite his injury, Noriel beside him. Merrick and I following with Selka's 4 scouts flanking us. The trail was fresh. Airless had fled northeast, deeper into Cold Moon territory, toward the higher mountains where the forest gave way to rocky cliffs and treacherous paths. She's heading for the border pass, one of Selka's scouts said. A lean wolf with dark fur named Bastion. If she reaches it, she can signal the hunters. They've been camped just outside our territory for 2 days. How far? I asked, my lungs burning from the pace. 2 miles. Maybe less if she's running flat out. We pushed harder. The forest blurred around us. My leg screamed in protest, my ankle, still not fully healed from the original crash, throbbing with each step. But I didn't slow down. Through the bond, I felt Tarian closing in from another angle. He was ahead of us, trying to cut Airless off before she reached the pass. Be careful, I thought to him, hoping he could feel it. Don't get yourself killed. A surge of love and determination came back. Then he was gone, focused entirely on the hunt. We broke through the tree line onto a rocky slope. Ahead, I could see a narrow pass between 2 cliff faces, the border bastion had mentioned. And there, scrambling up the rocks with desperate speed, was Airless. There, Merrick shouted. Airless looked back, her ice-blue eyes wide with panic. She shifted mid-stride, her white wolf form leaping from rock to rock with impossible agility. Axton and the scouts gave chase, but the terrain favored her. She was lighter, faster, more reckless. She was going to make it. Then Tarian appeared. His massive black wolf form launched from a higher ledge, cutting off Airless's escape route. She skidded to a halt, trapped between him and our pursuing group. She shifted back to human form, her hands raised. Tarian, please, she gasped. Please, just let me go. I didn't want this. I didn't have a choice. Everyone has a choice. Tarian's voice was cold, his amber eyes blazing with betrayal and fury. He shifted back, standing before her with absolute authority. You chose to betray your pack. You chose to put Iskira's life at risk. You chose to work with the hunters who've slaughtered our kind for centuries. Because they were going to kill my family, Airless's voice broke. My sister, my nieces, they're being held by the Hunter Coalition. Commander Cross said if I didn't cooperate, he'd execute them. What was I supposed to do? The anguish in her voice was real.
Raw.
I thought about my own father, about the impossible choices he'd made trying to protect me. You could have asked for help, Tarian said, but his voice had lost some of its edge. We could have rescued them. Instead, you betrayed us. Would you have risked your pack for my family? Airless's ice-blue eyes were bright with tears. Would you have put Iskira in more danger to save wolves you don't even know? Tarian didn't answer. Because we both knew the truth, he probably wouldn't have. Not when the stakes were already so high. Airless, I said, stepping forward. Where is your family being held? She looked at me, surprised. Why does it matter? Because you're right. You were put in an impossible situation. And while what you did was wrong, I understand why you did it. I moved closer, ignoring Tarian's warning growl. Tell me where they are. If we survive the ritual, if we break the curse, we'll rescue them. I promise. You can't promise that, Airless said bitterly. The hunters will kill them the moment they realize I've failed. Not if we move fast. I looked at Tarian. We have 2 days until the eclipse. If we send a team now. We don't have the wolves to spare, Tarian interrupted. Every wolf we have is needed to defend the ritual site. If the hunters attack during the eclipse, then we make a deal, I said, an idea forming. Airless, you said Commander Cross is camped near the border? She nodded warily. How many hunters? 20, maybe 25. He's waiting for reinforcements before attacking Cold Moon territory. I turned to Tarian. We use her as bait. She goes back to the hunters, tells them the ritual is happening tomorrow night instead of in 2 days. They'll attack early, when we're ready for them. We defend, we capture Cross, and we use him as leverage to free Airless's family. Silence fell. That's insane, Noriel said flatly. You want to intentionally provoke an attack? Better to fight on our terms than theirs. I looked at Selka's scouts. Can this territory be defended? With proper preparation, yes, Bastion said. But it would take every wolf we have. No margin for error. Then we prepare. I looked at Airless. Will you help us? Will you be the bait? She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. Why would you trust me after everything I've done? I don't trust you, but I understand you. I offer my hand. Help us stop the hunters. Help us save your family. And maybe, when this is over, you can find a way to forgive yourself. Airless looked at my hand, then at Tarian, then at the wolves surrounding us. If I do this, she said slowly, if I go back to Cross and lie to him, he'll know. He'll see through it. He's not stupid. You don't have to lie convincingly, I said. You just have to be captured. Let us catch you. Let us torture you for information. Make it look like you broke under pressure. He'll believe that. A flicker of hope crossed her face. That might actually work. It will work, I said with more confidence than I felt. But you have to commit. Fully. No more betrayals. No more working with the hunters. You're with us, or you're against us. Choose now. Airless looked at Tarian one more time. He said nothing, his expression unreadable. The choice was mine to make. He was telling me through his silence. He would support whatever I decided. Finally, Airless took my hand. I'm with you, she said. And I'm sorry. Truly. For everything. Save your apologies, I said, pulling her to her feet. Just help us end this. We spent the rest of the day preparing. Airless was interrogated in a very public way, screaming, crying, begging for mercy while Tarian and Selka's warriors took turns demanding information. It was a theater, carefully orchestrated to be witnessed by any hunters who might be watching the border. Within hours, she broke, revealing the false timeline for the ritual. Then we imprisoned her in a cell with a conveniently loose bar, allowing her to escape after dark. She fled back toward the hunter camp, exactly as planned. Now we waited. Think they'll buy it? Axton asked. We stood on the ramparts overlooking the northern approach to Cold Moon territory, watching for any sign of movement. They'll buy it because they want to, I said. Cross is impatient. Arrogant. He thinks we're desperate and foolish. He'll attack tonight believing he's catching us off guard. And if he waits, then we fight tomorrow during the actual ritual. Either way, we fight. Axton was quiet for a moment. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. About Airless. No one saw it. She fooled all of us.
Still.
I should have been more careful, more suspicious. He touched the bandage on his arm. Trusting people nearly got you killed. Trusting people also saved my life, I countered. You, Noriel, Merrick, Tarian, you've all risked everything for me. Don't let one betrayal make you doubt everyone else. He smiled faintly. You're wiser than you should be for 21. I had a good teacher. I thought of Grandmother Evania, of all the lessons she taught me about reading people, about knowing when to trust and when to run. I just wish she'd told me the truth sooner. Would you have believed her if she had? Probably not. I leaned against the stone wall, watching the sun set over the mountains. I thought she was paranoid, delusional. I ran away because I couldn't handle what she was telling me. And now I understand why she was so afraid. Why did she try so hard to hide me? I looked at Axton. She loved me. Everything she did, every lie she told, it was because she loved me and couldn't bear to lose me. Love makes us do terrible things, Axton agreed. And wonderful things. Sometimes both at once. A howl cut through the twilight, long, warning, urgent. They're coming, I breathed. Within seconds, the compound erupted into coordinated chaos. Wolves shifted, taking defensive positions. Archers moved to the ramparts. Selka's voice rang out, clear and commanding, directing her warriors. Tarian appeared at my side, already in fighting leathers, weapons strapped to his belt. Stay behind the lines. No matter what happens, don't engage directly. Tarian. Promise me. His amber eyes were fierce. We've come too far, risked too much. I won't lose you to a stray bullet the night before we break the curse. I wanted to argue, wanted to fight beside him, but he was right. I promise, I said. Just don't die. He kissed me hard and fast, not planning on it. Then he was gone, shifting mid-stride, his black wolf form joining the defensive line. I moved to a protected position behind the ramparts, where I could see but not be easily seen. And I watched as the hunters came. They moved through the forest like ghosts, tactical gear, night vision, weapons that gleamed silver in the fading light. 25, just as Airless had said. Maybe more in reserve. Commander Cross led them, his silver hair distinctive even in the darkness. They reached the border of Cold Moon territory and paused. Cross raised his hand, and a woman stepped forward, Airless, bloodied and disheveled, playing her role perfectly. The ritual is tonight, her voice carried across the distance. They're preparing now. The Sylvet is vulnerable. This is your chance. Cross studied the compound, his cold blue eyes calculating. How many defenders? 40 wolves, maybe 50. But they're spread thin. The eastern approach is weakest. It was a lie. The eastern approach was actually our strongest point. But Cross didn't know that. He smiled. Excellent work, Airless. When this is over, your family will be freed as promised. Another lie. I could see it in his eyes. He had no intention of freeing anyone. Airless must have seen it too, because her expression hardened. But she nodded, playing along. Then let's finish this, Cross said. He turned to his hunters. Move out. Kill the defenders. Capture Sylvet alive. Burn the grimoire. Tonight, we end the curse by ending its key. The hunters moved forward, and the battle began. It was chaos. Silver bullets against claws and teeth. Tactical precision against raw ferocity. Hunters who'd trained for years against wolves who'd been born to fight. The wolves had the advantage of numbers and home terrain. But the hunters had silver, and silver was death to any wolf it touched. I watched Tarian lead the defense, his black wolf form moving with deadly grace, taking down hunters with brutal efficiency. Axton fought beside him, copper fur streaked with blood. Noriel was a silver blur, her wolf form darting between enemies. And Selka. Alpha Selka was terrifying. Her white wolf was larger than any I'd seen, and she moved through the battle like an avenging angel, protecting her territory with savage grace. But there were too many hunters. For every one that fell, it seemed like two more appeared. They were pushing forward, inch by inch, getting closer to the compound.
Getting closer to me.
I gripped the knife Tarian had given me, my heart pounding. Stay behind the lines, I reminded myself. Don't engage. Then I saw Airless. She was fighting alongside the wolves, trying to prove her loyalty. But 3 hunters had cornered her, silver weapons raised. She was going to die. I moved before I could think. Racing down from the ramparts, I screamed, Airless down.
She dropped.
I threw my knife. It wasn't a perfect throw. My grandmother had taught me tracking, not combat. But it was close enough. The blade caught one hunter in the shoulder, making him stumble. Airless shifted, her white wolf form tearing into the other 2 hunters with desperate fury. Then someone grabbed me from behind. Cold metal pressed against my throat, a blade, silver-edged. Hello, Sylvet, Commander Cross said in my ear. You're even more foolish than your father said you were. I froze. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's sudden spike of terror. He spun, seeing me captured, and his howl split the night. Call off your wolves, Cross commanded, loud enough for everyone to hear. Or I open her throat right here. The fighting slowed.
Stopped.
Wolves and hunters stood frozen, weapons raised, waiting. Tarian shifted back to human form, his amber eyes blazing with fury and fear. Let her go, Cross. This fight is between you and me. No, Ashlocke. This fight is between humanity and the monsters who pretend to be human. Cross pressed the blade harder. I felt it break skin, felt warm blood trickle down my neck. Your kind has had 1,000 years. That's long enough. Time to let you die out naturally. By murdering the one person who can save us? Tarian's voice was raw. What kind of mercy is that? The permanent kind. Cross smiled. But I'm feeling generous tonight. I'll make you a deal. Give me the grimoire. Let me burn it. And I'll let the girl live. She can go back to her human life, and you can all die slowly over the next century. Everyone gets something. Don't, I gasped out. Don't give him anything. Quiet. Cross jerked me backwards, the blade biting deeper. This is between Alpha's girl. Tarian's hands clenched into fists. Through the bond, I felt his wolf howling, desperate to save me, held back only by the certainty that any aggressive move would get my throat slit. The grimoire for her life, Cross repeated. Choose now, Ashlocke. Time's running out. Tarian looked at me, his amber eyes holding mine across the distance. And I knew what he was going to choose. He was going to sacrifice the curse, the ritual, everything just to save me. No, I said. Tarian, no. I'm sorry, he said. And I felt his decision through the bond. Absolute, unshakable. He turned toward the compound, toward where the grimoire was hidden. And Commander Cross smiled in triumph. Chapter 9. The Eclipse Begins. Wait. The voice came from the shadows at the edge of the clearing. Everyone turned. A figure stepped into the firelight, tall, broad-shouldered, with sandy hair streaked with gray and warm brown eyes that I recognized immediately. Dad. The word came out as a whisper. Daniel Thorne moved into the clearing, his hands raised to show he was unarmed. But his eyes were hard with purpose. Commander Cross, he said, his voice carrying authority. Release my daughter. Now. Cross's grip on me tightened. Daniel? What are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead. Executed for treason. Faked my death. Wasn't that hard when the coalition thinks I'm a broken man mourning his traitorous daughter? Daniel moved closer, and I saw the other hunters tensing, uncertain. My father had been their colleague, their friend. Let her go, Eli. This has gone too far. Too far. Cross laughed, but it sounded strained. She's bonded to a wolf, Daniel. Your daughter is a traitor to her species. I'm doing you a favor. By threatening to kill her? Daniel's voice dropped. Dangerous. That's not a favor. That's murder. It's justice. It's fear. Daniel stopped 10 feet away, his brown eyes fixed on Cross. You're not doing this to protect humanity. You're doing this because you're terrified of what happens if the wolves survive. Because if they break the curse, if they become stronger, we lose our advantage. We lose our control. They're animals, Cross spat. So are we. Daniel's gaze shifted to Tarian, and something passed between them. Understanding, maybe. Respect. We're all just animals trying to survive. The difference is they're honest about it. Have you lost your mind? Cross demanded. These monsters killed your wife. One rogue wolf killed my wife. One criminal. Not an entire species. Daniel's voice was steady, but I could hear the old pain beneath it. I spent 20 years hunting them, Eli. 20 years convinced I was doing the right thing. But all I did was create more orphans. More widows. More pain. He looked at me, and his eyes were bright with unshed tears. I won't make that mistake with my daughter. I won't lose her, because I was too stubborn to see the truth. Cross's blade trembled against my throat. You're choosing them over your own kind. I'm choosing her. My daughter. The only family I have left. Daniel took another step forward. Let her go.
Please.
And I'll make sure the coalition hears what really happened here. That you acted alone. That the other hunters were just following orders. They can walk away clean. The hunters shifted, murmuring among themselves. They hadn't signed up to execute a fellow hunter's daughter. They'd been told this was justice, righteousness. But now, with Daniel Thorne, legend, hero, the best hunter of his generation, calling it murder, they were having doubts. You're bluffing, Cross said, but his voice lacked conviction. Try me. Daniel's hand moved to his belt, pulling out a small device. I've been recording this conversation. Every word. Every threat. If you kill her, I send it to every coalition commander on the continent. Your career is over. Your legacy is over. You become the monster you claim to be fighting. Cross's hand shook. I felt the blade waver against my skin. For one terrible moment, I thought he'd do it anyway. That pride would make him cut my throat just to prove he could. Then Airless moved. Her white wolf form lunged from the side, slamming into Cross with enough force to knock him off balance. The blade sliced across my shoulder, painful, but not fatal, as I stumbled forward. Tarian was there in an instant, catching me, pulling me away from Cross's reach. And my father was on Cross before the commander could recover, pinning him to the ground with practiced efficiency. Stand down, Daniel ordered the other hunters. All of you, this is over. One by one, they lowered their weapons, not because they agreed with him, but because they were tired and uncertain, and Daniel Thorne was offering them a way out that didn't end in disgrace or death. Cross struggled beneath my father's grip. You're making a mistake, Daniel. These wolves will be the end of us. Maybe, but that's their choice to make, not ours. Daniel looked up at Tarian. Take care of her.
Please. She's all I have.
Tarian nodded, his arms still around me. I will. I swear it. Daniel stood, hauling Cross to his feet. We're leaving. All of us. And if I ever catch the coalition on Cold Moon territory again, I'll personally make sure every member faces charges for attempted genocide. He looked at me one more time, his expression a complicated mix of love and regret and goodbye. Be happy, sweetheart, he said quietly. That's all I ever wanted for you. Then he was gone, leading the hunters back into the forest, leaving us standing in the aftermath of a battle that had somehow ended without total bloodshed. The compound erupted into careful celebration. Wolves shifted back to human form, checking injuries, embracing packmates who'd survived. Healers moved through the crowd, tending to the wounded. I stood frozen, trying to process what had just happened. My father had saved me. After everything, the lies, the secrets, the 20 years of hunting, he'd chosen me over his life's work. Iskira. Tarian's voice pulled me back. Your shoulder. Let me see. I looked down and saw blood soaking through my shirt. The blade had cut deeper than I'd thought. It's fine, I said, but my voice sounded distant. It's not fine. He guided me toward the healing ward, his touch gentle despite the tension still radiating through him. You promised to stay behind the lines. Airless was going to die. So you decided to die instead? His voice was sharp with residual fear. Do you have any idea what it felt like seeing you captured? Feeling Cross's blade at your throat through the bond. I'm sorry. Don't apologize for saving someone's life. He stopped walking, turning me to face him. Just please. Tomorrow night there will be an eclipse. Tomorrow night we perform the ritual. I need you alive for that. We all do. I know.
I'm sorry.
I swallowed hard. My father came back. He saved me. After everything, he chose me. Tarian's expression softened. He loves you. That was never in doubt. But he spent 20 years killing wolves. How do I reconcile that? How do I love someone who's done such terrible things? The same way I love you despite knowing your bloodline created the curse that's been slowly killing my kind for a millennium. His thumb brushed away a tear I hadn't realized had fallen. Love isn't about perfection, Iskira. It's about choosing someone anyway. Flaws, mistakes, terrible choices, all of it. Even when they don't deserve it. Especially then. He kissed my forehead gently. Come on, let's get you patched up. We have a long day ahead tomorrow. The healing ward was chaos. Wolves with silver burns, broken bones, gashes from blades and bullets. The healers worked with efficient urgency, moving from patient to patient. Varia saw me and hurried over, her face streaked with blood and exhaustion. Sit. Let me see the shoulder. I obeyed, wincing as she peeled back the blood-soaked fabric. Clean cut. No silver contamination, you're lucky. This'll hurt, but you'll heal. She began cleaning the wound, her movements practiced. You know, when I told you to bring the alpha back alive, I didn't expect you to nearly die in the process. Sorry to disappoint. She smiled faintly. You didn't disappoint. You saved one of ours. Airless is damaged, maybe broken, but she's still Pack. What you did matters. Even though she betrayed us? Especially because she betrayed us. Varia began stitching, and I gritted my teeth against the pain. Mercy is easy when someone deserves it. It's much harder when they don't. That's when it really counts. Across the ward, I saw Airless sitting alone, her white blonde hair matted with blood, her ice blue eyes distant and haunted. No one was talking to her. No one was sitting near her. She'd fought for us tonight, risked her life to prove her loyalty. But trust, once broken, wasn't easily repaired. Will they ever forgive her? I asked quietly. Varia followed my gaze. Some will. Some won't. That's the price of betrayal, even justified betrayal. She'll carry this for the rest of her life. That seems cruel. That's reality. Varia tied off the last stitch and began bandaging. We're not humans, Iskira. We're wolves. Pack bonds are sacred. Break them and there are consequences. Always. She finished the bandage and stepped back. Rest tonight.
Eat. Sleep if you can.
Tomorrow is the eclipse, and you'll need every ounce of strength you have. What if I'm not strong enough? Varia's expression was serious. Then we all die. But I don't think that'll happen. You survived the trials. You survived Commander Cross. You'll survive this too. I wished I had her confidence. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind racing through everything that could go wrong tomorrow. The ritual was complex. The timing was critical. And I was supposed to maintain 3 separate spell matrices while transforming into something neither human nor wolf. No pressure. A soft knock made me sit up. Come in. Tarian entered, carrying a tray with food and tea. Thought you might be awake. Can't shut my brain off. Neither can I. He set the tray on the desk and sat on the edge of the bed. I keep running through the ritual steps, checking for flaws, trying to anticipate what could go wrong. Find anything? Besides the 100 ways it could kill you?
No.
His attempt at humor fell flat. I hate this, Iskira. I hate that you have to risk yourself. That I can't do it instead. The ritual requires a Sylvet. You know that. I know. But knowing doesn't make it easier. He took my hand, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. What if the transformation changes you so much that you're not yourself anymore? What if you wake up and don't remember me? Don't remember us? Then you'll remind me. I squeezed his fingers. Every day. Every moment. You'll tell me stories about the girl I used to be until I remember. Or until the new me falls in love with you all over again. His smile was sad. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. Not easy, but simple. I pulled him closer. I love you, Tarian Ashlocke. Human me loves you. And whatever I become tomorrow, that won't change. It can't. It's written into my soul. He kissed me then, slow and deep and full of promises and goodbye and hope all tangled together. When we broke apart, he rested his forehead against mine. Stay with me tonight.
Please.
I don't want to be alone. Neither do I. We lay down together, fully clothed, just holding each other in the darkness. Through the bond, I felt his fear and love and desperate need to protect me. And I sent back my own emotions, trust and love and certainty that whatever happened tomorrow, we'd face it together. Tell me about after, I whispered. After we break the curse. After everything settles. What happens then? Tarian was quiet for a moment, thinking. We rebuilt. We create new packs, new alliances. We figure out what it means to be wolves without the curse hanging over us. And us? What happens to us? His arms tightened around me. We have the rest of our lives to figure that out. But I'm thinking a small cabin. Somewhere quiet. Maybe near a lake. We can spend our days exploring. Our nights by the fire. And when we're ready, when the world feels safe enough, we can start thinking about a future. A family. Children? The word caught in my throat. I don't even know if I'll be able to after the transformation. Then we'll adopt. Or we'll become the pack's favorite aunt and uncle, spoiling everyone else's children. He kissed my temple. The details don't matter, Iskira. As long as you're there, I'll be happy. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to imagine that future. Peaceful, quiet, ours. But something in my chest was tight with premonition. The ritual tomorrow would change everything. And I wasn't sure either of us would recognize the world we created after. Promise me something, I said. Anything. If the transformation goes wrong. If I become something dangerous, something that threatens the pack. Don't. His voice was sharp. Don't ask me to promise that. Tarian. I won't kill you. I won't hurt you. I don't care what you become. You're mine, and I protect what's mine. His amber eyes blazed in the darkness. So don't ask me to make promises I can't keep. What if I hurt someone? What if the magic makes me into a monster? Then we'll find a way to fix it. Together. He cupped my face. I've spent 147 years alone, Iskira. I'm not giving you up without a fight. Not to hunters, not to curses, not even to yourself. The certainty in his voice was absolute, unshakable, and maybe that was enough. Okay, I whispered. Okay. No more dark thoughts. Just hold me. Until morning. I can do that. And he did, his arms around me, his heartbeat steady against my back, the bond humming between us like a promise. Dawn came too quickly. I woke to find Tarian already up, dressed, standing by the window watching the sun rise. What time is it? I asked, my voice rough with sleep. Early. The eclipse isn't until tonight, but Selka wants to start preparations now. The ritual space needs to be cleansed, the components arranged, the witnesses briefed. I sat up, my shoulder protesting the movement. The witnesses. We still need a child. Selka has a nephew. He's 7. Old enough to understand the importance, young enough to represent the future. Tarian turned to face me. And the echoes. Are you sure the feather will work? I pulled it from my pocket. The silver feather pulsed with warm light now, as if sensing the approaching eclipse. It'll work. I can feel it. And the price? The years it'll take from your life are worth paying if it means breaking the curse. I stood, moving to stand beside him. Together, we watched the sun climb higher, painting the mountains in shades of gold and pink. Besides, I'll do something new after tonight. Maybe I'll live longer. Maybe the years won't matter as much. Or maybe you'll be mortal and human, and I'll have to watch you age and die while I stay frozen in time. His voice was quiet, tortured. Have you thought about that? What happens if the transformation doesn't work the way we hope? Every minute of every day. I took his hand. But I can't let fear stop me.
Not now.
Not when we're so close. A knock interrupted us. Selka's voice came through the door. It's time. The ritual space is ready. Tarian squeezed my hand once, then released it. Let's end this. One way or another. The ritual space was breathtaking. Selka had chosen a natural amphitheater high on the mountain, a circular clearing surrounded by standing stones that had been there since before the curse began. The stones were covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly in the daylight. In the center was an altar carved from white stone, and arranged around it were the components I'd gathered. The silver vial of essence, a bowl for my blood, crystals to channel moon magic, herbs to cleanse and protect. The grimoire sat open on the altar, its pages fluttering in the mountain breeze. Wolves gathered at the edges of the clearing, Blackthorn pack, Cold Moon pack, even some from neighboring territories who'd heard what we were attempting and come to witness.
Hundreds of them.
Maybe thousands. All of them watching me with expressions of hope and fear and desperate faith. The eclipse begins at sunset, Selka said, approaching me. You'll have exactly 11 minutes to complete the ritual. If you run over, the moon's power fades and the spell fails. Understood. The witnesses are ready. She gestured, and 3 figures stepped forward. The echo was there, manifested through the silver feather's magic as a translucent figure with hollow eyes and a face I almost recognized. One of the first wolves Elsinore had bound. Selka herself stood as the present, an alpha in her prime, representing the here and now. And a small boy with dark hair and curious eyes held her hand, her nephew, the future. We're ready, Selka said. Are you? I looked at Tarian. He stood to the side, his role in the ritual clear, to give his consent, to anchor me through the transformation with the mate bond. He met my eyes and nodded. I'm ready, I thought through the bond. Then let's change the world, he answered. I moved to the altar, my hands shaking as I picked up the ritual knife. The sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, and I began to prepare for the most important moment of my life. The hours passed in careful preparation. I reviewed the spell matrices until I could recite them in my sleep. Practiced the gestures, the words, the precise timing needed to weave 3 spells simultaneously. Tarian stood by my side, occasionally correcting my pronunciation or adjusting my stance. His touch was steady, grounding, reminding me I wasn't alone. As the sun touched the western mountains, Selka called for silence. The eclipse begins in 10 minutes, she announced. Everyone to their positions. No one interferes once the ritual starts. Understood. A chorus of assent. The wolves formed a circle around the clearing, their bodies creating a living barrier against any interruption. I took my position at the altar, the grimoire open before me, the components within reach. Tarian stood across from me, his amber eyes locked on mine. The witnesses took their places, past, present, and future, completing the triangle. 5 minutes, Selka called. My heart was hammered. My hands were slick with sweat. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's love, his faith, his absolute certainty that I could do this. I clung to that feeling like a lifeline. 1 minute. The sun touched the moon's edge. Darkness began to creep across the sky, not natural darkness, but the moon's shadow, swallowing the sun inch by inch. Begin. I picked up the ritual knife and drew it across my palm. Blood welled up, crimson and bright. The ritual had begun, and there was no turning back. Chapter 10, Between Worlds. My blood hit the white stone altar and began to glow. Not red, silver, like moonlight made liquid. The first spell matrix activated in my mind, a complex web of interconnected runes that I had to hold steady while building the others. It felt like trying to balance a spinning plate on a stick while someone threw more plates at me. Focus, I told myself. One step at a time. I poured the silver vial, the essence of the flaw, into the bowl with my blood. The two liquids swirled together, creating patterns that shouldn't exist in nature. Spirals within spirals, fractals that hurt to look at directly. The second spell matrix began to form. This one was harder. It required me to understand the binding at a fundamental level, to see the magic the way Elsinore had seen it 1,000 years ago. I closed my eyes, letting my consciousness sink into the curse itself. And suddenly I could feel it. Every wolf on the continent, connected by invisible threads of magic. Some threads were strong, vibrant with life. Others were frayed, weakening. And at the center of the web was the anchor point, the flaw I'd identified in the trial. The wolf's wild nature had been slowly eroding, and the spell was cannibalizing itself, trying to maintain the balance. I reached out with my mind, touching that anchor point. It recoiled from me like a living thing. Easy, I thought. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to fix you. The magic pulsed once, twice, testing me. Then it opened, and I fell into the binding ritual itself. I stood in the past. Not metaphorically, actually there, watching Elsinore Sylvet perform the original binding. She was younger than I'd imagined, maybe 30, with silver-white hair that fell to her waist and eyes that glowed with power. Around her stood the first wolves, desperate, dying, begging for salvation. Please, one said, a massive male with amber eyes that reminded me of Tarian. We're being hunted to extinction. Our children are dying. If you can make us human, if you can hide us among them, we might survive. The magic will have a price, Elsinore warned. Balance always demands balance. I can give you human form, but I cannot predict what else might change. We accept the price, the amber-eyed wolf said. Whatever it is. Life is worth any cost. Elsinore nodded slowly. Then she began to chant. The language was old, older than Latin, older than Greek, something primal and fundamental. The words themselves had power, shaping reality as she spoke them. The wolves began to scream. Their forms blurred, shifted, became fluid. Bone restructured. Muscle reformed. Skin replaced fur. And when it was done, humans stood where wolves had been. But something was wrong. Elsinore's face went pale.
No.
No, that wasn't supposed to. The newly transformed wolves looked at their hands, their faces twisted with confusion and horror. What did you do to us? The amber-eyed one demanded. I can't feel my wolf anymore. It's distant. Muted. The spell is stronger than I intended, Elsinore whispered. It's not just giving you human form, it's suppressing your wolf nature. Pushing it down, making it weaker with each generation. Can you fix it? I don't know. She pressed her hands to her temples. I need time. I need to study what went wrong. But yes, I'll fix it. I swear I'll fix it. But she never did. The vision shifted, showing me Elsinore years later, decades later, centuries later. She tried again and again to correct the binding, but every attempt made things worse. The curse was too deeply woven, too fundamental to unravel without killing everyone it touched. So she created the failsafe, a ritual that would transform the curse from suppression to synthesis. That would let wolves be both human and wolf fully, without one nature destroying the other. But she'd hidden it, terrified that someone would use it incorrectly and cause more damage. Until now, I thought. Until me. The vision faded, and I was back in my body, standing at the altar with 2 spell matrices active and the third still forming. The eclipse was deepening. I could feel the moon's power growing stronger with each passing second. Iskira. Tarian's voice pulled my attention. Your eyes. They're glowing. I looked at him and saw my reflection in his amber eyes. My irises had turned pure silver, lit from within by magic I couldn't control. It's working, I gasped. The spell is accepting me. But I need the witnesses now. I need to anchor the transformation in time. Selka nodded to the echo, to her nephew. They moved forward, forming a triangle around the altar. The echo spoke first, its voice like whined through bones. I am the past. The first bound. I witnessed the curse's creation. I give my testimony. This magic must end. Selka spoke next, her voice steady and strong. I am the present. Alpha of Cold Moon Pack. I witness this moment and give my consent. Let the curse be broken. The small boy looked uncertain, but Selka squeezed his hand encouragingly. In a high, clear voice, he said, I am the future. I haven't lived yet.
But I want to.
Please break the curse, so I can grow up. The third spell matrix snapped into place. All three spells were active now, spinning in my mind like planets orbiting a star. The strain was immediate and overwhelming. It felt like my skull was splitting open, like my blood was on fire, like every nerve in my body was screaming. But I held on. Tarian, I gasped. Your consent. I need your consent. He stepped forward, placing his hands over mine on the altar. Through the bond, I felt his wolf rising. Not aggressive, but offering itself, offering everything. I am Tarian Ashlocke, he said, his voice carrying across the clearing. Alpha of Blackthorn Pack. Direct descendant of the first wolves bound by Elsinore Sylvet. I give my consent freely. Break the curse. Free us. Whatever it costs, I accept the price. The mate bond exploded with power. Silver light erupted from the altar, shooting into the sky like a pillar connecting Earth to the eclipsed moon. The standing stones began to glow, their ancient runes activating after millennia of silence. And I began the transformation.
Pain.
That was the first thing, white-hot, all-consuming pain that made the trial seem like a gentle caress. My body was being unmade and remade simultaneously. Every cell was dying and being born again. Every molecule was being restructured at a fundamental level. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's agony as he experienced my pain secondhand. Felt his desperate need to stop this, to pull me out, to save me even if it meant letting the curse continue. Don't, I thought to him. Don't stop. I can handle this. I wasn't sure if that was true, but I had to believe it. The three spell matrices began to collapse into each other, merging into something new. I watched in my mind's eye as the binding curse was systematically dismantled, not erased, but transformed. The suppression magic was removed. The balance was restored. And in its place, something else grew. A bridge between human and wolf. A synthesis that lets both natures exist fully without one dominating the other. But the magic needed an anchor. A living conduit to channel the transformation through. It chose me. Magic poured into my body, more power than any human should be able to hold. It filled my veins, my bones, my soul. I was drowning in it, burning with it, becoming something that had never existed before. Neither human nor wolf. Both and neither. Something new. I screamed, but no sound came out. The silver light had wrapped around me like a cocoon, lifting me off the ground. I floated in the center of the ritual space, suspended between earth and sky, between life and death, between what I was and what I was becoming. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's terror. Felt him reaching for me, trying to pull me back. Let go, I thought to him. Trust me. Trust the magic. And miraculously, he did. His hands released mine. His wolf settled, accepting. The transformation accelerated. My DNA was being rewritten. New structures appeared in my cells, markers that would let me shift, that would give me the wolf's strength and healing, that would tie me to the lunar cycle in ways humans couldn't experience. But I was still human too. Still mortal in some ways. Still me at the core. Just more. The eclipse reached totality. For 11 perfect seconds, the sun was completely hidden. The moon's power was absolute. And in that moment of perfect darkness, the curse broke. I felt it happen. Across the continent, thousands of wolves gasped simultaneously as the suppression magic vanished. Their wolf natures surged back to full strength, not destroying their human sides, but balancing with them. Integration. Synthesis. Wholeness. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's wolf erupt with joy and power. Felt he became more himself than he'd ever been. And I felt myself finally, fully become whatever I was now. The silver light faded. I fell. Strong arms caught me. Tarian, his amber eyes wide with wonder and fear. Iskira? Can you hear me? I'm here, I whispered. My voice sounded different. Layered somehow, as if multiple versions of me were speaking at once. It worked. The curse is broken. Around us, wolves were shifting spontaneously, some to wolf form, some to human, some caught beautifully between. And the joy on their faces, the relief, the freedom, it was transcendent. They were whole again. All of them. How do you feel? Tarian asked, his hands framing my face, searching for any sign of damage. I took inventory. My body ached like I'd run a marathon, but everything was functional. My senses were sharper. I could hear heartbeats from hundreds of feet away, smell emotions in the wind, see in perfect clarity despite the eclipsed darkness. And something else. Something new. I can shift. I breathed. I can feel it, the wolf inside me. Not borrowed. Mine. Tarian's eyes widened. You became a shifter? I became something that's never existed before. I looked at my hands. They looked normal, but I could feel the potential beneath the skin. The ability to change, to transform, to be more than one thing. I'm a bridge. Between human and wolf. Between cursed and free. I can walk in both worlds. And your humanity? You still feel like yourself. I searched my memories, my emotions, my sense of self. Everything was there, sharper, clearer, but fundamentally unchanged. I'm still me, I said. Just expanded. Selka approached, her ice-silver eyes bright with tears I'd never seen her shed. You did it. You actually did it. The curse is broken. Behind her, wolves were celebrating, howling, laughing, crying with relief. Some were testing their newfound strength, shifting with an ease they'd never known. Others were simply standing in wonder, feeling whole for the first time in their lives. Axton appeared, his copper hair wild, his expression euphoric. I can feel my wolf completely now. No muting. No suppression. It's like I'd been seeing the world through fog, and someone finally cleared the air. Same, Noriel said, though her voice was thick with emotion. I didn't even realize how much we'd lost until we got it back. Merrick and Airless stood together at the edge of the crowd. Airless was crying, her ice-blue eyes fixed on me, with something like reverence. Thank you, she mouthed. I nodded, too exhausted to do more. We need to get you inside, Tarian said, lifting me easily. You need food, water, rest. I need to make sure the transformation propagates correctly, I interrupted. The ritual should have reached every wolf descended from the original binding. But we need to verify. We will. Tomorrow. After you've rested. His tone brooked no argument. You just rewrote the fundamental magic of an entire species, Iskira. You're allowed to collapse now. As if his words had given me permission, exhaustion crashed over me like a wave. My eyes drifted closed. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's love, his pride, his overwhelming relief. We did it, I thought to him. We actually did it. You did it, he corrected. You saved us all. I wanted to argue, to remind him that I'd only been able to complete the ritual because of his support, because of the pack's faith, because of all the sacrifices that had led to this moment. But darkness was pulling me under. The last thing I felt before I passed out was Tarian's arms around me, and the knowledge that for the first time in 1,000 years, the wolves were free. I woke to sunlight and birdsong. For a moment, I just lay there, enjoying the normalcy of it. Then memories came flooding back. The ritual, the transformation, the curse breaking. I sat up quickly, ignoring the protest from muscles that were still recovering. I was in my quarters at Cold Moon Compound. Someone had changed me into clean clothes and tucked me into bed. A tray of food sat on the nightstand, along with a note in Tarian's handwriting. Slept for 18 hours. Don't panic. That's normal after channeling that much magic. Eat, Then come find me. We need to talk.
T.
18 hours. I'd missed an entire day. I devoured the food, bread, cheese, dried fruit, some kind of meat that tasted incredible, then dressed quickly and ventured out into the compound. It was transformed. Wolves moved with a lightness they hadn't had before. Laughter echoed through the corridors. Children played without the shadow of doom hanging over them. Even the air felt different, lighter, cleaner, full of possibility. I found Tarian in Selka's council chamber, bent over maps and documents with the Alpha herself. "You're awake," he said, relief flooding his features. He crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled me into a fierce embrace. "How do you feel?" "Hungry."
Sore.
"Confused." I pulled back to look at him. "What happened while I was out? Did the transformation work for everyone? See for yourself." Selka gestured to a map covered in colored markers. "We've been receiving reports all morning. Every pack on the continent has confirmed the curse is broken. Wolves who couldn't shift for years are shifting again. The sick are healing. The dying are recovering." "It worked," I breathed. "It actually worked. More than worked." Tarian's smile was brilliant. "You didn't just break the curse, Iskira. You made us stronger. Wolves are reporting enhanced healing, increased strength, better control over their shifts. Whatever you did, it didn't just restore us. It improved us." "The synthesis," I said, understanding dawn. "The magic isn't suppressing the wolf anymore. It's supporting both natures equally. They're working together instead of fighting each other." "Exactly." Selka's expression was approving. "You've given us something we haven't had in a millennium, true balance." "But there will be consequences," I said slowly. "There always is with magic this powerful. What's the price?" Tarian and Selka exchanged glances. "What?" I demanded. "What aren't you telling me?" "The Hunter Coalition," Tarian said carefully. "They've heard about what happened, about the curse breaking, and they're mobilizing." My stomach dropped. "How many?" "Reports say 300. Maybe more." Selka's voice was grim. "They're calling it the final hunt. They think that if wolves are stronger now, we're more dangerous. They want to eliminate us before we become an uncontrollable threat." "That's insane." "We're not. We don't want to hurt anyone. They don't care what we want." Tarian's jaw was tight. "They only care what they fear. And right now, they're terrified." I thought about my father, about his choice to let me go. What about Daniel? My dad, he tried to stop the coalition. "He's been arrested," Selka said quietly. "Charged with treason and conspiracy. They're holding him pending trial."
No.
The word came out as a gasp. "No, we have to help him. We have to." "We will," Tarian promised. "But first, we have to survive the final hunt. If the coalition wipes us out, your father's sacrifice means nothing." He was right. I knew he was right, but the guilt was crushing. My father had saved me, and now he was paying the price. "How long do we have?" I asked. 3 days. Maybe 4. Tarian moved to the map, pointing to various locations. "The coalition is gathering forces from across the continent. They're planning a coordinated strike on multiple pack territories simultaneously. Can we defend against that?" "Not alone."
Selka looked at me.
"But you've given us something we haven't had in centuries. Unity. The curse breaking has reminded every pack that we're all connected, all descended from the same first wolves. If we stand together, we might have a chance." "Then we stand together." I straightened my shoulders, feeling the new power humming through my veins. "Send word to every pack. Tell them the Sylvet who broke the curse is calling for alliance. Tell them if we don't unite now, everything we've gained will be lost." "You're willing to lead?" Selka asked. "I'm willing to fight." I looked at Tarian, at the mate bond connecting us, strong and sure. "We all are. The curse couldn't kill us. I won't let the hunter succeed where magic fails." Tarian's smile was fierce and proud. "Then let's prepare for war." The next 3 days passed in a blur of planning and preparation. Messengers were sent to every pack. Defenses were reinforced. Strategies were developed, and I discovered what it meant to be a bridge between worlds. I could shift now, not to a full wolf like the others, but to something in between. A form that was larger than human but smaller than wolf, with enhanced strength and senses, but hands that could still wield weapons. "You're like the old legends," Axton said, watching me practice. "The dire warriors. Beings who walked between human and wolf, feared by both." "I'm not trying to be feared."
No.
"But you are trying to protect your people. And sometimes, fear is the best protection." He was right. When the other packs arrived, when they saw what I could do, saw what I'd become, the fear in their eyes was palpable. But so was the hope, because I was proof that the curse was truly broken, that transformation was possible, that we could become more than what we'd been without losing what we were. On the third night, as I stood on the ramparts watching for signs of the approaching hunter army, Tarian joined me. "Nervous?" he asked. "Terrified," I admitted. "I broke a curse, but I've never fought in a war. Neither have most of us. Not one this large." He took my hand. "But we'll learn. Together." "Together," I echoed. Through the bond, I felt his fear and his courage tangled together. Felt his absolute determination to protect me and our pack and the future we'd fought so hard to create. And I felt my own determination rise to match his. "Tarian," I said quietly, "after this is over, after we survive, I want that cabin you talked about, near the lake, away from all of this." His smile was soft. "We'll build it ourselves.
Take our time.
Make it perfect. Promise." "I promise." A howl split the night, long, warning, urgent. The scouts had spotted the hunter army. They were here. The final hunt had begun. Chapter 11. The Final Hunt. The hunter army approached like a dark tide. From my position on the ramparts, I could see them flowing through the forest, hundreds of figures in black tactical gear, moving with military precision. They carried weapons that gleamed silver in the moonlight. Rifles, crossbows, blades, all designed to kill wolves. 347, Merrick reported, lowering his spyglass. Plus support vehicles positioned at their rear. "They're not planning to retreat." "Neither are we," Selka said, her voice cold and commanding. She stood at the center of the compound, surrounded by alphas from 12 different packs. "This is our land, our home. We hold the line here, or we die trying." A chorus of agreement rippled through the assembled wolves. I looked at the faces around me, some I knew, many I didn't. But they were all here because I'd called them, because breaking the curse had given them hope that maybe, just maybe, they could have a future. Now that future was about to be tested with blood and fire. "Iskira." Tarian's voice pulled my attention. He stood beside me, already wearing light armor, weapons strapped to his belt. "You need to stay back during the initial assault. Your position as the bridge, as the only one of your kind, makes you too valuable to risk in direct combat." "I'm not hiding while everyone else fights. I'm not asking you to hide. I'm asking you to be strategic." His amber eyes were serious. "If you die, if something happens to you, we lose the only living proof that transformation is possible. The packs need to see you survive this. They need to know that the future you represent is worth fighting for." I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him I could fight, that I was strong enough now. But he was right. I wasn't just Iskira anymore. I was a symbol, and symbols had responsibilities that went beyond personal courage.
"Fine," I said.
"But if the line breaks, if they get past the defenses, I'm not waiting politely to be rescued." "I wouldn't expect you to." He kissed me quickly, fiercely. Through the bond, I felt his fear and his pride tangled together. "I love you. Stay alive." "You too." He shifted, his black wolf form magnificent and terrible, then bounded down from the ramparts to join the defensive line. I watched him go, my heart in my throat. Please, I thought to whatever deity might be listening, please let him survive this. Selka moved to stand beside me. "He'll be fine. Tarian survived worse battles than this." "Has he?" I looked at her. Because this doesn't feel like a battle. This feels like an extinction event. Every battle feels that way when you're in the middle of it. Her ice-silver eyes were distant. I've fought in 7 major conflicts over my lifetime. Each time, I was certain I wouldn't survive. Each time I did. Not because I was lucky, but because I refused to give up. What if refusing isn't enough? Then we die fighting, which is better than dying afraid. She gripped the rampart wall. But I don't think we'll die today, Iskira. Because we have something the hunters don't.
What?
We have you.
The bridge.
The proof that change is possible. Selka's smile was cold and fierce. You've given us hope. And wolves with hope are the most dangerous creatures alive. Below us, the hunter army stopped just outside weapon range. A figure stepped forward, tall, with silver hair and cold blue eyes. Commander Cross. He should have been in custody after my father captured him. But apparently, the coalition had freed him and given him another chance to lead. Wolves of the Northern Territories. His voice boomed, magically amplified. I am Commander Eli Cross of the Hunter Coalition. I'm here to offer you one chance, one final opportunity to surrender peacefully. Peacefully. Selka's voice rang out, equally amplified by magic. You bring an army to our doorstep and call it peace. We bring justice, Cross countered. You've broken the natural order. The curse that bound you is meant to slowly return you to nature. By breaking it, you've made yourself stronger. More dangerous. Humanity cannot coexist with predators who now rival us in every way. We were never your predators, Selka called back. We've lived alongside humans for a millennium. We've built societies, raised families, and contributed to the world. The only thing that's changed is that we're no longer dying. That's precisely what's changed. Cross's smile was cruel. And that's why you must be eliminated. Surrender the Sylvet, the one who broke the curse. Give her to us, and we'll consider mercy for the rest of you. Never. Multiple voices shouted simultaneously. Cross shrugged. Then you've chosen death. May whatever gods you pray to have mercy on your souls. Because we won't. He raised his hand. The hunter army surged forward. The battle exploded across the compound. Silver bullets tore through the air. Wolves met hunters in brutal close combat. The smell of blood and gunpowder filled the night. From the ramparts, I watched in horror as the carefully planned defense began to crumble under the sheer weight of numbers. For every hunter that fell, it seemed like 3 wolves were wounded. Silver was dead to them now, just as it had always been.
But they fought anyway.
I saw Axton take down 2 hunters before a third shot him in the leg. He fell, howling, but Noriel was there instantly, her silver wolf protecting him while he healed. I saw Merrick fighting in perfect sync with 3 Cold Moon warriors, their pack bonds allowing them to coordinate without speaking. And I saw Tarian, gods. Tarian was magnificent. His black wolf form moved through the battle like death itself, protecting the weaker wolves, striking down hunters with ruthless efficiency. But there were too many. The hunters had breached the first defensive line. They were pushing forward, getting closer to the compound itself. We need to reinforce the eastern flank, Bastion shouted, appearing at my side. Blood streamed from a gash on his shoulder. They're concentrating their attack there. If they break through. An explosion rocked the compound. Fire erupted from the eastern wall, some kind of incendiary device. Wolves scattered, some on fire, all panicking. No, I breathed. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's spike of alarm. He was too far away to help. Too engaged with his own fight. I looked at Bastion. Can you shift? Can you fight?
Barely.
The silver. Then stay here. I pulled out the knife Tarian had given me, feeling its familiar weight. I'm going down there. Iskira, no. But I was already moving, already calling on the transformation I'd discovered during training. My body shifted, not to full wolf, but to the in-between form. Larger than human, stronger, faster, with senses that could track every heartbeat in the chaos below. I leaped from the ramparts, landing in a crouch that should have shattered human bones, but barely jarred me. The battle raged around me. A hunter saw me and raised his rifle. I moved before he could fire, closing the distance in 3 strides. My knife found his throat.
He dropped.
I didn't have time to feel guilty. 2 more hunters charged. I shifted my weight, using momentum to throw one into the other. They went down in a tangle of limbs. "The Silvet," someone shouted. "She's here. Target the Silvet." Suddenly, every hunter in range was turning toward me. Bullets whipped past my head. One caught my shoulder, not Silver, thank God, but the impact spun me around. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's absolute terror. He was fighting his way toward me, but there were too many enemies between us. Running, he screamed through the bond. "Iskira, run." But I couldn't run, because behind me were young wolves who couldn't fight yet, elders who were too weak, children who'd only just learned what it meant to be whole. If I ran, the hunters would slaughter them. So I stood my ground. A hunter with a silver blade came at me. I ducked under his swing, drove my knife into his ribs, pulled it free, and moved to the next target. Another hunter. Another kill. My hands were slick with blood, mine and theirs. A bullet caught me in the thigh. Pain exploded, but I pushed through it, kept moving, kept fighting. I can't hold them all off, I realized with growing horror. There are too many. Then I heard it. A howl, not from the wolves fighting in the compound, but from beyond the battle lines. Dozens of howls. Hundreds. The hunters paused, confused. And from the forest emerged more wolves. Packs I didn't recognize, from territories I'd never visited, all converging on the battlefield. They must have traveled day and night to get here, driven by the same unity that had broken the curse. They slammed into the hunter army's flank, driving them back, breaking their formation. The tide was turning. "Forward," Selka's voice rang out. "Push them back. Reclaim our territory." The wolves surged, fighting with renewed determination. I pressed my hand against my wounded thigh, feeling bone-deep exhaustion. The transformation was draining, and I'd taken more damage than I'd realized. A shadow fell over me. I looked up and saw Commander Cross standing there, a silver gun pointed at my head. "Hello again, Silvet," he said, his cold blue eyes empty of mercy. "Third time's the charm, they say." He fired. I tried to move, but my wounded leg betrayed me. The bullet was going to hit. I was going to die. Then someone slammed into me from the side, knocking me out of the bullet's path. The silver bullet caught my rescuer instead. Airless. She'd taken the shot meant for me. "No," I screamed. She fell, blood pouring from the wound in her chest. Silver poisoning was already spreading, turning her veins black. Cross aimed again, but this time Tarian was there. His black wolf form hit the commander like a freight train, bearing him to the ground. They rolled, snarling and shooting, a tangle of fur and tactical gear and violence. I crawled to Airless, pressing my hands against her wound.
"No, no, no."
"Stay with me, please." Her ice blue eyes found mine, already fading. "I'm sorry," she whispered, "for everything. I just wanted to save my family." "You did. You saved me. That counts." Tears streamed down my face. "We'll get them out. Your sister, your nieces. I promise. We'll rescue them." "Thank you." Her hand found mine, squeezed weakly. Tell them I loved them. That everything I did was for them." "You'll tell them yourself," I insisted. "You're going to survive this. You have to." But the light was already leaving her eyes. She took one last shuddering breath. Then she was gone. I knelt there, holding her hand, while the battle raged around me. Another death. Another sacrifice. Another person who died because of me. The guilt was crushing. A roar pulled my attention. Tarian and Cross were still fighting, but Cross had managed to draw a silver blade. He slashed at Tarian's flank, opening a deep wound. Tarian yelped, stumbling. Cross raised the blade for a killing blow.
"No."
The word exploded from me, not spoken, but felt. Pushed out through the mate bond, through the pack bonds, through the very magic that had transformed me. Power erupted from my body. Silver light, like the ritual, but wilder. Uncontrolled. It swept across the battlefield in a wave, and every hunter it touched fell unconscious. Not dead, just sleeping. The sudden silence was deafening. I knelt in the center of a circle of fallen hunters, my hands still glowing with residual magic, breathing hard. What had I just done? Tarian shifted back to human form, limping toward me. Iskira? What? How? I don't know.
My voice was shaking.
I couldn't let him kill you. I couldn't. And then the magic just came out. Selka appeared, her white hair matted with blood, her expression odd. You knocked out every hunter on the battlefield. All of them. Simultaneously. Are they dead?
No.
Just unconscious. She knelt beside one, checking his pulse. They'll wake in a few hours. But Iskira, that kind of power, that's not something any wolf can do. That's not even something Elsinore could do. Then what am I? I whispered. Tarian pulled me into his arms, holding me tight despite his injuries. You're exactly what you need to be. What we need you to be. Around us, wolves were emerging from their defensive positions, staring at the field of unconscious hunters in shock. We'd won. Against impossible odds, with massive losses, we'd survived the final hunt. But as I looked at Airless's body, at the dozens of other wolves who'd fallen, I couldn't help but wonder. At what cost? The aftermath was brutal. 23 wolves died, 57 wounded, and 347 unconscious hunters who would eventually wake up and have to be dealt with. We can't kill them, I said, sitting in Selka's council chamber while healers tended to my wounds. We can't become the monsters they think we are. Then what do you suggest? Noriel asked. Her silver fur was stained red, and exhaustion lined her face. We let them wake up and try to kill us again? We take them prisoner. We use them as leverage. I looked at Tarian, who sat beside me, his flank bandaged. The Hunter Coalition values its soldiers. They'll negotiate for their return. And what do we demand in exchange? Axton asked. Recognition. Territory rights. My father's freedom. I took a breath. And we demand they leave us alone. No more hunts. No more genocides. We exist, they exist, and we find a way to coexist. They'll never agree to that, Merrick said. Then we'll keep their soldiers until they do. My voice was hard. I'm done being hunted. I'm done running. The curse is broken. We're strong now. And we're going to use that strength to demand the respect we deserve. Silence fell over the council chamber. Then Selka smiled, sharp and approving. I like it. Bold. Possibly insane. But bold. We'll need to move quickly, Tarian said. Before the coalition realizes what happened and sends reinforcements. We propose terms now, while we have the advantage. I'll draft the message, Selka said, standing. But Iskira, you should be the one to deliver it. You're the Sylvet. You're the one who broke the curse. Your words will carry weight theirs won't. Then I'll do it. I stood despite my protesting wounds. But first, I need to keep a promise. What promise? Tarian asked. Airless's family. Her sister and nieces. They're being held by the coalition. I met his amber eyes. I promised her we'd rescue them. I intend to keep that promise. Iskira, you're wounded. You need rest. I need to honor her sacrifice. My voice was firm. She died saving me. The least I can do is save the people she died for. Tarian studied my face, then nodded slowly. Then we go together. And we bring enough wolves to make sure the coalition understands we're not asking permission. We're taking what's ours. We left at dawn. Tarian and I, plus Axton, Noriel, Merrick, and 20 Cold Moon warriors. We moved fast, following intelligence Selka had gathered about coalition holding facilities. Airless's family was being kept in a converted warehouse 50 miles south, used as a detention center for non-compliant supernatural entities. The phrase made my blood boil. We reached the facility as the sun climbed toward noon. It was heavily guarded, at least 30 hunters, all on high alert after the previous night's battle. Frontal assault. Axton suggested. Too risky. They'll kill the prisoners if they think they're losing. I studied the building, then looked at Tarian. I have an idea, but you're not going to like it. I already don't like it, he said. Tell me anyway. I walk in, alone, unarmed. I offer myself in exchange for the prisoners. Absolutely not. Listen. I touched his arm. They want me, right? I'm the prize. So I give myself to them. They let the prisoners go. And once everyone's safe, you come get me. That plan has about 100 ways it could go wrong, Noriel said flatly. Do you have a better one? Silence. I'll be with her, a voice said. We turned. My father stepped out from behind a transport vehicle, his hands raised. Don't shoot. I'm unarmed, and I'm here to help.
Dad.
I stared at him. How did you? They said you were arrested. I escaped. Wasn't that hard when most of the coalition's attention was focused on the final hunt? He moved closer, his brown eyes serious. I heard what you're planning. It won't work. They'll take you and kill the prisoners anyway. Then what do you suggest? I go with you. I'm still technically a coalition commander. They don't know I faked my death yet. I can get us inside, get access to the prisoners, and create enough confusion for your wolves to breach the facility. That's even more dangerous than my plan, Tarian growled.
Yes.
But it has a better chance of success.
Daniel looked at me.
I know I don't deserve your trust, Iskira. I know I've made terrible mistakes. But let me do this.
Let me help you save these people.
Let me prove that I've changed. I looked at him. This man who'd lied to me for 23 years, who'd hunted wolves, who'd finally chosen me over everything he believed. He'd saved me once already. Could I trust him to do it again? Through the bond, I felt Tarian's concern. His instinct to protect me warring with his recognition that Daniel's plan might actually work. Okay, I said finally. We do it your way. But if this goes wrong, then I die making sure you escape. Daniel's smile was sad. I can live with that. Or not live, as the case may be. Don't joke about dying, Dad. I just got you back. Then let's make sure we both survive this. He gestured toward the facility. Shall we? Walking into a coalition holding facility with my father felt surreal. The hunters at the gate recognized him immediately. Commander Thorne? Sir, we heard you were dead. Rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated, Daniel said smoothly, flashing credentials that should have been revoked. I have Sylvit in custody. Need to process her and transfer the other prisoners to a secure location. The guards looked at me, hands bound with silver chains that Daniel had provided, looking appropriately defeated. The Sylvit. One guard's eyes widened. Sir, this is huge. Commander Cross will want to. Commander Cross is unconscious in a field hospital after last night's disaster. Daniel interrupted. I'm taking command of this region until he recovers. Now open the gate before I have you both court-martialed for insubordination. The guards scrambled to comply. We walked through the facility, Daniel projecting absolute confidence while I shuffled along like a prisoner. Inside, I could hear crying, whimpering, the sounds of people in pain and fear. My hands clenched into fists beneath the chains. How many prisoners? Daniel asked a guard. 47. Mostly wolves. A few witches. One vampire. But he's not doing well. Silver contamination. Take me to the wolf prisoners. I need to verify identities before transfer. We were led down a concrete corridor lined with cells. The smell was awful. Fear and blood and despair. And there, in one of the cells, I saw them. A woman with ice blue eyes like Airless's, her sister. And two young girls, maybe 6 and 8, huddled against their mother. They looked up as we approached, and the terror in their eyes was heartbreaking. This one, Daniel said, pointing to their cell. And the next 3, they're priority transfers. Sir, the protocol requires. I don't care about protocol. Daniel's voice went cold. I care about getting these prisoners to a secure facility before another attack happens. Now open the cells, or I'll report to the coalition that you directly contributed to the escape of high-value targets. The guard paled and fumbled with his keys. The cell doors opened. Airless's sister didn't move, too terrified to trust this. It's okay, I said quietly. We're getting you out. All of you. I promised someone very important to me that I'd keep you safe. Who? The woman whispered. Your sister. Airless. She. I swallowed hard. She died saving me. The least I can do is save you. Tears spilled down the woman's face. She's gone? I'm so sorry. The woman gathered her daughters close, then nodded. Then we're coming with you. For her. Daniel began opening the other cells, releasing wolves who could barely walk.
Some had been beaten.
Others were sick with silver poisoning. Rage built in my chest with each prisoner freed. How many guards in the facility? I asked Daniel quietly. 30 outside. Maybe 15 inside. Why? Because I'm done pretending to be captured. I looked at him. Get everyone outside.
Get them to safety.
Then signal Tarian. What are you going to do? I smiled, and it wasn't kind. I'm going to make sure the coalition understands that kidnapping wolves has consequences. Daniel studied my face, then nodded. Try not to kill anyone if you can help it. No promises. He led the freed prisoners toward the exit while I turned and walked deeper into the facility. Time to send a message. Chapter 12. The message. I found the facility commander in his office, reviewing reports with 3 subordinates. He looked up when I walked in, confusion crossing his face.
Who are you?
How did you get? Then he saw the silver chains hanging loose from my wrists unlocked. Recognition dawned. You're the Sylvet. I am. I closed the door behind me, hearing it lock with a soft click. And you're the man who's been torturing my people. Your people? He stood, hand moving toward the gun at his belt. You're human. These creatures are. Family. The word came out cold. They're my family, and you've been hurting them. He drew his gun. I moved before he could fire, crossing the room in a blur of speed that still surprised me. My hand closed around his wrist, squeezing until he dropped the weapon with a cry of pain. The 3 subordinates drew their weapons. Don't, I said, my voice layered with something that wasn't quite human anymore. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if you make me. One of them fired anyway. The bullet hit my shoulder, the same shoulder cross had wounded earlier. Pain flared, but I pushed through it, moving to disarm the shooter. A quick strike to his wrist, a twist of his arm, and his gun clattered to the floor. The other 2 hesitated. Smart, I said. Now all of you, against the wall. Hands where I can see them. They obeyed, fear written across their faces. I picked up the fallen weapons, ejecting the magazines and tossing them out the window. Then I turned to the commander, who was cradling his broken wrist. What's your name? I asked. Commander James Varen. Well, Commander Varen, I'm going to give you a message to deliver to the coalition.
Can you do that?
He glared at me but nodded. Good. I moved closer, making sure he could see my eyes, still that unnatural silver from the transformation. Tell them the wolves aren't prey anymore. Tell them the curse is broken. We're stronger than ever, and we're done being hunted. You're declaring war, Varen said, his voice tight with pain.
No.
I'm declaring peace. On our terms. I gestured to the facility around us. No more detention centers. No more torture. No more genocide disguised as population control. We exist. You exist. And we're going to find a way to coexist, or we're going to fight until one side can't fight anymore. The coalition will never agree to that. Then the coalition will learn what it means to face an enemy that can't be killed by silver bullets and intimidation. I leaned in close. You've been hunting us for centuries because we were weak, because the curse made us vulnerable. But I broke that curse, Commander. I made my people whole again. And if you keep pushing us, you're going to discover exactly what wolves are capable of when they're not slowly dying. An alarm began to wail. Someone had discovered the freed prisoners. That's my cue, I said, stepping back. Remember the message, Commander, and choose wisely, because this is the only warning you're going to get. I shifted to my in-between form and leaped through the window, glass shattering around me. I landed in the courtyard just as chaos erupted. Tarian and the others had breached the gate, their wolf forms pouring into the facility. Hunters scattered, some trying to fight, others running for their lives. But this wasn't a battle. This was a rescue. The freed prisoners were already outside the fence, protected by half the Cold Moon warriors. The other half was systematically disabling the facility, destroying weapons caches, breaking communication equipment, making sure this place could never be used to hurt wolves again. Everyone out. Tarian's voice, transformed to be heard over the chaos.
Now.
Before reinforcements arrive. I ran for the gate, my wounded shoulder screaming in protest. A hunter tried to stop me, and I simply shoved him aside, not hurting him, just removing him from my path. We poured out of the facility, like water through a broken dam. Daniel was waiting with a transport vehicle he'd commandeered.
In.
Everyone in. We need to move. The freed prisoners piled into the vehicle, 47 wolves, terrified but alive. Airless's sister held her daughters close, her ice blue eyes finding mine. "Thank you," she mouthed. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Iskira. Tarian was beside me, shifted back to human form, blood on his hands but uninjured. "You're hit. Your shoulder." "It's fine. Not Silver. I'll heal." I climbed into the vehicle. "Let's go before they regroup." We drove hard and fast, putting distance between ourselves and the facility. Behind us, I could hear sirens, see smoke rising from the buildings we'd disabled. Another message sent. Another line drawn. I just hoped the coalition was smart enough to read it. We returned to Cold Moon territory as heroes. The freed prisoners were welcomed with tears and celebrations. Healers rushed to tend to their wounds. Families were reunited, and Airless's sister found me as I was having my shoulder rebandaged. "You're Iskira," she said. It wasn't a question. "I am. My sister saved you."
She did.
"I'm sorry I couldn't save her in return." The woman, her name was Lenara, sat down beside me. Airless made her choice. She spent months hating herself for what she'd done, for betraying your pack. Dying to protect you, that was her redemption. It shouldn't have cost her life. Maybe not, but that's the price she chose to pay. Lenara's ice blue eyes, so like her sister's, were wet with tears but also peaceful. "You honored her memory by saving us. That means something. It means everything." She pulled her daughters forward, 2 young girls with the same ice blue eyes. "This is Silwyn," Lenara said, indicating the older daughter. "And this is Varia. Say thank you to the nice lady who saved us." "Thank you," they chorused shyly. I knelt down to their level, ignoring the protest for my injuries. "You don't have to thank me, but I want you to know something. Your Aunt Airless loved you very much. Everything she did, even the mistakes she did trying to protect you." "Is she really gone?" Silwyn asked, her voice small.
Yes.
"I'm sorry. Will you tell us about her?" Little Varia's eyes were huge. "About how she saved you. Mama says she was a hero." "She was. And I'll tell you everything." I looked at Lenara. "Both of you. You deserve to know who she really was." We spent the next hour sitting together while I told them about Airless, about her betrayal, yes, but also about her courage. About how she'd fought beside us in the final battle. About how she'd taken a silver bullet meant for me, without hesitation. By the end, we were all crying. But it was the good kind of crying, the kind that came from honoring someone's memory instead of burying it in shame. "She would have wanted you to have this," I said, pulling out a small pendant I'd taken from Airless's body before we left the battlefield. It was a simple silver moon on a chain. She was wearing it when she died. I think she'd want her family to keep it. Lenara took the pendant with shaking hands, clutching it to her chest. "Thank you. For everything. For keeping your promise." It's what she deserved. After they left, I finally let myself feel the exhaustion. The pain. The weight of everything that had happened in the past week. I'd broken a curse. Survived multiple assassination attempts. Fought in a war. Rescued prisoners. And somehow, impossibly, we'd won. But the cost? 23 wolves died at Cold Moon Compound. Airless gone. My father is now a fugitive from the organization he'd served for 20 years. And a coalition that wouldn't forgive or forget what we'd done. Hey. Tarian's voice pulled me from my thoughts. He sat down beside me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. You're spiraling. I can feel it through the bond. We won, I said quietly. So, why does it feel like we lost? Because winning always costs something. And you're the kind of person who feels every loss personally. He kissed my temple. But Iskira, look at what we gained. The curse is broken. 47 prisoners are free. The coalition knows we're not helpless anymore. We bought ourselves time and leverage. And how many more will die before this is over? I don't know. Maybe none. Maybe many. But whatever happens, we face it together. He turned me to look at him, his amber eyes serious. You did something incredible. You kept a promise to a woman who betrayed you. You showed mercy when you could have chosen vengeance. That matters. It means something. Does it? Because right now, it just feels like I'm stumbling from one crisis to the next, barely surviving each one. That's called living, Iskira. His smile was gentle. And you're doing it remarkably well for someone who was human just a week ago.
A week.
Had it really only been a week since I'd crashed my car and been pulled from the wreckage by 3 wolves? It felt like a lifetime. Come on, Tarian said, standing and offering his hand. Selka's called a council meeting. The coalition responded to our message. My stomach tightened. Already. They're scared. We made them scared. And scared organizations either negotiate or escalate. His expression was grim. We're about to find out which one they choose. Selka's council chamber was packed. Alphas from a dozen packs, all standing around the map table, all watching a projection on the wall. It was a video message from the Hunter Coalition. A woman I didn't recognize sat at a desk, her gray hair pulled back severely, her expression cold and calculating. I am Director Helena Cross, she began. Commander Eli Cross's sister. And the new head of the Hunter Coalition's Northern Division. Of course. Another Cross. Because apparently, that family couldn't take a hint. We've received your message. Director Cross continued, her tone dripping with disdain. The destruction of our detention facility. The theft of 47 prisoners. The assault on our personnel. These are acts of war, not peace. We're not the ones who declared war, I muttered. However, Director Cross said, and I heard the but coming, we are willing to negotiate. Not because we fear you, don't mistake pragmatism for weakness, but because continued conflict serves neither of our interests. She leaned forward, her eyes boring into the camera. Here are our terms. You will return all coalition personnel currently held prisoner. You will pay reparations for the facility you destroyed. And you will agree to territorial restrictions, designated zones where wolves are permitted, and zones where they are forbidden. Territorial restrictions? Axton's voice was sharp with anger. They want to put us in reservations. Like animals. They've always seen us as animals, Noriel said bitterly. Director Cross continued. In exchange, we will cease all military operations against wolf populations. We will establish a joint council, half coalition, half pack representatives, to mediate disputes. And we will formally recognize wolf sovereignty within your designated territories. The projection paused, waiting for a response. It's a trap, Merrick said immediately. Territorial restrictions mean they can control where we live, where we hunt, where we raise our families. But formal recognition means they acknowledge we have rights, another alpha pointed out. That's more than we've had in centuries. Rights they can revoke the moment we step outside our assigned zones, Noriel countered. Arguing erupted around the table. Some wanted to accept, tired of fighting. Others wanted to reject the terms entirely, convinced it was just another form of control. I looked at Tarian. What do you think? He was quiet for a long moment, studying the frozen image of Director Cross on the screen. I think she's testing us. Seeing if we're desperate enough to accept terms that favor them. And I think if we accept these terms, we'll be fighting to change them for the next century. But if we reject them, then we fight a war we might not win. His amber eyes met mine. So, the question is, what kind of future do we want? One where we have limited freedom now and fight for more later? Or one where we risk everything for total freedom immediately? It was an impossible question. And somehow, everyone was looking at me for the answer. Why are you all staring at me? I asked. Because you're the Sylvet, Selka said simply. You broke the curse. You've become a symbol for what we can be. Your voice carries weight now, whether you want it to or not. I don't want it. Too bad. Selka's smile was wry. Power doesn't ask permission. It just is. Now, what do we tell the coalition? I thought about Airless, who died for a chance at freedom. About my father, who'd sacrificed his career to save me. About all the wolves who'd fought in the final hunt because they believed in a future worth fighting for. We counteroffer, I said finally. With what? We return their personnel, unharmed. We agree to the Joint Council. But we reject territorial restrictions. Instead, we propose integration zones, areas where humans and wolves live side by side, proving we can coexist. I looked around the table. We show them we're not the threat they think we are. We demonstrate that the future doesn't have to be us versus them. That's incredibly optimistic, one alpha said skeptically. It's also incredibly naive, another added. Maybe, I agreed. But it's also the only path forward that doesn't end in genocide, theirs or ours. The coalition is scared because we're strong now. But we're also scared because they have numbers and weapons. Fear on both sides leads to war. So we remove the fear by proving we're not monsters. And if they reject our counteroffer?
Tarian asked.
Then we fight. But at least we'll know we tried every other option first. I looked at Director Cross's frozen image. Send the message. Tell her we're willing to negotiate in good faith. But we won't accept terms that treat us like animals to be managed. We're people. And people deserve respect, not restrictions. Selka studied me for a long moment, then nodded. It's risky, but I like it. We show strength by offering peace, not by threatening war. The other packs need to agree, Axton pointed out. They will, Selka said confidently, because the alternative is watching their children grow up in designated zones, always looking over their shoulders, always afraid. This gives us a chance at something better. The council voted. It wasn't unanimous. Several alphas voted against, convinced it was a mistake. But the majority agreed. We would counteroffer. We would propose integration instead of restriction. And we would hope that the coalition was smart enough to see the opportunity. The response came the next morning. Another video message, this time with Director Cross looking distinctly less composed. Your counteroffer is unexpected, she admitted. Integration zones are a radical concept. One that many within the coalition will oppose strongly. But not you. I asked the projection, even though it couldn't hear me. However, Director Cross continued, I am not many. I am one voice, but an influential one. And I believe your proposal has merit. Not because I trust wolves, I don't. But because I recognize that continued conflict will devastate both our populations. She leaned forward. Here's what I can offer. A pilot program. One integration zone, carefully monitored for a period of 5 years. If it succeeds, if humans and wolves can prove they can coexist peacefully, we expand the program. If it fails, we will return to negotiations. One zone, Axton said. They're asking us to stake our entire future on one experimental zone. It's better than nothing, Merrick countered. And if the zone fails because they sabotage it? Noriel's voice was sharp. If they deliberately create problems to justify going back to restrictions? Then we document everything, I said. We make sure the world sees what's happening. Humans and wolves both. We can't control what the coalition does, but we can control how we respond. Director Cross's message continued. The coalition will select the location. You will select the wolf families who participate. We'll establish a joint council immediately to oversee the zone. And we'll begin in 3 months, giving both sides time to prepare. The projection ended. Silence filled the council chamber. Well, Selka said finally, We have our answer. One zone. 5 years. Everything is riding on our ability to prove we're not monsters. Then we'd better choose our participants carefully, Tarian said. We need families who can represent the best of what we are, who can build bridges instead of burning them. I know who should go, I said quietly. Everyone turned to look at me. Lenara and her daughters. Airless's family. I met their gazes. They've suffered because of this conflict. They deserve to be part of the solution. And Lenara is smart, diplomatic, and brave. She'd be perfect. She's also traumatized from being held prisoner, one alpha pointed out. Which is exactly why she should go, I argued. She knows what the worst of humanity looks like. Now, let her see the best. Let her help create something better for her daughters. Tarian nodded slowly. It's a good choice. We'll need others too. Families with children, elders with wisdom, warriors who can protect them if things go wrong. I'll go too, I said. Absolutely not. Tarian's voice was sharp. You're too valuable. Which is exactly why I need to go. I'm the bridge, remember? The symbol. If I'm not willing to live in an integration zone, how can we ask anyone else to? I touched his arm. Besides, you'll be there with me. We'll face it together. You're asking me to risk you on an experiment that could fail. I'm asking you to trust that I can handle it. That we can handle it. I looked around the table. This is our chance to prove the curse being broken was a good thing. That we're not going to become the monsters they fear. But we can't do that from a distance. We have to be there, in the zone, showing them what we really are. Selka smiled, genuine and warm. You know, for someone who claimed she didn't want power, you're remarkably good at using it. I don't want power, I corrected. I want peace. And I'll do whatever it takes to get it. Then it's decided, Selka said. We accept the coalition's terms. 1 integration zone. 5-year pilot program. And Iskira Thorne, the Sylvet who broke the curse, will be one of the first residents. She looked at me, her ice silver eyes serious. Don't make me regret this. I won't, I promised. I just hoped I could keep that promise. The next 3 months passed in a blur of preparation. The coalition selected a town called Riverside, population 5,000, nestled in a valley between mountains. It had been evacuated years ago due to economic decline, but the infrastructure was intact. Perfect for a fresh start. 50 wolf families were chosen to participate, representing 12 different packs. Lenara and her daughters. Axton, who volunteered despite his reservations. Noriel, who claimed she wanted to keep an eye on things. Merrick, Varia the healer, and dozens of others. And Tarian and me. We would be the alpha pair for the integration zone, responsible for maintaining order and representing wolf interests on the joint council. No pressure at all. My father visited the week before we left. You're really doing this, he said, watching me pack. Moving into a zone full of humans who might hate you. Yep. That's either very brave or very stupid. Probably both. I folded a shirt, adding it to the box. But someone has to try, Dad. Someone has to prove this can work. And if it doesn't, then we'll have tried. And that's more than we've done for the past 1,000 years. I looked at him. What about you? What will you do now? The coalition revoked my credentials, confiscated my property, and put a bounty on my head. He smiled wryly. I'm thinking about becoming a consultant, helping packs understand how the coalition thinks, how they operate. Maybe preventing future conflicts. That's a good idea. It's also dangerous. But then, so is what you're doing. He pulled me into a hug. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. Your mother would be too. Tears pricked my eyes. You think so? I know so. She always believed in building bridges, in finding common ground. You're doing exactly what she would have wanted. We held each other for a long moment, father and daughter, finally on the same side. Be careful in the integration zone, he said finally. Not everyone wants this to succeed. There are people on both sides who profit from conflict. They'll try to sabotage it. I know. We're ready for that. I hope so. He released me, stepping back. But if things go wrong, if you need help, call me. I'll come. Bounty or no bounty. I will.
Thank you, Dad.
For everything. He left, and I finished packing, my heart heavy with a strange mix of hope and dread. This was it. The next chapter. The future we'd fought so hard to create. I just hoped we were ready for it. The day we moved to Riverside was bright and cold. 50 families arrived in a convoy of vehicles, carrying everything they owned. The town was exactly as advertised. Empty but intact, waiting to be filled with new life. Humans from the coalition were already there, scientists, social workers, mediators, all carefully selected for their willingness to try this experiment. And at the center of it all stood Director Helena Cross, her expression unreadable. "Welcome to Riverside," she said as we gathered in the town square. "This is an unprecedented moment. Humans and wolves living together, building something new. I won't pretend this will be easy. There will be conflicts, misunderstandings, fear on both sides." She paused, her eyes sweeping over the assembled crowd. "But I believe we can make this work. Not because I've suddenly developed faith in wolves, but because I've seen what the alternative looks like. And I'd rather bet on coexistence than face another final hunt." Polite applause rippled through the crowd. Then it was my turn to speak. I stepped forward, my heart pounding, very aware that hundreds of eyes were on me. 3 months ago, I was human. Just human. I didn't know about wolves, about curses, about any of this world. And then I crashed my car on a mountain road, and 3 wolves saved my life. I looked at Tarian, standing at the edge of the crowd. He smiled encouragingly. Since then, I've learned what it means to be different.
To be feared.
To be hunted just for existing. But I've also learned what it means to be part of something bigger than yourself. To belong to a pack. To have people who would die for you, and who you would die for in return. I took a breath. I'm not fully a wolf. I'm not fully human anymore either. I'm something in between. A bridge. And that's what this town is going to be. A bridge between 2 worlds that have been at war for too long. I looked at Director Cross. "I know you don't trust us. That's fair. We don't entirely trust you either. But trust has to start somewhere. So let's start here. In Riverside. With 50 families and a 5-year experiment. And let's prove that the future doesn't have to look like the past." More applause, warmer this time. Families began to disperse, choosing houses, claiming spaces, starting to make this empty town into a home. Tarian appeared at my side, taking my hand. "Good speech." "Thanks." I was terrified. Didn't show. He squeezed my fingers. "Come on. Let's find our house. Start our new life." Our house was a small cottage at the edge of town, near a creek that babbled over smooth stones. It had 2 bedrooms, a fireplace, and a porch that overlooked the mountains. It was perfect. "Think we can make this work?" I asked, standing on that porch as the sun set behind the peaks. "I think we can try," Tarian said, wrapping his arms around me from behind. And that's all anyone can ask. Through the bond, I felt his hope and fear tangled together, mirroring my own. We'd broken a curse, survived a war, freed prisoners and negotiated peace. But this, building a life together in a world that wasn't quite ready for us, this might be the hardest challenge yet. Together? I asked. Always, he promised. And as the stars began to appear, as the new residents of Riverside settled into their homes, as humans and wolves took the first tentative steps toward coexistence, I let myself believe. Believe that we could make this work. Believe that the future could be better than the past. Believe that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was choose hope over fear, even when you had no idea if hope was enough. Chapter 13. Bridges and Cracks. 3 months later. The first cracks appeared on a Tuesday. I was in the town square, helping Lenara set up a small market stall where she sold handmade jewelry. Her daughters, Silwyn and Varia, were arranging pieces on the display table, their laughter carrying across the square. It should have been peaceful. It wasn't. A group of human teenagers stood across the square, watching us with expressions that ranged from curiosity to barely concealed hostility. One of them, a tall boy with sandy hair, kept making comments just loud enough for us to hear. Look at them, pretending to be normal. My dad says they're dangerous, that we should watch them every second. I heard they can smell fear, that if you show weakness, they attack. I forced myself to ignore it. We'd been warned this would happen. Fear didn't disappear overnight just because you signed a treaty. But Silwen heard. Her small hands stilled on a silver bracelet, her ice blue eyes filling with tears. Mama, she whispered, why do they hate us? They don't hate us, sweetheart, Lenara said gently, though her voice was strained. They're just scared. It'll get better. When? Lenara didn't have an answer. The sandy-haired boy stepped closer, his friends trailing behind him. Hey, wolf girl, can you really turn into an animal? Or is that just something they tell us to keep us scared? Silwen shrank back, pressing against her mother. Leave her alone, I said, stepping between them. She's 8 years old. Find someone your own age to harass. The boy's eyes flicked to me, and recognition dawned. You're the Sylvet, the one who broke the curse. I am. My uncle was at the final hunt. He said you knocked out 300 hunters with some kind of magic. His tone was challenging. Is that true? Yes. So, you could kill us all right now if you wanted to? I could, but I won't. Because, unlike what you've been told, we're not here to hurt anyone. I kept my voice calm, non-threatening. We're here to live. Same as you. That's what you say now. But what happens when you get hungry? When will your wolf instincts take over? He leaned closer, his breath hot on my face. My dad says the only good wolf is a dead wolf. Then your dad's an idiot, a voice said. We all turned. A human woman stood there, middle-aged, with graying brown hair and kind eyes. I recognized her as Dr. Elena Voss, one of the coalition mediators assigned to Riverside. Marcus, she said to the sandy-haired boy, her tone sharp. That's enough. These people are your neighbors. You'll treat them with respect, or you'll answer to me and the Joint Council. They're not people. Yes, they are. And if I hear you say otherwise again, I'll have you removed from the integration zone. Your family can stay, but you'll be sent to live with your aunt in the city. Understood? Marcus glared at her, but nodded sullenly. He and his friends slunk away, muttering under their breaths. Dr. Voss sighed heavily. I'm sorry about that. Marcus's father is difficult. Very anti-integration. He only agreed to come here because the coalition offered financial incentives. How many others are like him? I asked. Too many. She looked at Silwen, who was still pressed against her mother. Are you all right, sweetheart? Silwen nodded, but didn't speak. This is going to take time, Dr. Voss said quietly, meant for me and Lenara. Generational prejudice doesn't disappear just because we sign papers and move people into the same town. We need to give it time. How much time? Lenara's voice was tight. My daughters shouldn't have to grow up being called animals by their neighbors. I know. I'm working on educational programs, community events where humans and wolves can interact in safe, supervised settings. But these things move slowly. We might not have gone slowly, I said. This is a 5-year pilot program. If we can't show significant progress, the coalition will shut it down. Then we'd better work fast. Dr. Voss managed a tired smile. But for what it's worth, there are humans here who want this to work. Who see you as neighbors, not threats. We just need to help them find their voices. After she left, Lenara began packing up the market stall. What are you doing? I asked. Going home. I'm not staying here to be insulted. Her hands shook as she wrapped the jewelry in cloth. I thought this would be different. I thought we'd finally be safe. We are safe. My daughter was just called an animal by a boy who could easily hurt her. Lenara's eyes were fierce. That's not safe, Iskira. That's tolerance at best. And tolerance can turn to violence in a heartbeat. Then we don't give it that chance. We build relationships. We show them we're worth knowing. And if they don't want to know us? I didn't have an answer for that. Because the truth was, I didn't know if this would work. I believed so strongly that living side by side would break down prejudice. But 3 months in, and the walls between humans and wolves seemed as high as ever. That night, the Joint Council met. It was held in the old town hall, a circular room with a round table where 12 people sat. 6 humans, 6 wolves. Director Cross attended via video link, overseeing but not participating. I sat beside Tarian, across from Dr. Voss and a coalition representative named Richard Thorne. We need to discuss the incident in the square today. Thorne began without preamble. He was a sharp-featured man in his 50s, with cold gray eyes that reminded me of Noriel's. A human teenager harassed wolf children. This is the 3rd incident this month. And what are you doing about it? Noriel demanded. She'd taken a seat on the council specifically to ensure wolf voices weren't ignored. Where's the accountability? The consequences? The boys' parents have been warned, Dr. Voss said. And I'm implementing the educational programs I mentioned. Warnings aren't enough. Axton's copper hair was disheveled, his expression frustrated. These kids need to understand there are real consequences for threatening wolf children. What would you suggest? Thorne asked coolly. We can't imprison minors for saying hateful things. That's not how our justice system works. Then maybe your justice system is the problem, Noriel shot back. Enough. Tarian's voice cut through the rising argument. Fighting each other isn't solving anything. We need practical solutions. Such as? Thorne challenged. Integrated schooling. I spoke up before the argument could reignite. Right now, human kids and wolf kids go to separate schools. That's reinforcing the divide. If they learned together, played together, grew up together. Absolutely not. Thorne's voice was flat. Human parents will never agree to sending their children to school with wolves. The liability alone. What liability? I interrupted. We've been here 3 months. How many violent incidents have there been involving wolves? Thorne was silent. None. I continued. 0. Because we're not the danger you think we are. But as long as humans and wolves are kept separate, as long as children grow up hearing stories about how the other side is monstrous, nothing changes. She's right, Dr. Voss said quietly. Segregated education is perpetuating the problem. If we want the next generation to do better, we need to start now. The coalition will never approve it, Thorne said. Then we don't ask the coalition. I looked at Director Cross's image on the screen. We ask you. You have authority over this integration zone. You can override the standard coalition protocols if you believe it serves the pilot program's goals. Director Cross was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Integrated schooling, she said finally, starting next month. Voluntary at first. Families can opt in or out. But we strongly encourage participation from both sides. You can't be serious, Thorne started. I am. Director Cross's voice was steel. This integration zone exists to prove coexistence is possible. We can't prove that if we keep everyone separated. So yes, Mr. Thorne, I am authorizing integrated education. And if you have a problem with that, you're welcome to request a transfer. Thorne's face went red, but he nodded stiffly. Good. Director Cross looked at me. But understand, this is a risk. If something goes wrong, if there's a single incident of violence involving children, the program ends. Immediately. And we return to segregation. Possibly permanently. Understood. I said, my stomach tight with anxiety. We just bet the entire future of integration on whether children could learn to see past their parents' prejudices. No pressure at all. The announcement of integrated schooling caused an uproar. Human parents protested outside the town hall, carrying signs that read, "Protect our children," and "Wolves don't belong in classrooms." Wolf families were split, some excited for the opportunity, others terrified of sending their children into an environment where they might be harmed. And I stood in the middle of it all, wondering if I'd just made a catastrophic mistake. Second thoughts. Tarian asked. We were standing on our porch, watching the sunset, trying to find a moment of peace in the chaos. About 100 of them. I leaned against him, taking comfort in his warmth. What if this backfires? What if something happens to one of the children? Then we deal with it. Together. His arms tightened around me. But Iskira, doing nothing wasn't an option either. The divide was growing. We had to try something. I just hope it's the right thing. Through the bond, I felt his own doubts, his fears, but also his faith in me. His certainty that whatever challenges came, we'd face them together. A knock at the door interrupted us. Lenara stood there, her daughters behind her, all three looking nervous. "We want to do it," Lenara said without preamble. "Integrated schooling. We want Silwyn and Varia to participate." "Are you sure?" I looked at the girls, so small and vulnerable. After what happened in the square. Especially after what happened in the square. Lenara's voice was firm. "I don't want my daughters growing up afraid. I don't want them thinking humans are the enemy. So yes, we're doing this. We're being brave." Silwyn nodded solemnly. "We want to make friends. Even if it's scary." My throat tightened. "You're incredible. All three of you." "We learn from the best," Lenara said, her ice blue eyes soft. "Airless was brave. And so are you. We're just trying to follow your example." After they left, I turned to Tarian. "We have to make this work.
For them.
For all the children who are choosing to be brave. Then we will." He kissed my forehead. Because failure isn't an option. The first day of integrated schooling arrived too quickly. 20 human children and 15 wolf children gathered in the old schoolhouse, accompanied by anxious parents who lingered outside, watching through windows. I was there as a mediator along with Dr. Voss and 2 teachers, 1 human, 1 wolf. The children sat on opposite sides of the room, eyeing each other with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Marcus, the sandy-haired teenager, was among the human children. His father had insisted he participate, though from his expression, he would rather be anywhere else. Silwyn sat with the wolf children, her small hands folded in her lap, trying to look brave. "Good morning, everyone," the human teacher, Ms. Rivera, began. She was young, in her late 20s, with warm brown eyes and an encouraging smile. "Today is a very special day. You're the first children in 1,000 years to learn side by side, human and wolf together." "Why would we want to do that?" Marcus asked, his tone challenging. Ms. Rivera didn't flinch. "Because you're going to be neighbors for the rest of your lives. And neighbors should understand each other. So today, we're going to start by getting to know each other." "How?" a human girl asked nervously. "By sharing stories." The wolf teacher, Mr. Kale, stepped forward. He was middle-aged with kind gray eyes. "Everyone has a story. Something that makes them special. We're going to go around the room, and each of you will share one thing about yourself that you think is interesting." Groans from both sides of the room. "I'll start," Ms. Rivera said. "My name is Sophia Rivera, and when I was your age, I was terrified of dogs. Couldn't even be in the same room with one. But then my neighbor got a puppy, and I forced myself to spend time with it. And you know what? That puppy became my best friend. I learned that fear is often just not understanding something." "My turn," Mr. Kale said. "My name is Evander Kale, and I grew up in a pack where everyone was a warrior. But I hated fighting. I loved books and stories. My family thought something was wrong with me. But I became a teacher, and now I get to share stories with young people every day. I learned that being different from your family doesn't mean you're wrong." The children shifted, some looking thoughtful. "Who wants to go next?" Ms. Rivera asked. Silence. Then, surprisingly, Marcus raised his hand. "I'm Marcus Henley. And my uncle died in the final hunt, fighting wolves." His eyes were hard as he looked at the wolf children. "So, I don't really want to be here. But my dad says I have to give it a chance." More silence. Then Silwyn raised her hand, her voice small but clear. "I'm Silwyn, and my aunt died saving Silvet from a hunter's bullet. So I lost my family too. But my aunt taught me that dying to protect someone isn't the same as dying to hurt someone." The room was so quiet you could hear breathing. Marcus stared at Silwyn, something unreadable crossing his face. "Your aunt was a wolf?" he asked finally.
Yes.
"Her name was Airless. My uncle was human. His name was James. They looked at each other across the divided room, two children who'd both lost family to this conflict. And slowly, imperceptibly, something shifted. "I'm sorry about your uncle," Silwyn said quietly. "I'm sorry about your aunt," Marcus replied. It wasn't friendship.
Not yet.
But it was the beginning of something. A crack in the wall of prejudice that maybe, just maybe, could widen into understanding. The integrated schooling program survived its first week. Then its first month. There were incidents, arguments, fights, moments where it seemed like the whole thing would collapse. But there were also breakthroughs. A human boy and a wolf girl became study partners. Marcus and Silwyn weren't friends, but they stopped being enemies. Children started playing together during recess, the natural social dynamics of childhood overcoming the artificial divisions adults had created. And slowly, carefully, the parents began to soften too. Not all of them, but enough. Enough that when a human child got sick and a wolf healer offered to help, the parents accepted. Enough that when a wolf family's house flooded, human neighbors helped with repairs. Enough that 3 months into the integrated schooling program, the town started to feel less like an experiment and more like a community. But not everyone was happy about it. I was walking home from a council meeting when I noticed them. 3 men in dark clothes, watching our cottage from across the street. They weren't trying to be subtle, they wanted to be seen. "Can I help you?" I asked, approaching slowly. The largest one stepped forward. He had a shaved head and cold eyes that reminded me of Commander Cross. "You're Iskira Thorne, the Sylvet." "I am. We have a message for you. From people who don't appreciate what you're doing here." My hand moved instinctively toward the knife in my belt. And what exactly am I doing? Poisoning humanity. Trying to make us accept monsters as equals. His smile was ugly. There are those of us who remember what wolves really are, what they're capable of. And we're not going to let this integration farce continue. Is that a threat? It's a promise. He leaned closer, and I could smell alcohol on his breath. Something bad is going to happen in this town. And when it does, when people finally see the truth, this whole experiment ends. And you'll be the one who takes the blame. They walked away before I could respond, melting into the evening shadows. I stood there, my heart pounding, the threat hanging in the air like poison. Through the bond, Tarian felt my alarm. Within seconds, he was beside me, shifted and ready to fight. What happened? I told him about the men, about their threat. His amber eyes went dark with rage. "We need to report this to the council. To Director Cross. They can't be allowed to sabotage." "Report what? 3 men making vague threats? We have no proof they'll do anything." I touched his arm, trying to calm him through the bond. "But we need to be ready. Something's coming. Something bad. And when it happens, we have to make sure we respond correctly, or everything we've built falls apart." "What do you want to do?" "Increase patrols. Make sure wolf families know to be vigilant. And hope that whatever they're planning, we can stop it before it destroys everything." But in my heart, I knew. The cracks in our fragile peace were widening. And it was only a matter of time before something broke. Chapter 14. When the Dam Breaks. The attack came on a Friday night. I woke to screams and the smell of smoke. Tarian was already moving, shifting mid-stride as he burst through the door. Through the bond, I felt his terror and rage tangled together. I pulled on clothes and ran after him, my heart hammering. The schoolhouse was on fire. Flames engulfed the building, orange and red against the night sky. People were running toward it, parents, teachers, children who'd been at a sleepover event inside. "No," I breathed. "No, no, no." Ms. Rivera stood outside, her face streaked with soot and tears. "They're still inside. 5 children. We got everyone else out, but 5 are still trapped." I didn't wait to hear more. I ran toward the burning building, ignoring the shouts behind me. The heat hit me like a physical wall, but I pushed through it, shifting to my in-between form for enhanced strength and resilience. Inside was hell. The smoke was so thick I could barely see. Flames consuming walls and ceiling. The structure groaned, ready to collapse. "Hello!" I shouted. "Can anyone hear me?" A small voice, choked with smoke. Help. We're here. I followed the sound to what used to be a back classroom. The door was jammed, warped by heat. I grabbed the handle, felt my skin blister, and wrenched it open. 5 children huddled in the corner. 3 wolves, 2 humans, including Silwyn and Marcus. They were holding each other, human and wolf children clinging together in terror. Come on, I shouted. We have to move now. But part of the ceiling chose that moment to collapse, blocking our exit. Flames roared between us and the door. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's desperation. He was trying to reach us, but the fire was too intense even for him. The window. Marcus shouted, pointing to a small window high on the wall. Too small for me in my current form, but the children could fit. I grabbed a desk and shoved it under the window.
Climb. Now.
The children scrambled up. I lifted each one, pushing them through the window into waiting arms outside. Silwyn went last, her ice blue eyes meeting mine. What about you? I'll find another way. Go. She hesitated, then disappeared through the window. I turned to assess my options. The flames had spread. The exits were blocked, and the ceiling was about to come down. Tarian, I thought through the bond. I love you. I'm sorry. Don't you dare, his voice roared back. Don't you dare give up. Find a way out. The ceiling groaned. Beams cracked. I had seconds. I looked at the flames blocking the door, thought about the power that had knocked out 300 hunters during the final hunt. That wild, uncontrolled magic that had erupted from me. Could I do it again? Could I control it this time? I closed my eyes, reaching for that same well of power. It was there, deeper now, woven into my transformed nature. Neither human nor wolf, but something that could channel magic in ways neither could alone. Please, I thought. Please work. I thrust my hands toward the flames. Silver light exploded from my palms, not violent, but purposeful. The fire parted like a curtain, creating a path through the inferno. I ran. Behind me, the ceiling collapsed with a deafening crash. Flames chased me. Heat blistered my skin. Smoke filled my lungs. But I made it through the door. Made it outside. Collapsed on the grass, gasping, my entire body screaming in pain. Tarian was there instantly, shifting back to human form, his hands gentle as he checked me for injuries. You stupid, brave, incredible woman. I thought I'd lost you. The children? I gasped. All safe. All alive. Because of you. I let myself relax then, let the exhaustion and pain wash over me. We'd saved them. All of them. Human and wolf children, saved together. That had to mean something. The investigation began immediately. Coalition fire inspectors combed through the wreckage. Their conclusion was unambiguous. Arson. Someone had deliberately set the fire, using accelerants to ensure it would spread quickly. And they'd locked the exits from the outside. This wasn't just an attack on the integration program. This was attempted murder. We have to shut it down, Director Cross said via video linked to an emergency council meeting. The integration zone. This proves it's too dangerous.
No.
My voice was hoarse from smoke inhalation, but firm. This proves there are people willing to kill children to stop progress. If we shut down now, we're telling them terrorism works. 5 children almost died. But they didn't. And do you know why? I leaned forward, ignoring the pain in my bandaged hands. Because when the fire started, those children, human and wolf, held each other. They protected each other. Marcus Henley, who 3 months ago called wolves animals, was holding Silwyn's hand when I found them. Silence around the table. That's what you're seeing when you look at this attack, I continued. But I'm seeing proof that integration works. That children can learn to see past what their parents taught them. That the next generation doesn't have to hate each other. You're asking me to continue an experiment that nearly killed children, Director Cross said. I'm asking you to not let the terrorists win. I met her gaze through the screen. Find them. Prosecute them. Make it clear that attacks on this community, human or wolf, will not be tolerated. But don't shut us down. Don't tell these children that their bravery meant nothing. Richard Thorne spoke up. For once, I agree with Sylvet. If we shut down now, we're admitting we can't protect our own citizens. That fear is stronger than justice. Other council members nodded slowly. Director Cross was silent for a long moment.
Fine.
The integration zone continues. But security is being tripled. Every building will have fire suppression systems installed. And anyone, human or wolf, found threatening the peace will be removed immediately. Agreed, Tarian said. One more thing. Director Cross's expression was hard. We will find who did this. And when we do, they'll face justice. Real justice. Not mob justice. Understood. A chorus of agreement around the table. But I saw the looks exchanged between some of the human council members. The doubt. The fear that maybe, just maybe, the arsonists had been right. That wolves were too dangerous. That integration was too risky. That we should all just go back to living separately, where it was safe. The arsonists were found 3 days later. Not by coalition investigators. By wolves. Axton tracked their scent from the schoolhouse to a cabin 10 miles outside Riverside. He reported it to the authorities, and coalition security arrested 4 men, all humans, all with ties to anti-integration extremist groups. The town should have felt safer after that. It didn't, because 2 days after the arrests, graffiti appeared on wolf-owned houses. Monsters go home. Your kind isn't welcome. Next time the fire will find you. And the worst one, spray painted across Lenara's door. Your aunt died a traitor. You should too. I found Lenara scrubbing at the paint, tears streaming down her face, while her daughters watched from inside the house. Let me help, I said, grabbing a brush. It doesn't matter. Her voice was flat. As soon as we clean it, they'll just do it again. This town doesn't want us, Iskira. It never did. Some of them don't, but not all. Enough of them. She threw down her brush. Enough that my daughters see this hatred every day. Enough that they're starting to believe it. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm done. We're leaving. She looked at me, her ice blue eyes red from crying. I tried. I really tried. But I can't watch my daughters grow up thinking they're monsters just because some humans can't let go of their prejudices.
Please. Give it more time.
We're making progress. Progress? Iskira, the schoolhouse burned down. The children almost died. And now this. She gestured at the graffiti. What's next? Someone sets fire to our house with us inside? I won't risk it. I wanted to argue. Wanted to convince her to stay. But looking at her daughters' frightened faces, I couldn't. I understand, I said quietly. Where will you go? Back to my original pack. To territory that's actually ours. She touched my arm, her expression softening. I know you believe in this, Iskira. And I'm grateful for everything you've done. But I have to protect my children first. I know. My throat was tight. I'm sorry I couldn't make this work for you. You didn't fail. The people who did this, they're the ones who failed. She looked at her house one last time. But failure has consequences. And I can't let my daughters pay for them. They left that afternoon. 3 other wolf families left with them. And I stood in the town square, watching them go, feeling like I was watching the dream die piece by piece. That night, the council met again. We're losing families, Dr. Voss said, her voice tired. For left today. 3 more have expressed interest in leaving. If this continues, we won't have enough wolf participants to maintain the program. Then we need to show results, Thorne said. Concrete evidence that integration is working. Not just anecdotes about children holding hands. What would you suggest? Noriel's voice was sharp. We've integrated schools, created community events, built relationships. What more do you want? Accountability for the humans who are creating these problems, Axton said. The graffiti artists haven't been caught. The people making threats in the streets face no consequences. We're asking wolf families to stay while doing nothing to make them feel safe. We're increasing patrols, Thorne started. Patrols aren't enough. Axton slammed his hand on the table. We need the human community to take responsibility. To stand up and say that this hatred isn't acceptable. You're asking humans to police their own neighbors, Thorne said. That's not realistic. Why not? I interrupted. The wolf community polices itself. If a wolf steps out of line, threatens a human, we handle it immediately. Why is it unrealistic to expect the same from humans? Because humans don't have pack bonds. We don't have alphas who can enforce discipline through supernatural means. Then use your legal system. Arrest people. Fine them. Make it clear there are real consequences for threatening or attacking wolves. We are. You're not doing enough. Tarian's voice was quiet but carried absolute authority. And if you don't start doing more, we will. Wolf justice is swift and effective. If human justice can't protect our families, we'll protect them ourselves. That sounds like a threat, Thorne said coldly. It's a promise. Tarian's amber eyes were hard. We came here in good faith. We've followed your rules, respected your laws, done everything asked of us. But our patience has limits. Push us too far and we'll push back. Silence fell. Director Cross's voice cut through the tension. Enough. Both sides are right. Humans aren't doing enough to address the extremists in their community. And wolves are reaching the end of their tolerance. So here's what's going to happen. She leaned toward the camera. Tomorrow, we're holding a town meeting. Every resident, human and wolf, is required to attend. We're going to air grievances. We're going to establish clear consequences for harassment and threats. And we're going to make it absolutely clear that this community stands together or it doesn't stand at all. And if people refuse to attend? I asked. Then they're removed from the integration zone. No exceptions. Her expression was steel. This is their last chance. And ours. Either we make this work now, or we admit defeat. The town meeting was held in the largest building we had, an old warehouse converted into a community center. Every seat was filled. Humans on one side, wolves on the other, with a clear divide down the middle. Director Cross stood at the front, flanked by coalition security. She looked tired but determined. Thank you all for coming, she began. I know many of you don't want to be here, but this meeting isn't optional. It's necessary. Murmurs from both sides. 5 months ago, we started an experiment. We asked humans and wolves to live together, to prove that coexistence was possible. And in some ways, we've succeeded. Children are making friends across species lines. Neighbors are helping each other. We've shown that integration can work.
She paused.
But we've also failed. Because a vocal minority on both sides is making it impossible for the majority to live in peace. Arsonists who tried to kill children. Vandals who spray hatred on houses. People who threaten their neighbors just for existing. Those people don't represent us, a human woman called out. Then prove it, Director Cross challenged. Stand up.
Right now.
And tell me who you think burned down the schoolhouse. Silence. That's what I thought. Director Cross's voice was hard. You know who the extremists are. You hear their rhetoric. You see their hatred. But you do nothing because they're your friends, your family, your neighbors. And that complicity is killing this community. You can't expect us to turn on our own people, a human man protested. Why not? Selka's voice rang out. She'd traveled to Riverside for this meeting, her white blonde hair and ice-silver eyes commanding attention. Wolf packs turn on members who threaten the pack's survival. It's not betrayal, it's survival. If your community can't do the same, you're not a community. You're just a collection of individuals waiting for someone else to solve your problems. The wolf is right, Dr. Voss said, standing. I'm human. I grew up being taught that wolves were dangerous, that they couldn't be trusted. But since coming to Riverside, I've seen more courage, more integrity, more genuine community from the wolf families than from many of my human neighbors. Gasps from the human side. I'm ashamed, Dr. Voss continued, her voice breaking. Ashamed that my species, the supposedly civilized ones, are the ones threatening children, vandalizing homes, creating an environment of fear. We're better than this. We have to be better than this. Silence. Then slowly a human man stood. I recognized him as Marcus's father, the one who'd spoken against integration. My son almost died in that fire, he said, his voice rough. And you know what he told me afterward? He said a wolf girl held his hand,
Kept him calm.
helped him survive. He looked around the room. I've spent my whole life hating wolves, teaching my son to fear them. And it took a fire set by humans, for me to realize how wrong I was. He turned to the wolf side of the room. I'm sorry.
For my hatred.
For my words. For teaching my son to see you as animals instead of people. You saved his life. And I want to do better. More silence. Then another human stood. And another. One by one, humans began standing, some tearfully apologizing, others pledging to do better, to speak out against the hatred in their community. Not everyone stood. Maybe half, maybe less. But it was a start. After the meeting, as people filed out, Marcus approached me. He looked uncomfortable, his sandy hair falling in his eyes. Miss Thorne?
Can I talk to you?
Of course. He glanced around, making sure no one was listening. I wanted to thank you for saving us. In the fire. You don't have to thank me. I just did what anyone would do. No, you didn't. His voice was quiet. You risked your life for us.
For me.
Even though I was... He swallowed hard. Even though I was awful to Silwyn. To all the wolf kids. You were scared. That's understandable. I was an idiot. He met my eyes. My dad's right. I learned to hate before I learned to think. And it almost got me killed. What matters is that you're learning now. I want to do better. He hesitated. Is Silwyn okay? After the fire? She's shaken. But she'll recover. Can you tell her I'm sorry? And that if she wants, I'd like to be friends. For real this time. Unexpected tears pricked my eyes. I'll tell her. I think that would make her very happy. He nodded and hurried away, trying to hide his own tears. I stood there, watching him go, feeling something shift in my chest. Maybe this would work after all. Maybe we could build bridges strong enough to withstand the hatred trying to tear them down. Maybe. Iskira. Tarian's voice, urgent through the bond. I turned. He stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression grim. Beside him was a coalition messenger, looking exhausted and frightened. What is it? I asked, approaching them. There's been an incident, the messenger said. In one of the other territories. A wolf pack was attacked by human extremists. 15 dead, including children. My blood turned to ice. When? 3 hours ago. And the attackers? He swallowed hard. They're claiming they were inspired by Riverside. That if the coalition is allowing wolves and humans to mix here, they need to take matters into their own hands. No, I breathed. The coalition is convening an emergency session, the messenger continued. They're voting on whether to shut down all integration efforts, including Riverside. Everything we'd built, every sacrifice, every bridge, every moment of progress. All of it hanging by a thread because extremists in another territory had turned our hope into their justification for murder. When's the vote? Tarian asked. Tomorrow morning. Director Cross wants you there. To speak on behalf of the program. I looked at Tarian, feeling the weight of impossible responsibility settling on my shoulders once again. Then we'd better figure out what to say, I said quietly. Because if we lose this vote, everything ends. And I had no idea how to convince people to keep hoping when hope had just cost 15 lives. Chapter 15. The Choice That Defines U.S. The coalition chamber was a vast circular room with tiered seating rising toward a domed ceiling. Hundreds of representatives filled the seats, coalition commanders, pack alphas, mediators, politicians. All of them are waiting to decide the fate of integration. I stood at the center podium, feeling impossibly small. Beside me, Director Cross looked exhausted. The attack had shaken her, and I could see doubt creeping into her ice-chip eyes. The floor recognizes Iskira Thorne, Sylvit and representative of the Riverside Integration Zone, the speaker announced. Every eye turned to me. I gripped the podium, my hands still bandaged from the fire, and began. 5 months ago, I stood in a clearing and told you that I wanted to build a bridge. That I believed humans and wolves could coexist if we just gave each other a chance. My voice echoed through the chamber. And for 5 months, we've been trying. We've made mistakes. We've had setbacks. We've faced hatred and violence, and people who would rather see us all dead than see us living together. I paused. 3 days ago, someone tried to burn down our schoolhouse with children inside. Human and wolf children. And when I found them, did you know what I saw? Silence. I saw them holding each other. Human children protecting wolf children. Wolf children protecting human children. Because when you're 8 years old and the world is on fire, you don't care about species. You care about survival. About not being alone. About holding someone's hand so you're both less scared. I looked around the chamber. That's what we're building in Riverside. Not perfect harmony, we're nowhere near that. But we're building something. A future where children don't automatically hate each other because their parents taught them to. And yet, a coalition commander stood, his voice sharp. Your experiment inspired extremists to murder 15 wolves in the Western Territories, including 6 children. How do you answer that? The question hit like a physical blow. I can't, I said quietly. I can't answer for monsters who use progress as an excuse for murder. But I can tell you this. Shutting down Riverside won't bring those 15 wolves back. It won't undo the hatred. It will just tell every extremist in the world that terrorism works. That if you kill enough people, you can stop change. So, we should continue an experiment that's causing deaths. The experiment isn't causing deaths. Hatred is causing deaths. And hatred existed long before Riverside. I leaned forward. Do you know how many wolves died in the century before I broke the curse? Thousands. Killed by hunters, by the curse itself, by the slow extinction you were engineering. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. And do you know how many humans died in wolf attacks during that same period? I continued. According to your own records, fewer than 200. Most of those were accidents or self-defense. But you used those 200 deaths to justify the systematic genocide of an entire species. We were protecting humanity. You were protecting your power. My voice rose. Because wolves who are dying, wolves who are weak, wolves who are desperate, they're easy to control, easy to contain. But wolves who are whole, wolves who are strong, that terrifies you. And it should. An alpha stood from the wolf section. I didn't recognize him, but his voice carried authority. Because we remember. We remember centuries of being hunted, of watching our children die, of living in fear. And now that we're free, now that we're strong, why should we trust you? Why should we integrate when your people just killed 15 of ours? Agreement rumbled through the wolf representatives. Because the alternative is war, I said, turning to address them. Real war. Not skirmishes. Not hunts. But total war where both sides fight until one side can't fight anymore. Is that what you want? Because I've seen what that looks like. I've stood on a battlefield and watched people I cared about die. And I'm telling you, nobody wins that war. Then what do you propose? The alpha challenged. We just accept that humans will occasionally murder our children and do nothing?
No.
We demand justice. Real justice. I looked at Director Cross. The extremists who killed those 15 wolves, they need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of human law. Not hidden. Not protected. Not excused as misguided patriots. They need to face consequences that make it clear their actions were evil. Director Cross nodded slowly. Agreed. Full prosecution. Maximum sentences. And the wolves need to show restraint. I continued, turning back to the alpha. Not weakness, restraint. Because if we respond to this attack with violence, we prove the extremists right. We become the monsters they claim we are. You're asking us to turn the other cheek while our children are murdered? I'm asking you to be better than the people who hate you. My voice softened. I know that's hard. I know it feels like betrayal. But strength isn't just about fighting. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is choose not to. Silence fell over the chamber. Then a voice spoke from the back, familiar, warm, unexpected. My father stepped forward into the light. If I may, Daniel Thorne said, I'd like to add something. The speaker looked uncertain, but nodded. My father moved to stand beside me at the podium. My name is Daniel Thorne. For 20 years, I was one of the Coalition's top hunters. I killed more wolves than anyone in this room. And I did it believing I was protecting humanity. He looked around the chamber. I was wrong. Not about protecting humanity. That's important. But about how to do it. I thought the only way to keep humans safe was to make sure wolves were weak. Controlled.
Dying.
His voice grew heavy. And then I watched my daughter, this brave, impossible woman, break a curse that had been slowly killing an entire species. I watched her risk everything to save both wolves and humans. And I realized something. He turned to look at me. True protection isn't about making others weak. It's about making everyone strong enough that we don't need to fear each other. Tears blurred my vision. The extremists who killed those 15 wolves, my father continued, they're not heroes. They're cowards. They're so afraid of a future where wolves are their equals that they'd rather commit murder than adapt. And if we let them win, if we shut down integration, we're saying we're all cowards too. He stepped back. I've spent most of my life on the wrong side of history. I'd like to spend what's left of it on the right side. And the right side is standing with my daughter. Standing with Riverside. Standing with the future, even when it's scary. The chamber erupted in arguments, some supporting, some condemning, everyone shouting over each other. The speaker called for order. We will now vote. All in favor of continuing the Riverside Integration Program and expanding it to other territories, indicated now. Hands rose. I tried to count them, but there were too many moving too fast. All opposed. More hands. It was close. Impossibly close. The speaker counted. Recounted. Consulted with assistants. Finally, she spoke. By a margin of 3 votes, the integration program will continue. Relief crashed over me so hard I had to grip the podium to stay upright. We'd won.
Barely.
By 3 votes out of hundreds. But we'd won. However, the speaker continued, and my relief evaporated. There are conditions. The Riverside program will be placed under enhanced monitoring. Any violent incident, from either side, will result in immediate shutdown. Additional security measures will be implemented. And the families of the 15 murdered wolves will receive full reparations from the Coalition. Also, she looked directly at me, a second integration zone will be established within 6 months. This will be monitored independently to ensure Riverside's results can be replicated. If the second zone fails, both zones close permanently. More pressure. More expectations. More ways this could fall apart. But also more hope. More chances. More opportunities to prove this could work. Understood, I said. Thank you. We returned to Riverside as heroes. The news of the vote had spread quickly. When our vehicle arrived, the entire town was waiting, humans and wolves together, cheering. Children ran up to us, Marcus and Silwyn leading the charge, no longer separated by fear but united by shared survival. You did it. Silwyn threw her arms around my waist. You saved us. We all saved each other. I corrected, hugging her back. Marcus stood nearby, looking uncertain. Then Silwyn grabbed his hand and pulled him into the hug too. We're friends now, she announced. Real friends. And nobody's going to change that. Marcus nodded, his earlier hostility completely gone. What she said. Watching them, human and wolf, hands clasped, smiling, I felt something in my chest finally relax. This was what we were fighting for. Not perfection. Not immediate transformation. Just the possibility that maybe, one day, children like these would grow up and wonder why their grandparents had ever been enemies. That night, Tarian and I stood on our porch, watching the town settle into the evening. Lights glowed in the windows. Voices carried on the breeze, laughter, conversation, the sounds of a community living. We did it, I said softly. You did it, Tarian corrected. I just supported you. We did it together. I leaned into him, savoring his warmth. Like we always do. Through the bond, I felt his contentment, his pride, his deep and abiding love. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now we keep building. We help establish the second integration zone. We make sure Riverside succeeds so spectacularly that the coalition has no choice but to expand the program." I smiled. "We live. We love each other. We prove every day that the curse being broken was the best thing that ever happened to both our species." Sounds exhausting. Probably will be. I turned to look at him, my mate, my partner, my choice. Still want that cabin by the lake? The quiet life we talked about. Someday. His amber eyes were soft. But not yet. Right now, we have work to do. Together? Always. He kissed me as the stars began to appear, as the town we'd fought for settled into peace, as the future we'd bled for finally felt possible. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. There would be more fights, more setbacks, more people who chose hatred over hope. But there would also be more Silwans and Marcuzas, more children who learned to see past the prejudices of their parents, more bridges built between worlds that had been at war for too long. And that was enough. 6 months later, the second integration zone opened in the spring. 50 more families, human and wolf, taking the same leap of faith we'd taken. The opening ceremony was held in Riverside, now considered the model for successful integration. I stood at the podium again, but this time I wasn't alone. Beside me stood Lenara. She'd returned to Riverside 3 months ago, having realized that running from fear meant her daughters would always be running. Better to teach them to face it, she'd said, to stand proud in who they are. Now she spoke to the gathered crowd, representatives from both integration zones, coalition officials, pack leaders, families preparing to start their own journey. "My name is Lenara," she began. 6 months ago, I ran from Riverside. I was terrified, angry, convinced that integration was impossible, that humans and wolves could never truly coexist. She looked at her daughters, standing in the front row with Marcus and a group of other children, human and wolf mixed together naturally, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "I was wrong," Lenara continued. "Not because integration is easy, it's not. Not because prejudice disappeared, it didn't. But because I underestimated the next generation's ability to be better than ours." She gestured to the children. They don't see enemies when they look at each other. They see friends, classmates, neighbors. And if we're brave enough to follow their example, maybe we can build the world they deserve. One where species doesn't define worth, where fear doesn't dictate policy, where everyone, human and wolf, has a place to belong. The crowd erupted in applause. After the ceremony, families mingled, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence. Human parents talking with wolf parents about childcare and schools. Teenagers from both species clustered together, comparing phones and sharing music. Elders exchanging stories, finding common ground in shared experience despite different species. It wasn't perfect harmony. Tensions still existed. Misunderstandings happened. But people were trying. And trying was everything. As the sun set on the celebration, I found myself alone on a hill overlooking Riverside. The town spread below me. Lights beginning to twinkle, smoke rising from chimneys, the evidence of life and community and hope. Thinking deep thoughts. Tarian's voice came from behind me, just reflecting. I leaned back against him as he wrapped his arms around me. A year ago, I crashed my car on a mountain road. I was human, alone, running from a destiny I didn't understand. And now I'm something new, part of something bigger, and I have no idea what comes next. I smiled, but I'm excited to find out. Even with all the challenges, the second zone, the monitoring, the pressure, especially with all that, I turned to face him. Because it means we're making a difference. We're changing the world, Tarian. Slowly, painfully, one bridge at a time. But we're doing it. His amber eyes were warm with love and pride. So, no regrets? About the transformation? About everything you've lost? I thought about my human life, The simplicity, the normalcy, the safety of not knowing about wolves and curses and magical bloodlines. No regrets, I said firmly. I'd make the same choices again. All of them. Because they led me here.
To you.
To this. To us. To us, I agreed. He kissed me as the last light faded from the sky, as Riverside settled into evening, as the future we'd built together stretched out before us, uncertain, challenging, full of possibilities. 2 years later, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th integration zones opened. Integration became standard policy rather than experimental. The coalition and pack leaders formed a permanent joint council with real power and shared governance. Human-wolf marriages became legal in 3 territories. The first children born to mixed couples arrived, neither fully human nor fully wolf, but something new. Like me, but different. A next generation taking the bridge I'd built and making it their foundation. Riverside thrived. The schoolhouse was rebuilt, larger and better, with both human and wolf teachers. The town expanded, new families arriving constantly, drawn by the success story. And through it all, Tarian and I stood together. We built that cabin by the lake. We spent our days working to expand integration. We spent our nights planning a future that seemed less impossible with each passing year. Do you ever miss it? I asked one evening, sitting on our dock while the sun set over the water. The old days? Before the curse broke? When things were simpler? Tarian was quiet for a long moment. I miss the people we lost. Airless. The wolves who fell in the final hunt. Your father. My heart ached at the reminder. Daniel Thorne had died 8 months ago, his heart giving out after years of stress and hard living. But he died knowing I was happy, that I'd found my place, that I'd made a difference. But do I miss the simplicity? Tarian continued.
No.
Because that simplicity came with despair. We were dying, slowly fading, losing ourselves generation by generation. And now, he gestured at the world around us. Now we have a future. We do, I agreed. It's messy and complicated and sometimes terrifying, but it's ours. Ours, he echoed. Through the bond, stronger now after years of being bound, I felt his contentment,
His joy.
his absolute certainty that whatever challenges came next, we'd face them together.
Just as we always had.
Just as we always would. 5 years later, the final day. The 5-year pilot program ended on a crisp autumn morning. Representatives from the coalition and every major pack gathered in Riverside for the final evaluation. The statistics were clear. 10 integration zones now existed, with 3 more scheduled to open. Crime rates in integrated zones were lower than in segregated human or wolf communities. Children from integration zones showed markedly lower prejudice scores than children from segregated areas. Economic growth in integration zones exceeded all projections. And not a single integration zone had experienced a violent incident requiring shutdown. We'd done it. Against impossible odds, against extremists on both sides, against centuries of hatred and fear, we'd proven that integration worked. Director Helena Cross stood at the podium, older now, grayer, but smiling genuinely for the first time I could remember. 5 years ago, she began, we started an experiment that most people believed would fail. They said humans and wolves couldn't live together, that our natures were too different, that violence was inevitable. She paused. They were wrong. Applause erupted. The Riverside Integration Program has exceeded every benchmark we established. It has demonstrated conclusively that with proper support, clear expectations, and genuine commitment from both sides, humans and wolves can not only coexist, they can thrive together. She looked directly at me. And we owe much of this success to one person. Iskira Thorne, the Sylvite who broke the curse. The bridge who showed us all what was possible when we chose hope over fear. More applause. I felt my face flush. Which is why, Director Cross continued, I'm pleased to announce that the Coalition Council has voted unanimously to make integration a permanent policy. The experimental phase is over. This is now simply how we live. The applause became deafening. I stood, Tarian beside me, looking out at the crowd. Lenara and her daughters, Silwyn now 13, confident, unafraid. At Marcus, who'd become one of the program's strongest advocates. At Dr. Voss, who'd dedicated her life to expanding integration. At Axton, Noriel, Merrick, all the wolves who'd believed when believing seemed impossible. At the children, dozens of them, human and wolf mixed, playing together without thought to species. This was what we'd fought for. This was the future we'd bled for. And it was more beautiful than I'd ever dared imagine. That night, after the ceremonies ended and the crowds dispersed, I found myself back on the hill overlooking Riverside. The town had grown. What had once been 50 families was now thousands. Humans and wolves living side by side, their children growing up knowing no other way. "You did it," a voice said. I turned, shocked. A woman stood there, silver-white hair, eyes that glowed like stars, wearing clothes from another era. Elsinore Sylvet, or her ghost, or my imagination. I couldn't tell which. "I didn't think you were real," I whispered. "I'm not. Not really. I'm an echo, like the ones you met at the river. A fragment of consciousness preserved by magic." She moved closer, studying me. "But I wanted to see, to know if you succeeded where I failed. I didn't do it alone. Neither did I. I had help too. But in the end, I made choices that cursed an entire species." Her expression was sad. "And you made choices that freed them. That makes you better than me." "I don't know about that. I've made plenty of mistakes. But you learn from them. Adapted. Keep going even when it seems impossible." Elsinore smiled. "That's all any of us can do.
Try. Fail.
Try again. Keep building until we create something worth keeping." "Is that what you came to tell me?" "I came to thank you." She touched my face, her hand cold and insubstantial. "To finish what I started. For proving that my mistakes didn't have to define us forever. For showing that transformation is possible if we're brave enough to choose it." "What happens to you now?" "To the echoes. We rest. Finally, completely. The curse is broken. The fail-safe worked. We're free to move on." She stepped back, already fading. "Live well, daughter of my blood. Build the future I only dreamed of. And remember." She was almost gone now, just a shimmer in the starlight. "Remember what?" I called. Her voice came back faint as wind. "The best bridges are the ones we build together." Then she vanished. I stood alone on the hill, tears streaming down my face, feeling the weight of 1,000 years of history finally lifting. Tarian appeared beside me, drawn by my emotions through the bond. "Are you okay?" "I am." I wiped my eyes, smiling through the tears. "I really am. It's over, Tarian. The curse, the fear, the war, all of it. It's finally over. And what comes next?" I looked at Riverside, at the town we'd built, the bridges we'd constructed, the future we'd fought for. "Next," I took his hand. "Next we live. We love each other. We help other integration zones succeed. We watch Silwyn and Marcus and all the other children grow up in a world better than the one we inherited. We build that next generation who'll look back at us and think, how strange that there was ever a time when humans and wolves were enemies." "Sounds like a good next time," Tarian said. "Sounds perfect," I agreed. And together, we walked back down the hill toward Riverside, toward our home, toward the future we'd created. Behind us, the past finally released its grip. Ahead of us, tomorrow waits, uncertain, challenging, full of infinite possibility. But we would face it together, as we always had, as we always would, together. 20 years later, I stood in a classroom, watching a teacher, human, explain history to her students, a mix of human, wolf, and hybrid children. "Can anyone tell me when the curse was broken?" the teacher asked. A wolf boy raised his hand. 20 years ago. By Sylvet, Iskira Thorne." "That's right. And what happened after?" A human girl answered. "The integration zones were established. People learned to live together. And now we do. Exactly. The teacher smiled. It wasn't easy. There were conflicts and challenges. But people on both sides chose hope over fear. They built bridges instead of walls. And that's why you all can sit here together today, learning from each other, growing up as friends instead of enemies. I stepped back from the window, my heart full. Tarian joined me, silver threading his dark hair now, lines around his amber eyes. But still strong. Still mine. You know, he said, when I found you in that crashed car 20 years ago, I never imagined it would lead to this. Really? You didn't see completely transform both our species and build a new society in my future? He laughed. Surprisingly, no. I just saw a stubborn human who'd crashed her car in the worst possible place. And now I see the love of my life. The mate who changed the world. The bridge who brought two species together. He pulled me close. And I see our future, whatever it holds. Our children will be part of that future, I said, touching my stomach where new life grew. Our first child, neither human nor wolf, but beautifully, perfectly both. They will, Tarian agreed, his hand covering mine. And they'll grow up in a world where species doesn't matter. Where love defines family, not bloodline. Where hope is stronger than fear. Because we built it for them. Because you built it for them, he corrected. I just helped. I kissed him, tasting joy and gratitude and love deeper than words. 20 years ago, I'd been human. Alone. Scared. Today, I did something new. Something that had never existed before. I was a bridge.
A choice.
A testament to what was possible when you refused to accept the world as it was and fought to make it what it could be. The curse was broken. The wolves were free. And the future? The future was ours to write. Together. The end. Thank you for journeying with Iskira and Tarian. Their story shows us that change is possible, that bridges can be built, and that sometimes the bravest thing we can do is choose hope when fear seems easier. What bridges will you build in your own life? What curses will you break? Share your story below. I'd love to hear it. Until the next tale, may you always choose courage over comfort and love over fear.